All right. Mm-hmm. Now let's get this party started. What's that? Uh, we talk about it today, man. I don't think they really care about Men's Mental Health Month for real, man. They don't care. They don't care about that. All right, let me see something. What was I about to do? I gotta start inviting some people. Inviting some people. BBL Jersey. Tripping. Mhm. Mhm. All right. So I have to check this page real quick. I had to check this page real quick. Yeah, yeah, baby. Let me do that real quick. Let me do that real quick. What's the deal, Roscoe? Give me a second, y'all. Give me a quick second. Oh, my boy Mirror, I see you down there too. Yeah, I'll tap it on up real quick. Get the shares going. The topic be starting soon. I get to be up a little longer today. Get them shares out. Oh my goodness, I'm messing up. Good looks, good looks. Yeah, get in. All right, all right. Baby, yeah, just, baby, yeah, just, yeah. Oops, I meant to do that. Good looks. Yeah, today we talk about men's mental. Dang. Ain't I don't think they taking it serious, man. You know why? Cause I be seeing lately like they be like, yeah, you know it's men's mental month, but then it's like if you see they lives when they talk about it though, it's just always center them, and then as soon as a man try to express themselves, so it's like, what's the point of acknowledging it? Y'all ain't gotta say anything. If y'all don't care about men, go ahead and say it. But y'all be wanting us around. We say, hey, you know, understand this and all that. So yeah, we gotta get on this stuff for real. Yeah, because I had one live told me it made me think about this though. Because she literally like, yeah, I make content about men. I do this and I'm always I love them and all this other stuff. I'm like, all right, love the background setup. Oh yeah, you got to try it out. It's matter of fact, it's the same one. Well, you be using the other one though, but it's on the green screen. It's just like a ghost. Let me see how it look again. Let me see something real quick. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, it's like a little ghost waving hand. You're gonna see the hand and the ghost in front of it like that. Yeah. This the one actually don't shut my live down. I noticed that. How you feeling, sis? I don't know if you had yeah, that was my man's ghost. I was in his room earlier today. Yeah, I got a big family for sure though. We all be on that same tip low key though. Him, if you like Kanai, he'll like it. He more on the he do usually like do like the men. He do both sides though, but he got like a book that he do like called 90 Days for Men, and it's a real good book though, especially to get some people yeah, get them to grow and all that. Everybody, yeah, they got their thing. I got a few more people though, because I see some of my people starting to see you on your side. That's why I'm trying to get everybody combined up, because we can get some stuff going, man. We can get some stuff for sure going. I see you already met Ty. Well, Ty, well, you must have flew on his page, so he done talked about you twice. So you beside, huh? What's the deal, Mir? How you feeling, brother?
What's good?
Friday.
What's good?
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, for sure, man. I'm trying to make sure cause shoot, you are most definitely needed out here, man. You need it. I feel like we got a lot of powerful women though, but for sure, you just keep going, man. I already know it's a heavy job. I always tell a lot of the women that I know, especially when it come to doing what y'all do, um, that's heavy. That's heavy, especially for another woman. And I know y'all more emotional and all that stuff, so that's why I be like, you got to be built. Can't internalize what people say and stuff. Because that'd be one of the biggest issues. Can't internalize because they would say all type of stuff to throw you off. They just want you to stop doing you. You know what I'm saying? Which that ain't happening. Well, you already know you got a powerful voice. Like it's like with me, right? I do the same thing. I let people say what they gonna say about me. I let people do because I know what I stand on. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, no, I can care less of what you think about me. I'm gonna reach out for the people I'm gonna reach. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna stop, and that's what keep me going. Shoot, I'm pretty but sure both of us done had people we done helped in our life. They even came to us, that helped motivate us. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, why not keep going? Shoot, that's how God working in on all of us for real. Ain't none of them little miserable people, and that's what they is, miserable. Just we gotta pray for them though, but they
Hey,
gonna try to
Kev
make you feel
Kev.
as bad as they feel. That's just all that
That
is.
feels so much
Hey,
better.
Kev
That feels so out
Kev.
of
What's the
place.
deal, Sadar? How you feeling?
Hey, Mirror.
What's up? I had to get
Yeah.
back in the right place. That felt so wrong.
Oh, God, you ain't want to be next to me?
No, I wasn't thinking about you. I wasn't in the right box.
Oh, boy. What's
But
up,
yeah, I'm gonna help. I'm
Governor?
gonna for sure keep help pushing your page out because I see you. Yeah, you dedicated. You keeping it rocking, and that way we need that. We for sure need that, man. They will not stop you. Like anytime you got something on your mind, just throw it on there, man. Just keep it flowing, keep getting on. That's the same thing with Kevin Samuel. Shoot, he had to just keep flowing, keep flowing. It's gonna be people that love him, there's people that hate. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So it's just. We
But you
just got to
know,
keep going. It's that consistency thing for real, low key.
but what I'm recognizing too is that it's gonna take a team effort. It takes a united front.
Oh yeah,
It ain't just from the men. It ain't just from the women. But it's
oh
us
yeah,
together. It's us
oh yes.
together. It's
That's why I'm
Team
trying to get
United.
everybody connect. I'm trying to get all our people that's on the same tip. We got to connect, man. We got to have each other's back. This junk I mean, it's heavy. You know what I'm saying? And because they together. Why not? You know what I'm saying? They together with they BS. You see what I'm saying? They doing their thing, pushing all these harmful messages and stuff, and they want to say what we saying is harmful. That make they backwards, bro. And I'm not dealing with this backwards world. At the end of the day, we confident in what we do. Y'all the ones sitting here struggling, just like they had earlier. I was in Ghost room. You already know Ghost Mirror, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was in his room, and this woman talking about some. I've been married for. First thing she said, I've been married 20 some years, and all this other stuff. I'm like, okay, and then but you say you can't follow the rules that he got up here. You know what I'm saying? Because he already did. He do men and women, right? He do men and
Right.
women. Somehow, I think this other girl named Nikki or something like that. Whatever. I think seen her in a couple lives. She came in there like, wow, people lives like this. I'm like, dang, did you even read the live? I'm like, dog, he talk about men and women. He got a whole book on us to tearing us out the frame. You know what I'm saying? But
They
it
don't
just
care.
don't like it. Women don't like it at all. That's just what it is, and that's why that's why
But you know,
I give it to just the girl, man. She got a heavy job. I ain't gonna even lie.
but you know,
Because
you
they be
know,
saying all type of stuff they can do. That's just crazy. But hey,
but
we
you
got
know,
that armor.
I was woken up to really what happened, and what it
Hmm.
was that prior to COVID, me and
Yeah,
then we were starting to speak up, but we really still didn't have a voice. But it's
yeah,
like when COVID hit, and then and TikTok happened, it's like all of a sudden it gave men a voice. It
yeah.
gave men a space and a voice. And what happened was the because the women were, the women that already knew and were listening, they weren't shocked by it. They weren't surprised by it. Some of the things and how deep it was, they might have been, but they weren't surprised to what we were going through. But the
Mhm.
other women and even some of the men are like, caught off guard. Like, what you mean? What you mean men getting cheated on? What you mean men are going through the same things that women are going through? What you mean, not recognizing that it's not a men and women problem, but it's a people problem. You got some jacked up people out there. I keep saying that it's not that the dating pool is toxic. It's just most of us can't swim. and we stuck
Hmm.
down in the muck. And so we got to better ourselves and learn how to swim. And when you learn how to swim, you find some pretty nice people out here, up here,
Oh
when you get
yes.
above the
Oh
muck.
yes.
But you
Yes.
just got to get out the mucky water. And as long as you
Got
got in the
to.
mucky water, you're going to keep running across messy people. And it's because it
Messy
don't seem
people
like
for
it's
sure.
all toxic down there.
Yep.
When in actuality, it's just toxic in the level you at.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what I love about this TikTok. I ain't gonna even lie. That's what I love about it because I run into some good people. That's what keep me going because I be like, all right, even though it's a billion people that be on some BS or whatever, man, when you run into them people that's on the that's doing their thing, yeah, I mean, you just love it, man. It give you hope out here, low key. You know what I'm saying? It give you hope, and he's like, all right, I gotta keep going. I'm gonna keep
So,
going. I'm
Daria,
gonna keep
you raising
building,
your
and we
hand?
gonna make it happen. It's like it took me a minute to meet you. Shoot, people done met me through because I've been doing this for like 3 years. People done met me through my page. I done met people in other lives and all that stuff. Now I'm doing a whole nother thing now. I know people be getting mad at me when they see me in them toxic lives or whatever, but I mean I know what I'm doing. It's heavy. That's why I tell people not to really follow me in all these lives because sometimes it's lost people within them situations. That's just what it is. And I literally do find good people in there too. Because
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stand on what I stand on, even if they want to tear me down, say all these crazy stuff. Because I'm building myself up. I got to be strong. You know what I'm saying? So I just go in there, I say my piece. The people that mess with me, shoot, most of the time they follow me and then follow me up in here. You know what I'm saying? And then we just go back and build again. It's just a thing. You know what I'm saying? We got to
But
connect.
you prepare yourself and you understand when you go into those war rooms. You understand I'm
Yeah.
going in here prepared for battle.
Yep. Yep.
So I can't go in here half cocked.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta go in here fully loaded. No diddy.
But
So Darius, you trying to say something? You got your hand up.
oh, you do got your hand up.
Yeah, I was saying, I was trying to piggyback off what you were saying about the dating pool. I don't think that people can't swim. You know what I'm starting to think is that people don't want to actually realize that they are not aligned with people. They're not evenly yoked. So, I mean, it's very well said that women try to change men. You don't see men really trying to change women. So I've seen it with my own two eyes. Even I was that person before. Somebody got to mute because they got an echo. I think it's you, Draco.
If,
I don't think I've seen it with my own two eyes. I was once that woman as well, right? So it took for me to actually go through something tremendous, like traumatic, for me to say, you know what, it's time for me to sit back and actually think, like, am I picking the dudes that's not evenly yoked with me? Like, why do I feel like I can change somebody? These are grown people. Somebody has to if somebody's going to change, they have to want to change for themselves, not change for me or for you, because if you change for me or for you, guess what, you can change again on me or on you. So I just think that a lot of the times people not realizing that we're not evenly yoked.
The thing is, don't get caught up. And I seen it, Kev. But the thing is, don't get caught up with people who change. You need to get caught up with people who growing.
I
mhm.
agree.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Had to make
Had to
sure you
make
get
sure
that
you get that
word in.
word in.
Your stuff
Your stuff
echoing.
echoing.
Hey, is it an echo for me? Hold on.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's
echoing.
echoing.
And it sounds like she has something hollering in there.
I heard
It's my
something.
baby. I'm sorry, it's my baby. Am I echoing?
uh,
Oh, okay.
I think it's Kev that
um,
has the echo.
yeah, just
Yeah, just
drop it, come
drop it,
back
come
up.
back up.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
until she
Until
get
she
back,
get
keep
back,
on
keep on.
tapping, y'all. Keep on tapping and share to small people and stuff. I just shared a few people. We gotta get
I
this
got
room
an
picked up,
echo.
though. Draco, how you feeling, my brother?
I'm good.
Stella, I
I'm
see you.
good.
Yeah,
Finally got a full day off of work from both jobs. So I'm chilling.
yeah, I'm off. I'm off. I'm acting like I've been working all this time though. I just did this whole week, but I love the weekend now.
I'm trying to tell you.
The
Yeah.
weekend is not enough. I'm tell you. I'm like I am. Yeah. Have you heard that statement on Instagram where it's like I'm too young to retire. I'm too broke to quit. I'm too tired of work. Here we
I'm
are.
too young to retire, and I'm impatient as fuck. So 2 full times to get to where I need to get. That's what it got to be done, and that's what it is.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Is it working now?
Is it better?
Uh.
Uh,
Nah, we
we
can
can
do
do
it.
it.
Am I
It's
It's
good.
echoing?
good.
Really?
A bit.
It,
It's.
I
I
think
think
it's
it's
only when
only when
we
we
talk
talk
though,
though,
so
so
you
you
good.
good.
Okay.
So I went in. Oh, go ahead.
Am I good?
Go ahead and mute Stella. It's on. What the heck?
Is it better? I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on.
No, you good. You good. Go
Okay.
ahead.
No, I was gonna say, first of all, thank you, Cav, for always supporting me and
Oh yeah,
understanding
for sure.
the message. For me, I think, what is it, Sadiri? I hope I'm not saying your name wrong, but what she just touched on of like, sometimes it takes like something traumatic to happen, or like bad situations to happen for us to get it. And I think that as a community, especially as a Black community, we are very reactive. Just naturally, we're not typically proactive people. So which is why I'm always trying to talk about this stuff and bring this stuff to awareness, so that it can really trickle down to younger generation, so that they don't have to go through all these traumatic, heartbroken, like just kind of make all these mistakes. And we live in a society where it's like, well, just wait till you live life, and you gotta just go through this, you gotta go through that to get it. And it's like, that's just the mentality that we've been brought up to believe, that only way you can get it is if you go through it. Where if we were to learn some of this stuff ahead of time, if we were to be able to be taught this early on, to teach us how to pick men, to teach us, how to value our bodies, to teach us how to love ourselves, all that good stuff, then we could avoid some of the trauma and the bad situation that that many women are put in, or put themselves in. So I think that's the biggest thing that people, whenever I'm speaking about this stuff, like to bring awareness, to allow it to hit who it needs to hit, again, aka the younger girls. People fight because we only think you can't get it unless you go through it, because we are just used to the struggle. We're used to, you got to go through 4 breakups to get, like, it's like, no, you don't. Like, we got to get rid of that narrative that you got to go through all this pain and hurt to get it. Like, it's like that saying, like, why, when your mom yell at you, like, why I gotta yell at you for you to get it? Like, why can't you just hear me when I say it? We have this really disdain thing for, I don't know, like just this trauma filled situation that we a lot of us grow up in. Yeah, it's like they said, it's the survival. So for me, I don't want young women to go. Especially I talk about my students, I don't want them to spend their 20s and 30s and 40s healing. I don't want that. I want them to be able to flourish. I want them to be able to live life. I want them to, not saying that they won't go through things, but I don't want that to be their story, that they spend all of their 30s trying to heal from what they did in their 20s, or all of their 30s trying to heal what they did. And I just don't want that to be that continued cycle. Like, how can we break it? And I think we just need to be more proactive. We have to stop being so reactive. We wait, like we don't know what's coming. We don't know what's going to happen. We knew it was going to happen. We just avoided the situation. We decided not to deal with it head on. It happened, and then we're trying to clean it up. And all we are doing in life is clean up a bunch of mess. And it's like, how about we prevent the mess? How about we prevent it from spilling? You know what I'm saying? So that's really, a lot of times I'm just trying to figure out, how we can get out of that mindset. But again, it's the fight to stay stuck, and it's the fight to stay where we are. And yeah, I just think it's just really affecting the growth in our community.
I think you know how, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but you know how when the babies are young, right? And we tell both boy and girl, hey, ain't nobody supposed to touch you down there. If somebody touch you, you let mommy and daddy know, right? So as they get older, it changes. So now we start telling our daughters, oh, don't sleep with this boy because he nasty. But we encourage we'll say, hey, make sure you use protection. So the dynamics are changing as they get older. Instead of keeping it the same, it's changing. It's like we are encouraging our young men, and that's the problem. I think that's where most of the problems come in, that for our younger men in this generation, especially our younger Black men, they don't know how to control themselves. So the first piece of pee that's thrown at them, they don't understand if they're 15 and the girl is 19, that they're being SA'd. You get what I'm saying? So it's a lot that needs to go on. So if we're going to raise these children, especially our Black boys, let them know, like, okay, this is a cause and effect. So if you're sexually involved at 16, you need to be sexually involved with somebody that's 16 and not 20, because this will change the dynamic. Now you go from being sexually involved to being SA. You get what I'm saying? So I think that's the
Very
problem.
quickly, very quickly.
It changes it. It changes
Absolutely.
it.
That line is very fine,
Right.
especially on where the mentality of society is on giving gentlemen the pass for that. You feel me? Uh there's a level of it's all good. I mean, you look at the celebrities, you look at the politics, you look at every man holding some type of seat in American society. There is always some type of younger woman involved, you know. And at what point is it SA? At what point are these young men being taken advantage of because, you know, they may be well endowed or they may be innocent, and these older women understand what potential a black man got, and so they're quick to house you. Oh, you ain't got shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. This is my first time to this live. My name is Gigi. I don't know how much I can actually say. I curse like a sailor, so please cut me off if, you know,
Yeah,
I
if you
say
could slow it
something that
down,
is
because I don't
not.
want to get banana up, but
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
can
yeah.
reduce it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Um, so,
What's up, Gigi?
you know, what's good? Like, you know, a lot of our men, it's tied in the culture. You know, you got these YT women housing and almost taking this mother figure, because there's a certain level where they start to abuse that caring that a white woman might have for that that black man at the moment. But in an overall general speaking, I mean, come on, that line is very fine, and it's not given to women. It's not equal at all. And I have a black son, like my only baby. You feel me? So this is a everyday struggle. You know, it's being honest and letting them know, like, yo, if you uncomfortable, I don't give a fuck if they touch you or not. If you ain't feeling that energy, if they got bad vibes, you let me know, because the innocent will always tell us. You know what I mean? They got that heightened sensitivity. My son is 8, and he was like, I don't feel comfortable around that dude. Say less. Maybe he knows some shit that I don't know. You feel what I'm saying? And I don't think black mothers are actually listening to the young black men of today. Like, media got black men fucked up.
So can I
I
ask you
mean,
a
I mean,
question?
messed up.
Can
Excuse
I
me.
ask you a question? As
Absolutely.
as you having an 8-year-old son, what are you gonna do to teach him the difference between consent, what's correct, what's incorrect? How would you go about that?
So the dialogue that me and him already had, and I'm very upfront. I'm very honest. My job here is to mold him to a certain degree, give him the values and the morals that he needs to succeed. There's going to be a point where I gotta let go and he gotta be his own man. So, with no real father figure in the picture, I gotta show him the the sensitive, brutal side, the part that, like, respect. You respect yourself and you respect others. If you feel disrespected, it's for a reason. You feel what I'm saying? So, as far as sorry, I'll be on a tangent. Can you repeat your question?
You basically answered
Mi-
the majority of it, because I want to know, like,
Or
to the women who, because I know I have a daughter, right? I don't have no son, so I don't
mm,
like the things I would, if I did have a son, the same things I tell my daughter I would tell my son. Like, I teach my daughter. I don't just tell her don't do it. I tell her what the cause, what's
Right.
and the effect, right? But I don't
Mm-hmm.
see a lot of black mothers, and I'm not saying all, but I don't see a lot like really teaching their sons about what's SA. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Not
Yeah.
letting them know if you're 14 and she's 17 or 18, that's SA.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying, Karen?
Yeah. Yo, like for real, and maybe it's just me and you on the panel that's like,
No,
this
I
is
want to ask you,
a topic
anybody
that
else
definitely
agree?
needs to be
Like,
talked about.
am I
Facts.
the only person who don't see that? Do anybody else agree?
I mean, I was gonna answer your question because I have sons.
I
I have
thought
two
we was talking
sons.
about men's mental health.
Well, she kind of
Hi,
asked that
Mira.
question in
Oh
between,
shit, I'm sorry. I jumped in on her.
Thank you. Oh,
and
excuse me.
and before they become men, we have to focus on them being boys and their mental health. I mean, it starts there.
Yeah, men mental is very important too.
Can I answer that quick though, Nikki?
Yeah, go right
Yeah,
ahead.
echo. I ain't hear nothing you said.
You got like a little bit.
Oh, let me
Everybody
come
get
back because I
can
was live. I'll be back.
okay.
Seems like everybody's stuff is
Explain your
echoing.
question because it's an echo.
Yeah, everybody's stuff is echoing. I don't know what's going on.
Is it me too?
Let me see. Oh, no, I don't hear nothing. Well, it was just
It
her.
seemed
Okay,
like
no
it's
more.
bouncing off of yours.
No,
No,
what I was
go
Is it
ahead.
bouncing on mine?
nah, you
No.
good. I was saying I thought we was talking about men's mental health, but what you were saying, I get that. That's what like with any child.
Well, we did. Is she talking about SA and stuff? It's not that.
Just boys' mental health. Before, I mean, you guys don't come out the womb as men, and that's the sad part. Is the fact that Black men are viewed as men primarily, even when they're children. Even when y'all are children, if you see any news clippings, you
Right.
see a young Black man, even when he's 16 and 15 years old. You see what I'm saying? Being tried as grown men. So I think the idea is to make sure that there's also boys that are getting the mental health. And if you don't have a man primarily in your life, remember that relationship, even if his father was around, does not belong to you. So find and vet a man properly for the young boy that you are raising so that he can have someone into his life. And that could be any great man within the community, or maybe a cousin, an uncle, or maybe even your own father. Having a
Absolutely.
structure will benefit him more than anything else.
So with that being said, I get how we skip over men's mental health to go into a young boy's mental health. But yeah, if you go on all these echo chambers on the internet, it's always saying what you need to do to be a real man as a provider and everything else. But you exclude your sons from these topics, saying you'll choose the bear. If you're not making 100 grand, you need to protect other women who want to be promiscuous, all this other stuff, all around raising a son. And I'm not saying you ladies say this, but I'm saying a lot of women say this, and then you hear women like you say, oh, if you're a young man, a young boy, you have to, worry about their mental health like this and that. But when this grown man out here working 2, 3 jobs, doing what he got to do just to accommodate his living status, you still tell him this isn't good enough or this and that. And he could be going through a whole, trial of tribulation, but don't nobody give a fuck. Until, they see somebody on the t-shirt, then it's like, oh, I used to argue with this person on TikTok every day, but now they can't come back from the grave. And now I want to say how good of a person they were and how we need to be kumbaya and shit. But yeah, you were sitting
Yeah.
there arguing with him, telling him how he ain't shit because he ain't making 100 grand. But I find it interesting that y'all skip over the man and just go straight to the younger version of that man.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so not women is like that.
I never said every woman was like that, if you heard what I said.
You said women.
I
So when you say
never said every
women,
woman. I said echo chambers.
when you say
Yo,
this statement
listen,
for women,
we don't need to get into the semantics. Like, I don't think anybody in this room is going to imply every single man or every single woman. So
My
we
whole
don't need to
point.
get
I
hung up
literally
right there.
just said different echo chambers. I never said every woman.
Hey,
You
Patty.
selective hearing.
I'm sorry.
I'm just basically stating the fact that so childhood trauma
What's
definitely
up,
does,
Prince? What's up, Patty?
affect individuals individually, because when it comes to childhood trauma itself, and a lot of times it starts from in their home, a lot of dysfunction. So individual who has a very dysfunctional environment where they're told that they're not good enough, they're not smart enough, whatever the case is, when they transition to adulthood, a lot of times as individuals would a lot of times gravitate towards familiarity. So they would gravitate towards individuals who are narcissists, emotionally unavailable. They reincarnate and the childhood trauma that they had because it feels normal, because that toxicity. And so in order to really address it is an individual has to look within themselves to be self-aware and get the help that they need. A lot of times is individuals feel like the only time that they are of importance is what they can offer. And when you said the statement about how certain, women, looking for a man that if he doesn't have six figures, and I always say this in all the lives, just because a man has six figures doesn't make him a good man, doesn't make him a generous man, doesn't make him obligated to give you a certain lifestyle. So when you sit there and you say those statements, there's certain women have unrealistic expectations, because there's absolutely certain women that actually are educated, absolutely have their life together, and they're not looking for a project. They're looking for an individual that they can actually grow with. So I would not sit here and be like, and tear
I
down
think you have to understand what I
Hold
said.
up real quick. Let me say this real quick, though, because y'all don't get that, though. My thing is, if you are that type of woman, why do you have to prove yourself if you believe you this type of woman? So it don't matter if a person was saying, "Oh man, this," I'm not one of them men, so it's nothing you have to defend if you're not one of them women. So why get offended about somebody saying, even if he said all women, you're not gonna be able to change his mouth. You know what I'm saying? I never understood why people do that. If you got to be solid in what you believe in. If you're not solid, then you're gonna let every last little person shake you from what you believe in. So he shouldn't have to explain himself. I'm not talking about all women. You don't have to do all that, man. It's up to you how you internalize it. If you ain't feel like you was one of them women, then you ain't have to say nothing.
Because there's
Just like that. That's something I had to learn on this app.
There's
Like
certain people on this app, okay, project, and they're hateful.
let them project. What can you do about it? Nothing.
Well, I have a voice too, so I have.
Yeah, but why stress about what other people think? You can't shut nobody's mouth up on here. If they feel like it's all, let them think it's all. There's nothing that we can do about that.
You know what I figured out the other day, Kev? What keeps me from going back and forth with people on here? Whether to prove or disprove his point at the end of the day, or her point, or this person's point, is it adding or taking away from your bank account? Is it helping you or them to grow? It's like sometimes you just have to let things be where they lie and just keep it moving. I've learned that in some of these situations, especially in hosting my lives, that sometimes you just got to let those people talk. And once they're done talking, it's the end of it. But if you respond to something and allow it to trigger you, then you get it back and forth, and you allow yourself to get caught and trapped up in a dialogue that neither one of you were seeking. And instead of proving your point, you just end up with an argument instead of just hearing it, letting it lie, speak your point, and move on with the day.
Because what I don't understand.
I agree with what Mira said.
I think this kind of proved in 4K what happened though. And that's my second question though. Like, even if a man felt that way, right? Why do it always got to get centered back around how a woman feel? You see what I'm saying? If it's Men's Mental Month, it's some man that's toe up. They might even feel like every woman did them wrong. Let them project. Let them let it out. That's the whole point of Men's Mental Month. It ain't always got to be about y'all all the time. You know what I'm saying? Well, you can't be throwing me in this stuff. It's not always about y'all all the time. We got to realize it's people that project. It's people that say things, or people might not even mean what they say. They just want to let it out. That's the whole point of Men's Mental Month. Just like if y'all had y'all month, you going to have y'all the areas where y'all want to say this, that, or whatever. Oh, yeah, for sure. Just request stuff. I'm going to let you. I'm going to find you a spot for sure.
What I was trying to say is that if you're saying about how certain women are about a six-figure income, okay, where are you finding these women?
Oh, man.
Well, we're not on six-figure
think
income.
all right, so
I'm sorry.
I think y'all missing a point.
I think you missed the point,
This is about
Bella.
to go in a circle.
It is, and to be honest with you,
what'd she say? I just missed it.
Mr. Dar said it's about to go in a circle.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say
I'm
that.
sorry.
You got the wrong person. What I'm saying is, I think that you misunderstood what he said.
Oh, what'd she say? I missed it because I was looking at the comment. What'd she say?
No, I'm just saying
it was about 6 figures.
her whole statement, right? So
Talking about six figures.
Draco wasn't saying all women. If you
We
listen,
not about to keep talking about that, bro. We not about to do that, bro.
no, but
Right.
sometimes
Because if she don't get it, let her think what her think. I'm not about to keep on getting him to explain himself and all that. If that's what you felt he did, it is. I'm not about to make this whole live be about you or how you
Draco
felt about that.
Draco
Hey, I
made
was
a
making
valid
real.
point when I was speaking about something, but I have no idea about the bear, so I didn't make any type
yeah, I
of
don't know about the
reference
bears
to it
either.
because I don't know about it, right? However, that's and Mira and Kev, you guys say things so nicely, but that comes to the conclusion that sometimes we as women should just shut the fuck up because at the end of the day, if we're not dealing with something personally and if we're not a hit dog that's gonna holler, we should just be quiet.
Listen, all I said was the topic was men's mental health, and women just automatically skip to a man's childhood. And I get what y'all was saying, but I'm just saying, it's men in real life who work and are good, decent human beings. I'm not generalizing all men, and I'm not saying all women do it. I'm just bringing forth the topic, addressing the topic. And all I'm saying is when you got people up here dealing with mental health, the women, they got their months, their days, their years, whatever to this and that and how they're oppressed and patriarchy and all this other stuff. But when it comes to talking about what men go through, it's like, well, maybe if you did this, you did that, and then Project Men, it's like you just missed the whole point of the conversation. I'm literally addressing the topic. So
I agree
that's
with
all I
you.
was saying. I wasn't talking about nothing else. I wasn't generalizing nobody. We simply talking about like it says men's mental health, not little boys' mental health, not children's mental health, and everybody just skipped over that, and it just proves my point. That's all I was saying.
So
Yeah,
I
I
want to
didn't
answer the
skip over
question.
it. I never addressed it
I
yet.
never even answered the question either. So I mean, Kev, if you do an order, then we can answer that first question.
Yeah. Um. But I get why she said. I don't think it's the. I get why she said that though. But yeah, I guess, and I get what you saying too. It make a lot of sense. What you mean? That why do we have to? And yeah, it ain't about kids at the moment. If we talk about men's mental, because it's like why would kids have a mental month anyways? You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't go through a lot of things in their life. I can understand. I'm not saying it's not their mental is not about it, but I'm just saying usually mental month usually go through experience. That's the reason why they came with men's mental month. I can get where she was trying to get to about that though, but I think we did kind of I think it just didn't work out in that one. I'm gonna put it in that way though, because it's like. Of course, it probably start off as kids. We can say that though, but um, I think that's what she was just trying to get to, like the root of how it start off though. But not later, like later down the line is yeah.
It
But
started
that's
as
old. I think that's a whole different thing though.
it started as a question. I think to the young lady that was sitting in Nikki's spot, and Mr. Dar had asked a question concerning
Yeah,
like, what all do you do if you don't have the father in the life? What do you do in those situations to make sure that they don't get to certain points and you're still raising them? And I think that's where it veered off from, and it kind of just went left.
yeah.
Yeah, I was
Sorry
just
about
only
that.
asking her one question because, like I said, I have a daughter. I don't know what it's like to raise boys, right? So I was just asking. But see, the way she was talking made me think that she's just like the women that I see in the street. So that's the only reason why I asked. I wasn't trying to derail the conversation or anything. That's the only reason why I asked. I guess that's why she dropped, but that's where she was going with it.
They're going, and
Hmm.
I derailed it, Kev. Okay, I'm sorry.
Who? Oh, I ain't know what happened.
Derailed it.
But
Okay.
I don't think
uh,
nobody derailed it. It's just
I
all we
did.
just. It's just a
and
misunderstanding. That's all. Everybody just saying their point of view for what they feel. So
Because
and
I
I was
that's
answered
gonna
just
her
what
the
say
it is.
question
that
that
I,
Sadari only asked to her. So I did it, and I'm taking accountability.
No, it's fine. That's why I
I
said
was
do
gonna
anybody. Like I don't know what it's like to raise a boy, especially
too
being a
slow, Kev.
woman.
You said what? Oh, dang, you did beat me. I was wondering my finger work.
Well, I
But
I definitely know
what
what
I
it's
was
like
gonna
to raise a son, because I have a son. But I do just want to say, men mental health is not being ignored. Mental health period is like a serious matter to me, and I take it seriously for any man, and woman. But I just say it's not ignored, and definitely always try to be knowledgeable, and provide resources or whatever. ways to kind of like maintain your mental, protect your mental, and heal your mental.
Yeah.
Um, in that nature, it's definitely we gotta acknowledge it as well, and that's pretty much all I have to say. I'm not ignoring it. I don't know. I can't speak on women that do, but it is an important factor in our community as a whole because we need our men to be mentally stable and mentally healthy at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So Miss K in the
Wait,
comments
I was
said,
just about to
really
address
quick. Can
that
I
too. That's a,
I'm okay. So I'm not sure if a lot of y'all know, but Kev know and Mira know, you know, my line of profession, right? So this month at my job, we have been taking it very seriously. When I mean like it's to the point where the police is actually, the NYPD is actually pulling people in the office, pulling them in the office to come talk. I think that's the dopest thing that's going on right now. And I do believe everything that the men are saying. Sometimes women do censor themselves when it comes to mental health. We have
yeah.
mental health every single day of the week. We are emotional creatures. So we go through a lot. And now that it not all women, but you have some women that will censor themselves because like just last weekend, Father's Day weekend, you had women wanting to tell like call say happy Father's Day to me. Like, wait, what? I was confused, but you know what? Again, I think that men's mental health needs to be taken care of not just 1 month, but at least three times a year, if not even maybe more. I do encourage men. Hey, if this is what you feel like going on in your life, just go talk to a therapist. I had 3 men tell me, "Oh no, I'm not doing that." But then later on came back and said, "You know what? I actually talked to somebody." Because a lot of the times men are scared to be vulnerable because they was vulnerable with a woman who threw that shit back in their face.
Hey,
This is
Kev.
what we
Hey,
dealing
So
Kev,
with
Hold
really
on
today.
real
quick,
quick,
really
y'all.
quick.
Yeah, because we going to get this
so
going because everybody, there's so many
Hang
people
on,
that's talking that
everybody.
haven't talked either, though. But yeah, go ahead, Mr. P, and then I'm going to start this little order, though. Go from down because let everybody talk. 'Cause I know everybody ain't talking yet.
Hey, put me up on the big screen really quick. I just think this is ironic during Men's Mental Health Month on June 14th, 2024. U.S. Representatives passed H.R. 8070, registering all males 18 to 26 in the Selective Service System. So while we're having a discussion about men's mental health, the government just turned on the list to start compiling all the names and people ready for the draft. So
Mm-hmm.
just wanted to premise that when we're going into this conversation, things are getting real for men, and we got to think about if this gets brought up, are we going to be sending those young men out into this world, feeling good about themselves and ready to go and protect us or not?
But men don't fight for us. Remember that? Privileged people don't know they privilege. You feel me? But go ahead. Let's get it going then. So let's just start off with the topic question. I think it's Mech. Let's go ahead. We're
Princess.
gonna go
Just call
Mech
her
and down.
princess.
Hi, Princess. Yeah.
Yeah, I just
And
call
yeah,
her
and while
princess.
y'all wait on y'all turn and stuff, just tap the screen for me. Let's try to see if we can get to 20K. Get this popping. If y'all haven't shared, y'all can share to some people. Get the share it out. If y'all don't know how to share, hold y'all finger on where my box is at for 2 seconds, and then you'll see a list of people come up.
Kev, I'm gonna
And
go
then,
to my main page. I'll be
oh,
right back. Don't give nobody my box.
Hey, Mary.
um, okay. And yeah, just share. If y'all know, okay, Draco found the
If we're gonna
button.
shut up, y'all, I got this. Y'all tap the screen. Make sure y'all share the live. Can we get some hashtag FYPs in the comments? Hashtag FYPs in the comments. And like Kev said, just hold on to his box for 2 seconds. 1, 2, and the white box will pop up. Do not hit report. Go down the right side and hit send, 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 send. Each one of those kinds of individual send. And he's being cheap today. He's looking for those 1 coin roses up there. So let's help him get those 1 coin roses up there. And also make sure you follow his YouTube page. All right. And the boxes aren't open right now. We're holding that box right now, but you just come on. Well, the boxes are full, but you get in the queue and wait. We will get you into conversation. The only thing that'll get you dropped up out of here is being disrespectful. We do not mind the difference of opinion. But today, don't come in here with that women's mess. We talking about men's mental health. All right, back to Kev. Enjoy the ride.
Good looking beer. Good looking mirror.
Hey, you better check us. You got 2 mods up in here. You better check.
All right. Even Mr. P right there.
I thought he was. So you got 3 mods.
Yeah, he mod too.
In the corner pocket.
Yeah, and then Sean just popped up in here.
I don't ever get on that mute button.
Kev
Don't give
just
me a
took
reason.
mines. You know, I ain't even say nothing, but Kev just slipped me of mines, but I'm okay.
I thought you had one of them pages. I don't know what happened. Or you probably wasn't in here like that because I had to make some room. I didn't take out some. But so we gonna get on the. Hey, it was something. Oh yeah. This is another thing too to add to the mob race, right? You see, and I see a few of y'all haven't joined the team though. So join the team with 1 point. It's that heart near my name, and I heard that helped me push me on the popular lives. I'm at 250 right now. Yeah. So if y'all don't know how to do that, just go to my name. You're gonna see that little heart up there and just tap that one. I think it's 1 penny at the beginning just to join the team. Then you can do it from there. And then, it help me push out. So I know if y'all joined the team or not, because I call names out. And how I know, because y'all going to have a symbol. See, there go one right there, Y'all will have a symbol at the beginning of y'all name, and it show if y'all part of the team, Yes, I'm going to call y'all names out. If I see a naked name out down there, I'm calling your names out. How can you encourage men to take their mental health here and not treat it as weakness? Ooh. Hey, I remember you from what you call it? I
Miss
seen
K, can I speak? You ain't even gotta say nothing. Let me go ahead and stand in that place. We're not gonna do that up in here. If it's men's mental health month, the least you can do is respect that and acknowledge it. They not up here trying to attack women or anything like that, or say that, because now you are the very woman that you prove them right. The type of women like you and what they go through. And how do you know men mental health revolves around women? It's other life situations that we face on a daily basis, and we keeping this on a man's mental health because this is what it's about.
Mm-hmm.
You down there in the chats and you being hella disrespectful, and you got a group of men up here who's trying to express how they feel, and you disregard it. So if it was you, and if it was on the foot on the other shoe, you would want to be heard, right? You want people to hear how you feel, what you go through, or anything like that. We're not about to do that right now.
I gotta go with Ms. K. I'm sorry. I mean, because that was gonna be my first answer to the first question.
Then what do you mean?
Let me finish.
Go ahead. Let's see what she got though. But yeah, I think I like Nikki now.
No.
I remember I just went off on her last mob live when I was in her ghost room. I think I'll take it back now.
Y'all wasn't really listening to where I was coming.
That was just me. I got irritated because I'm like, no, you did not. I said, you didn't even see the room. You didn't read the room or nothing. He's like, man, these are the lies. I'm like, no.
I did apologize. I did
I
apologize
know.
to him about that. However, when I specialize in like a healing process for people, of men and women or whatever. I listen to certain ways of how people talk. So when the other man was speaking, and nobody was really catching on but me, I listen, I analyze shit. He kept saying, he was talking about his relationship, and he kept saying she could battle, she this, listen to the terms. He was speaking from hurt. And so I got yelled at, and it was like, he's not hurt. And I'm like, but he is. Y'all gotta acknowledge that he is.
Oh, I must have missed that part. I left.
Like every man was like mad at me, and I'm like, dog, calm down. I'm coming with peace, goddamn it, Spock. Like, but
hey, I was trying to turn you loose.
What it was.
I was trying to turn you loose yesterday, but it was just I had too much going on. I just had to shut it down. I was just like I couldn't do it. It just
Oh,
because I
Mira,
couldn't get
yeah, I
engaged. I
Oh,
apologize
couldn't
you
get
for
know,
that.
y'all
engaged.
know
No,
each
you
other.
were
That
fine.
wasn't. That
No,
really
you
Hey,
were
wasn't me.
fine.
Mary, this is what
No,
I was
you
just
were
literally
fine.
just talking about when I this is what I was just
Me and
talking
her
about a
go
few
back.
minutes ago.
Nah,
Me and her go
I'm
back and
gonna
forth
wait.
No,
too.
Mira's good. He's a really
Oh
good
yeah.
man.
I
I'm
got
gonna
you,
wait
man.
my
After this,
turn.
we gonna
I'm gonna
try to
wait
we
my.
gonna try to.
Nah, I just wanted to say I'm gonna wait my turn. I'm gonna wait my turn because this topic right here, it's important to me personally.
Yeah.
So I'll just wait my turn, and
Oh yeah, for
then
sure, for
I'll
sure.
give
I'm
my
gonna get to
spiel.
you for sure. I'm gonna get to. I'm gonna
But
get you for
I just
sure.
want to quickly say thanks, Mira, for the invite. I know you've been sending me tons of invites, so I just got the time today to finally, honor that request, bro. So appreciate
Oh,
it.
no problem. Appreciate you for coming through, bro. Appreciate you
For
coming for
sure,
coming
man.
through.
For
So,
sure,
You know,
brother.
And,
check
and learn
out the
and learn.
invites and get
I
over
added
some.
you as
Oh yeah, I got you too,
follow you,
man. I
bro.
know if you
Yes, sir.
cool with Mary, you cool with me, man.
Yeah.
I got you for
Yeah,
sure, bro.
I just want to let you know if you see me in a live, and when I actually got people that agree with a live. Mira know me. I'm not a
If he
man
like you, then I'm gonna
basher
adjust to you though.
or
I'm one of the.
anything like
I'm a
that.
little hardcore. So if you notice that about me though, but yeah, I'm learning to like you.
Right. So I
um,
appreciate that.
For sure, yeah.
I'm
I'm a
not
good
here
guy.
to
I ain't like that though. It's just I'm
I
always
can see
straightforward with a
that.
lot of stuff.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's why I try not to get into my emotions a lot or
yeah,
whatever,
and that's a
especially when
good
it
thing.
comes to debate. Because you got to think logic. If when you think with your emotions, then you think irrationally, and you're not really hearing and listening. So I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm not mad at
Yeah,
anybody or anything. I don't hold on to nothing, but we'll learn each other
for
through the
sure.
way through the process.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, the very women, and I'm gonna let you talk. I can't see because I don't see up
Princess.
close. I thought it was another guy that wanted to talk.
He is.
Is
He is. He do. Matter of fact, yeah.
is it
Let me get
Dula?
this junk started though. Let me get it started though. I'm gonna let
Yeah, I'm gonna
Meg
let
go because
him.
I know she got out. You said
Nah, I
what?
said I'll patiently wait to talk.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
gonna
at work,
zigzag it
so
just so I can get it close to you real quick. So I'm gonna go with Meg, then I'm gonna go Sadari, then I'm gonna go
so
you, then Draco, then girls, then Nikki, then Mr. Print, then Mary. Look, gotta say the
I
best for
bet.
last, you know. But go ahead, Meg, and then yeah, we just gonna let everybody rock out, say what they gonna say. Then we do an open panel, see who agreed, disagree. We gonna get this how we gonna do it though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I also wanted
So
to add really quick that when we're doing this, if you got a question or something you want to ask somebody, do yourself a favor, write it down, make a note in your phone, whatever you got to do, and save it for when we get to the open panel.
yeah,
Just because when we don't do it this way, we're going to spend 3 hours before everybody gets through the first question. So I
yeah.
know it's tempting. I know we all got something we want to say. Well, let's listen to hear, not listen to reply. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, because people will not get a turn. That's how deep this stuff be getting. But go ahead, Mac. What you got for us?
Please do
I guess
not
you gonna
start
start the
that
fire.
trouble.
Then you say you agree with that K girl.
I
Wow.
I do.
Okay,
I
what you
don't
got?
think men take. I'm not seeing a lot of evidence that men are taking Men's Mental Health Month that seriously. And as far as men taking their mental health seriously generally, that's what I feel like I see. Um, because this doesn't have anything to do with women. The first question is like, are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women centering themselves? If you don't have any women around you who are able to do that, then you need to find you. I, Frankly, I think that you should start with having men in your life that you can have those conversations with. And if you don't, then you need to develop the community around you that allows you to grow mentally and emotionally and as a person. And this is one of the things I say is like, men, we are not your answer. Whatever's going on for you, we are not the answer to your problems. So that's the advice that I give men to help them to grow mentally, basically, like to create community around them, to invest themselves in their relationships with their family members, with friends, to look at adding something beyond themselves to the community. So like, you know, volunteering to help other people, et cetera, et cetera. I think these are all things that create a healthy adult, developing interests that involve other people. And does someone have to care for you for no? For
No, we ain't
me,
going through
no.
all of. We just doing we
Or
just doing the topic for at the
oh,
beginning.
just the
Just the
topic.
question. That's the question. Yep. Thank you.
Was
All right, then went
mental
to that. I was wondering if I heard you say that. So you good now? So yeah, I'm just gonna let
okay, good.
everybody do one at a time. Yep. Sadari, what you got for us? Why is Men's Mental Month not being taken serious?
In all honesty, I don't think it's being taken serious because you have women that like to censor themselves. So anything that becomes with a man, it's me, I. F him if he can't do this. And it's similar to what Draco said. If he can't do this and he can't do that, and I gotta do this and I gotta do that, the 50-50 rule. I never heard of the bed thing, but the 50-50 rule is always an issue. So women, a lot of women like to censor themselves, and that's the reason why I think that men's mental health month is not being taken serious.
Okay. What you got? Oh, let's go Abdullah. Then we're gonna do Draco. We're gonna do zigzag. Little snake game.
The reason why Men's Mental Health Month and men's mental health in general isn't taken serious is because men in general aren't taken serious anymore.
Mm.
Many people do not care about a man's thoughts, his feelings, what he goes through, his experiences.
Okay.
Many people in society tend to think of men as just useful tools, and once they're no longer useful, they discard them. And this is why many men refuse to open up and share their innermost thoughts and feelings with people. I used to be the same way. And the reason why I stated earlier that this topic is important for me is because of the fact I'm diagnosed with PTSD due to the experiences I witnessed in both Iraq and Afghanistan. Not only just that, 2 years ago, I found out that a son that I fathered for nearly 12 years was not my biological son. Did anybody come to my aid and help me out? No, nobody did. I had to do that myself. That's another reason why men's mental health isn't taken serious, is because everybody expects us as men to figure it out on our own. And for the most part, most of us solid men tend to do that, but that doesn't mean we can't have a lending help or a lending ear from time to time. And if we want to take men's mental health more seriously, we have to start viewing men way more seriously. Every man ain't a deadbeat. Every man ain't terrible. Every man is not going to discard you and look at you as if you're going to be a victim. No. Men have hearts, men have emotions, men care, and men show it on a daily basis. And until society at large tends to view that in a proper regard, then this is why you're going to have Men's Mental Health Month and men's mental health in general be viewed way less than anybody else's. That's my 2 cents on that question, bro.
Draco?
Yeah, I think when it just comes down to it, whether you a single dude or you a dude in a relationship, I think everybody needs that one person they vent to. I think the way, like how you vent to your homeboys is y'all know what y'all go through, so some things don't need to be said because it's already understood. But when you're in a relationship with a woman, you really can't say too much because she will, like the woman up here, the first thing, you talking about some women are not the answer. Nobody said y'all was the answer. The whole point is if you are in a relationship to take care of a man's mental health, just hear him out. Let him vent. Let him say what he got to say because he already got a battle outside that door for you and the family. But to come back in the door and not be able to release that in other forms besides, intimacy and physical interactions, because it's not all about just laying up and knocking boots. You got to release it in other ways. And if you do, you get emasculated. And then, that leads to a whole bunch of other stuff. Then it's like, oh, well, why did he cheat? Or why did he, maybe because the other woman he cheated on, it wasn't even because she was beautiful or this is not. She probably just listened. That was probably the most important thing she did. Listen without no judgment. And you couldn't even do that. But this man got to battle demons and everything else outside that door. And if he come to you and be like, damn, babe, this what happened. And you like, oh, well, you're you supposed to deal with it, yada yada yada. And it's like, okay, but then every time you cry because of whatever you feeling, I'm supposed to sit there and just look. At the point, I'm gonna look at you like you stupid and be like, why you crying? Suck it up, get over it. You feel me? I mean, and that's how you get desensitized, because you just get tired of it. I mean, personally, this is what I've seen. You know, that's why when women cheat emotionally, y'all get attached. But when men cheat physically, it's different. But when emotions get involved for a man, when he could sit up there and get comfortable with that woman, it's a wrap. You know, and all you had to do was sit there and listen, but you couldn't even do that.
Uh,
I felt like you were mentioning me, but I don't really have anything to do. I mean,
Girl,
how I conduct my relationship doesn't have anything to
we're
do with
not
this
gonna do that.
conversation.
hold
Princess,
on. We
we're not
going
gonna
in
do
order,
that.
yo.
It's going in order. You can't after everybody done talking, then there'll be an open panel. So wait your turn.
Exactly. Sorry about that. Yeah, we're not gonna go back and forth. After everybody's done, then we're gonna open up. Hopefully, Kev will be back, but we'll open up for open panel.
May I quickly ask, are we answering just one question at a time, or are we answering all three questions at once?
Just
We're just
one.
going through one question at a time for everybody on the panel, and then we'll have an
Okay.
open panel discussing all of our answers to that one question.
Girls, you
I got it.
next.
Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, I like what Abdullah said. I'm just gonna add to it and say, and I'm a person of realism. We're talking about the dispensable group. So why are we shocked that men's mental health is not taken seriously when men have been coined as dispensable?
Interesting.
So I was gonna answer the second question. What advice can we give?
Not yet. Not yet.
Not
Not
that.
yet.
Which one are we doing then? I'm
We
lost.
just doing. I don't even know how we shouldn't even did the first one. We only doing the topic. We just doing the topic for now. Anybody
Why
Oh,
skip?
is
okay.
Somebody did
Men's
the first one.
Mental
I want to
Health
wait for
Month
2
not
seconds.
being
No, nobody
taken
did the first
seriously?
one. Everybody
Nobody
just
ain't do the
said
first one. Okay, I was making sure. What'd you say, Mr. Print? Your stuff was low.
So
I was just
was
saying,
it?
the question, Nikki, is why is Men's Mental Health Month not being taken serious?
Yeah, I answered that already.
Okay, so
Um,
you good. You good then.
yeah, I
Okay,
was
cool.
going down to the next question and stuff like that.
Yeah, we just gonna wait because everybody. We gotta make sure everybody do one. We do it one at a time over here.
Okay, gotcha.
Just to stretch it out. Yep. Mr. P, what you got?
Um, the girl's girl kind of got to the point that I was going to bring up is, uh, men. We understand that I don't know that the dispensable was the word I would use. I would use expendable. We are the expendable gender,
Everybody keep
and
tapping.
when before we started this conversation, when I brought up the draft thing, um, that's a verification of that statement that our government holds that men are the expendable gender. That's what that's a statement of, which is fine. And I think that part of it is that men understand that being a man is a thankless job, that society is going to demand things of you and you're not going to get a thank you. So, um, because there's just a lack of the other gender even recognizing the everyday struggles that men have to go through to maintain the world that we live in, it's kind of hard for us to really be like, oh, now you want to listen to us for a month when when I break my back 12 months out of the year. Yeah, like, men also live in a world too where uh, we expect you to be destroyed on the inside, but be able to maintain composure on the outside and do the job that needs to be done. Personally, as a father and a husband, um, I've had to move through life where I was completely destroyed on the inside, but my kids still got a dad that was happy to see them and played on the ground and helped with homework. My wife still got a husband that came home and treated her with respect. That's part of being a man is coping with the difficulties. We shouldn't ask life to be easy for us. We should ask ourselves to create the strength inside of us to endure a difficult life. And I would say don't shy away from work. Um, Work is not necessarily a negative thing. Um, Work allows you to express yourself, and once you have the finances, you can really speak, make money a form of speech, and how you live your life and the directions you want to go. But it's not being taken serious because, like I said, we're the expendable side, and we know that there's not really a lot of room for us to be emotionally vulnerable because there's another guy that's gonna say, I don't have that issue and I can succeed over here while you're crying. uh that's sort of the reality that men have to compete with. And if you have a wife at home that allows you to work through your mental issues, then man, you pretty much got a lottery there, because you can enter the world every day unburdened and ready to go again if you have that kind of support.
Okay, and before Mirror go, so I only see like 4 people tapping because I thought we would been at least 20K, but the room done dropped down now a little bit. Keep fluctuate. But do I even use that word? Right? I don't hardly use that word. I mean, I just try some new word real quick, be sweet. But everybody, y'all can tap if y'all in the box. Y'all can tap too. I don't know everybody. Y'all can tap in the box. Let's get to 15K. We can take a break after that. Don't laugh at me. And then also, like I said, if y'all ain't joining, hey, why you down there talking about so much man mental health? If you worry about my man's mental month, Miss K, go ahead and tap that heart up there. And 1 penny, you can join the team. You know, I'll be letting you in my live, say whatever you want to say and stuff. I know you be down there saying anything. Go ahead. I understand you for some months so far. Join the team. That little heart should be near y'all name if y'all part of the team. Nikki, you can go ahead and join. I see you naked over there. Jacob, you can join. I see you got a naked over there too.
No
Who
Diddy.
else? Right, I know. No Diddy, no Diddy. All right, my bad.
Hey, being
Um,
nature.
let's see
That's all
who
I
haven't
got.
joined yet. I'm looking at the names too. Go, Jane.
Girl, her face is
I thought Gemini was on the team. Why the heck he ain't on the team? That's crazy. Hold up. He's supposed to be on the team. Gemini, you ain't on the team. Click the team thing. How the heck how you not on the team? Unless it went away. Who else? Who ain't got a on
What's
their
up,
name?
Gemini?
Yeah, we almost at 15K. We almost at 15K. Well, I thought she was about to get called for nudity. It scared me a little bit. It was too fast. I was like, whoa, what's going on? Just seen it from the top down. Like, whoa. I say not
It
that.
just
Not to
reminded me of
join
a
the team.
meme I saw. It was like when you're using your camera to trim your area down there, and all of a sudden you see thumbs up and heart emojis popping on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Say what?
Yo, Prince, don't even do me like that. What are you? Oh man, let me turn this camera off.
Oh man. Amir join the team. I don't see your heart by your name. Who else? Who haven't joined the team? I'm looking at all y'all names. Miss Nope. Join the team. You shouldn't have commented. I caught you. Join the team. So go up there where y'all see laugh or learn, where y'all see my name at, up there at the top. Y'all gonna see a heart on the side. Just press that heart. The heart should float above my head, and y'all part of the team. You know. The only reason why I'm pushing this so much because I heard it help make my life, it bring my life towards a popular life. Yeah, you feel me? All right, go ahead, Mir. What you got? Dang, this the slowest 15K ever, bro. I think we can take a break at the 15. My goodness, we got 25 people up in here. It said it's your birthday. It's your birthday too. Oh, happy birthday, Nikki. I'm glad you went here. Got to celebrate it. My new friend. All right, 15K. There we go. There we go. Y'all could take a little break. I'm gonna be back on y'all next then. Right after, and maybe about 5 more minutes, y'all can start back up. Then 20K the next go. So, Mirror, why is Men's Mental Month not being taken serious?
Because it's men, for
Hmm?
one.
Okay.
But basically, like everybody else has been saying, men are looked at as expendable or exposable. It's all in what a man provides. It's looked at, like they said, that we don't have feelings. Um, to a lot of women, it's a surprise to even find out that men have feelings, or they don't believe that we have feelings. And then two, you have so many that look at men as the culprit to their victimization. So how could we ever be, victims ourselves if we're the culprits? and they don't see that they could be the culprit. I also suffer from PTSD and severe depression, but unlike Abdullah, I didn't get mine from the wars of Iraq or, well, I think he said Kuwait. I got mine from the wars of relationships. And, you know, it's something that, again, like we say, we didn't have or weren't able to have honest conversations about until TikTok came along, until COVID or whatever. I forgot you got mind for that word, but you know,
Right.
until we were locked in our homes for a while, put it like that. And in those situations, now we were able to speak out because things were exposed. And some of us, our mental health has come from those around us. There's a saying that the right woman can build a man, the wrong woman can destroy a man. And so we're not able to have an honest conversation a lot of times because of who our victims are. Well, no, not who our victims are, but who our victimizers are, the people who victimized us. So, and then again, like we say, everything is looked at making a man weak. I mean, they had a whole list of what made a man sassy. And it's like you're always trying to basically emasculate a man. And it's like with no remorse. I've seen posts where they said, let me find a broken man and destroy him. It's like, for real? So, you know, there's really no concern for us. And then, again, we're seen as evil, but then the other side is seen, you know, we don't want to see the evil side of them. But not recognize that, again, it's not men or women. There are evil people out there. So just because there are evil people out there, men suffer too. I like it.
Hey, you made me think about it. It was a dude that did exactly what you said too, though. This dude trending now, I guess. This dude be saying some crazy stuff. I don't know what his name is. He be making some crazy stuff. Yeah, I do smack women and all this. He be saying some crazy, wild stuff. Oh yeah, that dude, he is crazy though. I thought what you call it was crazy. Charles, what's his name? Not Charles. Charleston White. I thought he was crazy. This other dude, I don't even know his name. I forgot. I gotta look him up again though. This dude been trending for like the past few days. He just be saying some wild stuff. Said peace, y'all. Thanks for letting me speak freely. We disagree. I just noticed you can hit the box. How they let you hit my box? You only got some amount of followers. I'm curious. I want to see what you was about to say. They let you hit the box. But open panel, y'all. What y'all got? So anything y'all agree or disagree on? Let's get the party started.
I was going with I'm sorry. Can I address this with Kay? I was going with Kay on the men's mental health thing, and I know this is open box, but she was basically acknowledging what mental health is, and I know what it is, but you coming at them doesn't provide a solution, does not provide a solution to the problem or anything. You just want to address it and go from there, and like, yeah, they don't acknowledge it.
Tell her if she want to come up right now, she can have my box. I'll sit in the car. I'll sit in the queue and let her come up.
Yeah,
I am curious. I do want to see what.
I'm curious.
Hey, request up if you're trying to come up, then we'll see what y'all talking about.
But that's why I was gonna read the second question to what she said, because if she had read it like I did, I wouldn't be coming like that. Because if you're asking for advice and resources, that's where I'm gonna come from on how to help. And that's why we have to sit back and learn how to analyze stuff before we just respond. I made that mistake earlier today. He was a witness, and I'm a woman to admit. But at the end of the day, yeah, we have to analyze. You know, we don't want to start knocking it off like their mental health is not important and they don't take it serious. They are. Men do have emotions, no matter how hard they try to suppress it. They
There's a
do.
difference. There's a difference between having emotions and taking your mental health seriously. Taking your mental
Your
health,
mental health
because
is your emotions.
right, but to take no, not really.
It's your
That
thoughts and your
you're
emotions.
feeling, you feel, we have our feelings, and then we have our mental health, which is how are we doing? Are our feelings balanced and healthy and all that kind of stuff? And that is not something that I see a lot, because honestly, I don't think a single guy here did it without mentioning women. And I'll be real with you. I have mental health issues myself, but no
I
man
do
came.
too, but I
There
went through
wasn't there
therapy.
wasn't there wasn't a man who came to me and said, "Hey, I can help you with your mental health issues." My
There,
friends did
okay,
that. My friends were like, "You know what, girl, you're a little untilt.
but we're
You need
not
to feel.
talking
We
about
need."
women's mental health. I get what
But
you're
but
saying.
but you get what I'm
I
saying? It
get it.
wasn't.
Yeah, I
It was.
understand. I get it.
Yeah, so that's what I mean by men taking their mental health seriously, because nobody's gonna make you go to therapy. Nobody's gonna force you to go to therapy. Hopefully, you have people around you who care about you, who will tell you when that you're not okay, that you need some help, maybe that you should look into getting some help. And if you don't, then that's a problem.
So let
And
me come
and
from
if you're in a relationship,
we got
that's
open box
different
out.
though. Like, being in a relationship is I I will stand on this until the end of time.
When
There is
when
nothing more attractive than a man who can cry and then hold me
Nah,
down the next day.
nah,
when it
facts.
You
comes
know what
when
I'm
it comes to
saying?
mental health in general, first and foremost, let's keep in mind, and with mental health, first and foremost, it always starts with it always starts as an individual issue, first and foremost. Because the person that is going through the mental health issue or crisis, that's that person specifically. So it's up to that person first and foremost to identify the problem. Now, in my
Right.
personal life, I have gone through 4 or 5 years of therapy just to get over the military issues alone.
Mm.
Now, in other instances, I had older male members in my family. I remember when I first got out the military, I was trying to, just have conversations with my mom and other people in my family. They could not understand what it was I was going through. That hurt because, being a family person, you would think that your family is going to be the most supportive. But if they don't truly understand or can
Mm.
acknowledge what it is you're experiencing or going through, then you have to look for
They're
outside
not gonna be
sources.
here.
So in my
Yep.
case, I had to go to counseling. When I first went to counseling, my first therapist was a black woman, and she did not quite understand what it was I was trying to go through too. In fact, she was making me more defensive to where I didn't want to speak up. So I said, you know what, this is not working. And I almost gave up on the counseling because I'm like, well, if I can't speak to my own kind, who the hell can I speak to? And then that's when I started getting around other veterans who understood the experience and the things I was going through because they went through it as well. So sometimes it's best to find support groups that you can identify with that can better understand your situation. And this led to me going to the right therapist that I needed at the time because they put a mirror to you and they actually help you to solve your own problem. And for us as men, we have to acknowledge this. No one, especially as us as black men, no one in this world is going to give us a safety net or an opportunity to feel vulnerable at no point in time. That's just not the
Mhm.
world we live in. So therefore, it's important for us to have support groups amongst each other and reach out to each other. Like I was trying to say earlier, there were older guys in my neighborhood and older male members in my family that on certain things I was going through, whether it was military or women, just life in general, I could just have a heart to heart conversation like, "Hey, man, I'm going through this right now, man. I just can't figure this out." And having more experience in life than I did, he was able to sit me down and properly address whatever situation we have going on. Now I'm just using myself as an example, but I think that could be more effective for us as men because when we talk amongst each other, we tend to be more comfortable around each other. Now, granted, I don't want to hear your life story and crying all the damn time, but if it's something deep on your heart and your mind, I think if you have a very comfortable person that you I can't think of the word right now, but if you find someone that you're comfortable and that you have a certain amount of respect for to share whatever issues you have, hey, ain't nothing wrong with letting it out. Like if Mira came to me and said, "Hey, Abdullah, man, let me chop it up with you, but chop it up in the inbox," I will listen because of the simple fact, me as a black man, it's important for me to help other black men. And so far as mental health for me, I think that it should be, taken seriously first individually, and then find the proper collective group around you that can better help you along the journey. Because I'm blessed to say that at 40 years old, and of all I went through, I'm still standing, I'm still going strong. And I'm gonna land
Amen.
my plane right there, man.
So
Thousand,
as
Yeah.
somebody,
a thousand
all right,
percent.
so I want to say this, right? So as someone who has been in the mental health field, what they want to call it behavioral health now, um, for 10 plus years,
Got you, Mr. Prince.
I've never seen so many black men actually, they don't want to talk to black women psychologists. They don't want to talk to white women psychiatrists at all. When I say at all, I don't know what it is about us, especially um the the women who, especially the psychologists that's going through a divorce. It's something about that. Like, there's no black man that ever want to talk to a black woman. I've had people say, "Hey, Miss S, um, is it any men by chance?" And then I always say, like, "Hey, they're very booked." But what I want to say, Princess, um, I heard you twice talk, right? So the problem that men are having is when they when they do be vulnerable with women, you have women, and I'm hoping you are not one of those women that will throw that shit right back in their face.
Uh, no, that's if we're talking about men in general, that's one thing. Talking about my relationships and how I conduct my relationships is a totally different conversation. And I think I said that there to me, because I dated a vet who was newly back home, and he he was one of the strongest people I've ever met, someone I admired tremendously, who inspired me. And I will tell you, yes, I heard him cry. Yes, it was not, because I believe that human beings have all the emotions, and if you're not able to express all the emotions, then I'm not going to want to be with you.
Yeah, I get where you coming from. I get everything you coming from, Princess. I'm a woman who's been abused as well, mentally and physically. And when it comes to men, I just want to say this: when it comes to the mental health, yeah, based on the conditioned society we live in, and you got to take it back. A lot of men were raised not to reveal their emotions, which is why we have these issues of today. Um, it was shown as being weakness. Even in my household, boys, all the way up into their manhood, didn't want to reveal their emotions because they didn't want to be seen as weakness. So when you suppress something for that length of time and you become good at it, you now kind of get the mindset of avoiding, not having that emotional intelligence when you enter into a relationship, because a lot of it starts from childhood. um when you enter in that relationship, depending on how it goes or anything like that, that man could be not emotional intelligent enough to understand what's going on. I'm not saying he don't have emotions, but they are very good at suppressing it. It's because that's how they were conditioned.
Yeah, if we're talking about
Hey, really quick, I've been waiting for a minute.
the most
Hold
irritating
up,
ex I
Princess.
had.
Hold
Hang
up,
on real
Penny,
No,
because
quick.
y'all
Prince,
keep
let
going
me
back.
talk.
Good, Prince.
I've been waiting for a minute. I want to get this out, and then you guys can keep going. because it just this is what you guys are dancing around, in my opinion. What we have seen is that there's like been a total destruction of men's only spaces. And what I mean by that is men's only leagues and men's only sports. And then there's also been a hypersexualization of any male to male friendship in the public eye because of what we're seeing in our media and everything like that. That if you have a best friend that you work out with, you see that hypersexualized everywhere. There's a stigma that's been created around males bonding in a physical realm. And what you guys are all talking about is therapy. Well, there's tons of studies that have been done that talk about how verbal communication via therapy is very beneficial for women. And this is very cataloged, and there's a lot of information that supports this because of the nature of how women analyze and cope with their stresses. And then you take groups of men and you put them in that same type of therapeutic environment, the results aren't the same for success as you get with women. But then you take a counter group of men and you put them into a physical program where they're constantly competing and working together as a team against other teams, and they're able to spend quality physical time together, getting out physical energy that's brought on by our testosterone. That is something that men have to learn how to deal with every single day. That's why we see a lot of men prone to violence, is that we've eliminated these men's only spaces that prove to be very therapeutic for the male psyche. Now, I'm not opposed to men going to therapy. I've done therapy to help me learn how to manage my anger and my tendency to have outbursts. I had to talk to a female therapist. I spent 6 months with her working on myself on how to deal with my tendency to snap at people and to slow down and listen. So I fully recommend that that therapy has its purpose. But in a general sense, just for men generally speaking, there's no more safe spaces that are where men can just bond and be friends and work things out physically and have our sidebar conversations that may not be fruitful for women but are fruitful for men in the way that we communicate. We don't need to have an hour-long conversation to express a huge or something difficult that we're going through with our friend. It can be a 3-minute conversation where we've said maybe 45 words to each other, and we've expressed what we needed to. We've gotten the affirmation and motivation we needed to from our friend, and it's gone. So like, it's just, I love the things that you women are saying, and it makes a lot of sense. There are people that helps, but in a general sense, men just need an outlet that is not critiqued and not monitored and not hypersexualized in media, where we can bond with other men.
And
I agree.
that is I 100%. And sometimes you guys have to look at creating that situation for yourselves intentionally, where
What
you
what Miss
and some. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I was about to say what Mr. Prince said is probably the best answer to number two, to the second question on the screen. This is why barbershops for most men have always been beneficial for us. Because when we use it, like even to this day, like if I go back home to Chicago and go to my old barbershop, I'll probably be in there about 2-3 hours, and we talking about everything as men.
Yeah.
Because that's a safe space for us to address what's going on. I remember a few days ago, my current girlfriend, her son needed a haircut. I said, "Don't worry about it. I'll take him." Go to the barber shop. Me, my barber, he about 10 years younger than me. We chopping it up. He going through some things with his baby mama. After he cut my hair, he felt so much better about that conversation. I didn't even have to ask him much. We just chopping it up. He let it be known what was going on. I listened. Once I listened, I gave him my 2 cents. He related to it, and he felt better at the end of that conversation. That conversation lasted maybe 30 minutes tops. So it goes back to what Mr. Prince said. As men, we tend to gravitate to things much more differently and much more quickly, which is why sports also has always been therapeutic for men, especially growing up where you competing against each other. That's why guys have longer friendships than women, because we're able to verbalize and come together more so often from a personal standpoint than some women are. So
Well,
say that,
it's
huh?
also it's
That's true.
also it's also because you a lot of times your friendships not not now some of you have like your day ones, but in general across the board men's friendships don't tend to be as deep, which is
No, I can't. I
which is
disagree with
why
that.
I
you
would
guys
I
might be
argue
disagree
friends
with
that
with
that.
there.
guys who are not good guys, who
I
are
disagree
not
with
good
that.
guys, but he's your golfing, your activity, whatever activity is that you guys do together. Whereas with women,
See,
we tend
That
to
that's
get
that's that's
Princess,
not
into
that's the
totally
it
true. Hold on,
problem.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
with
y'all.
each
Hold on, hold
other.
on. I got so many day ones back in Chicago that my friendships have lasted about 25, 30 years. When I was in the military, they looked up to me and they was selling dope on the streets. None of them guys are selling dope anymore because the deeper part of our friendship was I used to tell them, hey bro, you need to stop doing that before you get yourself or somebody in your family hurt, harmed, or pum pum. If it wasn't so personal for me, I wouldn't have told him anything. I'd have just been like, okay, he just somebody I see on the block when I come home.
I'm
So
just
I
gonna.
don't agree with that aspect at all. That men's friendship isn't as deep. It is. It's just our version of a deeper bond is way much more differently than women. That's it.
Yeah, I'm
And
just gonna
Right,
say it
right.
like this really
another
quick, and I
thing
think a lot of the
is,
guys on the panel they'll know what I mean. I have like plenty of like 10 a.m. guy friends that I could call, but I also got a handful of 3 a.m. guys that I can call, and those are my deepest friends that I've known going on 30 years. And what I mean, if you understand what I mean by a 3 a.m. friend, you understand. Like, that is someone who is really, really fucking down. And it's like, I see them,
I
I
have.
see those people 2 or 3 times a month. We chit chat for 45 minutes, catch up, our kids see each other, and we bounce. Um, but it's like,
Everybody has.
those are the deepest friendships I've ever had. Like, nobody knows me better than they do because they've experienced my whole freaking life with me, and vice versa. We went
And
from
So
I
I'm
think
gonna
kids
say this.
to having
everyone
kids
has
our
those
age when we met.
people in their like one or two. You got one or two in your life, you're doing great. If you have
Princess,
one or two in your life.
princess,
But
let,
huh.
wait, okay, so let me say this, right? You saying that women have deeper friendships, I digress, right? Um, Women are very catty. I'm not sure if you realize that being a woman, but women are very catty, and then you have women that like to compare with each other. So
You
you,
have yeah, there are
okay,
women who do
can
that. I'm
can
just
I
It's
finish?
a lot
Can
of
I
please go
finish?
women
ahead.
that do
Please go
Can
that.
I
ahead.
finish?
That's
Can I
studied.
Yeah,
finish?
absolutely.
I have yet to see a man's friendship where, like how you want to talk over me, where you hear men talk over men, right? They have that thing called a listening ear. Women don't want to listen. Women like to try to talk over another woman to get their point across because they disagree, but they don't know how to agree to disagree. They just want their point to be said, and that's it. Like how you just did, like how you have been doing every time a man spoke, every time a woman spoke. So you are the prime example of that woman.
Okay. That's one way of thinking about it. The other way is that every time I've opened my mouth, someone else has been in it. So I mean,
Whoa,
the
What?
the first
whoa
yes.
there.
And somebody else been in it?
Friday,
Oh, okay.
Friday
Hold on,
What?
Doc.
vibes.
See,
I'm gonna say right now that I
So
have
I
never
thought
been
that
in
we
her
were just
mouth.
having like the conversation back and forth,
I
That's
and
why
second
Men's
that.
Mental
I
Month
Just
going
clearing the air
crazy.
right
That's
agree.
now
what
for screen
open box
recordings.
is.
We
It
might have
means
talked
back
about her
and
mental.
forth.
Now I got all them people in her
It
mouth.
means back and forth because she said people been in her mouth. Is
Oh
it that
wow,
means an open box where we
I
go
am
back
not
and
one of
forth?
those people who have been in her mouth. She does
Well,
not have mirrors. She does not
wow.
have mirrors in her mouth.
Let's go ahead and have a Princess Mental Month now, 'cause she gonna need it after that.
I
Oh
do.
my.
I want to agree with her when it comes to her saying women are catty. Oh my God, my best relationships have been with men, friendships. I ain't never argued with male friend. They ain't never talked behind my back or did none of that. But I do have good relationships with females as well. But I'm just say women are very catty because of that jealousy and ego type of personality. Just like some men can have egos, women can too.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just that women are more cunning when it comes to hurting a man's ego. We hit below the belt and hit deep. Um, and and you can look this up and research it, and this is based off of numbers because I'm a data girl. Yeah, women could be very catty and hit below the belt more deeper than a man can. But my whole thing is when it comes to friendship and men building their relationships with one another or whatnot, my best relationship has been with a man. And if that's a way for them to find support, and I still recommend professional support when it comes to healing, so you can get through that. And healing, everybody heals at different paces, and some people don't heal. But you know, if it's resources out there to find and help you through the process of trauma or anything like that, utilize it. And another thing is, if you have a man and you're a woman, be that woman to help him through his issues. So he can, and that's vice versa. You know what I'm saying? But we're speaking about men. Yeah, be that woman to help him through his issues. Sit down and talk. Sometimes everything don't need a response. It needs to be vented so he can release that energy. Release it. Listen to him. Try to understand and go from there. If you are that woman where you are there with your man and you want to sit there and he's had a long day, man, just sit him down and be like, babe, go ahead and tell me what's on your mind. Let me hear it. Pour it all out. Because
Go
ain't
ahead,
you
John.
for that?
Oh.
What we talking about again? He throw me off. Sound like somebody in somebody's mouth again. I'm like, what is she talking about?
I didn't say that.
Pour it out, let it out. Let this. I'm like, what? Friday vibes again.
No,
Let's keep it PG in here. It's like that.
it's all PG.
I know I'm talking, John. I'm like, hold up, it just sounded worse,
I didn't
juicy
say
and juice.
anything,
Hey,
Just
calm
let it
down.
out,
Hey.
pour it out, let it run.
No, I didn't say
Talk like
anything.
that.
Y'all
You
mean
can't talk like that. Put your mind on the floor.
Wow, Freaky Friday today. What is
Sound like
going
Kes want to
on?
be in
that's why it's
somebody's
my
First
mouth.
people all
birthday.
up
I
in
ain't
her
even
mouth,
mad. It's
right?
Friday.
Sound
Hey.
And
like
she
Kes want to be in somebody's mouth, but I'm
and
gonna
I
mute.
never said nothing. I ain't part of this.
Me
I'm
too.
innocent.
He want to be in somebody's
I'm
mouth
an
right now.
abstinent man. I ain't. I'm like, hey.
Reflect
Somebody, we know
yourself.
what you want. We know what you
Hey,
want.
family, I got to get going. I greatly appreciate the conversation and thanks for
For
letting me
sure.
come aboard, man.
For sure, man. For
100.
sure. Appreciate you, brother.
All right,
No
Abdullah.
doubt,
Catch you later,
anytime.
brother.
Yes, sir.
Hearts to
You
you,
All
know
right,
where to
brother.
family.
find me.
Yeah,
Fidel
already.
Ty, see you down there, brother.
Okay. Oh, there's toxic tie. So, I just want to say respectfully, women, they ain't talking about our asses, okay? They're not worried about us. This ain't about us, okay? I just want to bring it back to reality. Our friendships and shit don't matter. We had Shanquilla Robinson, okay? And that's how we treat women. However, it ain't about us. So what I heard you say, Mr. Print, was that the blurred lines when it comes down to sports and things of that nature and not really wanting the therapeutic setting that belongs to us as women, because now I'm seeing like they're expanding on us, right? But they are blurring the lines with things that make you guys comfortable and what you feel like is therapeutic to you as men, right? That's if Mr. P is there. Or any other men can answer on the panel. Is that where like
Peter,
is the
what's the
Yeah,
line
question?
that's pretty much
more
what
blurred?
he was saying. That's
Do
pretty
y'all
much.
feel the same way? Like y'all don't have that connection. Like everything is now drowned out, and it has to be an inclusion of versus things just exclusively belonging to you. Now it's like things have to be an inclusive setting for men and women now. So now y'all don't have sports. Y'all don't have, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can't even have y'all conversations with other men. Y'all can't consider like gaming to be therapeutic. It's like it's being drowned out and it's having like all these different titles to it. that makes it no longer therapeutic, right?
Nah, I think it's the opposite. I think we have our spaces. It's just the simple fact that some women found this thing called adulting, and they took it as independence. And oh my gosh, I pay my own bills. I got a master's degree. I got a PhD. Oh my, it's like a kid figuring out they got two legs, you know. And it's like, okay, you're adulting, and instead of thriving, instead of going from check to check, you went to school, you did your due diligence, you started an LLC. Now you're thriving. You're not the average person. I'm proud of you for doing that. But people been doing this for years. But if a man says these things and come up here and says he's done this, and that, they're gonna be like, you're supposed to do that. I think that's the difference. Like, you want to get 8 plate trophies for being an adult, and I don't understand it. So it's not like it's no safe place. It's just like you want hands, claps, and cap and gowns for what you do. But when a man said he do the same thing, all you say, oh, you're supposed to. You're not supposed to cry. You're supposed to be a robot, do this, do that. And, out there, you're supposed to be the biggest, baddest gangster. But when you come through that door, you're supposed to be a teddy bear for me because I'm that beautiful.
Right, but respectfully, Draco, F us, right? I just want to hear from you guys concerning, like, because Mr. P was saying what feels therapeutic for men that we never understood. 'Cause I did not know, even though I know that, sports exist. I love sports. However, I used to watch sports in a separate room because I know how important it was for the men in my house to watch sports. Whatever it is that they want to do in that room, drink beer, whatever it is, that's their connection, right? But I didn't know that it was a therapeutic thing. You know what I'm saying? Based on testosterone, he had a good way of explaining. But that's what we're here to listen to.
Okay, for me, I can't speak for everybody, but therapeutic for me, you sitting up here, you chilling. It's not about the smacks all the time. It's just chilling, watching TV. She make you
Without us.
you lay on some thick thighs. You get fed like a king. Some grapes or whatever. Y'all have a pillow fight. Y'all crack on each other with some jokes. You'll be like, damn, you a big ass forehead lady, but you my baby. Shit like that. Just normal shit. Like, that's just what people do. They be like, I don't like your mama, but it's okay. She's still ugly, but the only thing that came good from that woman is you. Shit like that. Once y'all get comfortable with stuff like that, that's therapeutic. It don't need to be no sit on the couch, tell me your whole, like why. I mean, we did that in the beginning stages. I know who you are and what made you the woman you are. But otherwise than that, you feel me? Just be you. I'm not gonna tell you to change. If I met you at the club, I expect you to still work the pole. You feel me? It's shit like that. But if I met you at the bookstore, I expect you to be who I met you as. I just want you to be yourself, and I'm not gonna ever try to change you. Just be you, and then I'll either accept it or I don't. Give me the option of leaving or staying. Don't lie to me. I won't judge you. Just don't lie to me. That's about it. It's about quality time and shit like that. I don't know how else to explain it. It's not that deep. It's not a major request.
Draco, so what is your mental health plan that does not include women?
My mental health plan is saying, listen, you think the way you think, and I could give 2 fucks about it so long as I'm getting what I need to get. Point blank, period.
So, I mean, like,
I can't control how you think. I'm not going to try to convince you. You're going to do what you want to do. You're a grown-ass person. You pay your own taxes. We having a conversation just to have the conversation. But at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what you think or anybody else, respectfully. I mean, that's just the mental health plan. It's like, if you care too much about what other people think, I mean, that's taking up too much space in your brain. It's other shit you could be doing.
Right. So, like, do you have, like, the guys that you spend time with and you talk to and that kind of thing? Because what I hear you saying a lot is about what you need in needing a woman for that. And so, the question that girl is asking was about, like, male spaces.
I could play Madden. I could go to the gym. Go to the gym, go play Madden, go figure out how to make some money, like hustle the legal way, whether it's a small LLC that may grow into something. Keep yourself busy with positive things. I don't really need that. And when I interact with people, the people who I talk to, they know who they are. I don't put nobody out there. It's just, what's understood don't need to be explained. So when I talk to people in real life, they understand where I'm coming from, and it is what it is. You feel me? So by myself, get on TikTok just to waste time. But after I log off this shit, I learn, and I'm just like, okay, cool. But I take it with a grain of salt, And the people I did meet on this app, I'm grateful for. But otherwise than that, like, I mean, yeah, sometimes I get heated because the way I see TikTok is, would you say this in real life? I don't see it as a panel. I see it as like we face to face and you talking crazy. So I take it as that. But otherwise, by myself is go to the gym, go play video games, go pick up an extra shift at the job, do something. But the moment I
Hey,
feel like you're
Draco.
disturbing my peace, it's a wrap. I'll leave you where
Draco.
you're at. Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry to interrupt you, but you said you a
I
gamer.
got you, Ty.
And I'm a gamer too. What game system do you have?
I don't know nothing about no game. Chill.
Man, I'm a PlayStation baby
Hey, what?
all day.
Wait a minute. Don't go there.
PlayStation
You a what?
baby, Mortal Kombat cartridge blow into it so it could fix back PlayStation baby, Nintendo 64.
Nintendo 64. I
I'm
played
trying to
this.
tell you.
So what? And you a Mortal Kombat player? Okay. Which one? You got the latest one that just dropped?
Honestly, I don't have it. I'm trying to get that God of War.
Neither one of y'all better say y'all got that. Y'all not gonna like me
Oh, my
even more.
son got it, but you ain't gonna be able to beat him. I'm gonna tell you that now.
It's okay.
I actually play that junk
I don't even have
competitive
time.
online though.
He
I
do
literally
too.
got 3
He
hours of
very
sleep before I do a
competitive, and I
16-hour
can't
shift,
beat
so I don't even have time these days, to be honest with you.
Right, Ty know the deal. I told him what I do with my Jackson stuff. He don't know nothing about that. Chill, Ty. Chill, Ty. This the first time he gonna block me out his live after I tear him up. So man,
There ain't no mercy
that's
rule.
what's gonna take it. He ain't going to see me no more. Cause I really play that. I'll play the streamers. I've been playing streamers and all type of stuff. Though. I've been playing that. I got some friends that be making.
You might as well get on what's that thing called Twitch, and they got kicked.
Yeah,
them
pay
subs,
me on
you get a
Twitch.
check off them subs.
Yeah, I be playing Tekken too.
I'm sorry. I told
Hey
you
y'all,
derailed the conversation
I'm
on what we
Phoenix.
was talking about.
I just wanted to know where y'all was in the conversation. I heard anime and stuff. I don't know nothing about that. I just got requested
Oh yeah, I
up.
watch anime too. That's my decompression.
Yeah.
Video
I
games.
only watched Hunter
anime.
x Hunter, and I didn't like it like
Yeah,
that.
that was my y'all talking that stuff. But yeah, that was one of my favorite ones. Was that?
Naruto. And
Nah, you
I
see,
didn't get that
You
yet.
say you watch all
beginner
of it.
level. If you every time somebody say they watch anime and they say Dragon Ball Z and Naruto, you beginner level. You don't
Okay,
really.
I'm beginner level. And I said Hunter x Hunter, and it was good for
Yeah,
me.
that was
but
my favorite one. I ain't gonna lie.
I can't get through it.
I was big into.
You said you couldn't get through it.
No, I couldn't.
But
No, you gotta watch near the end. Like the beginning was weak though, but near the last few seasons, that was good.
I don't know.
Yeah, watch the few. Don't look at the beginning. The beginning is kind of slow though, but yeah, later down the line, boy, you gonna like it. That's like the best one.
But did y'all miss that comment about what Draco was saying?
What?
The comment said that what it say?
If you watch anime and you say Naruto or Dragon Ball Z, you don't watch anime for real. That's just like someone. That's just like me actually. Hey, you watch sports?
Okay,
You're like,
here
yeah,
it
I
is.
love Tom Brady.
His mental health plan is about degrading and blaming
Don't do
women.
that. I actually watch sports for real, but
What? Degrading and say it again.
Degrading and blaming
the
women.
storyline just takes so long to build up.
Who said that?
Jiggy.
Degrading and blaming women. What you talking about?
I didn't hear that, but that's what she said. You said.
When I said what?
Yo, so Kev, I wanted to say something real quick.
There you go, Ty. You got it in there because I was like, "Damn, how I'm gonna get them?" There you go, Ty.
So because I say if I'm with my lady.
Wait, Draco, 1 second.
Hold on real quick, Draco. 1 second, real quick.
I'm gonna be real swift with this. I'm sorry about that. So yeah, I came in, brother. Blessings, everybody. Tyson here. So I came in here because of the because of what I've just heard recently, right? Because some women don't know how to treat or exactly what a man is saying, right? What I noticed, especially watching a few videos for some time now, I've noticed that there are some women that can probably spend some money on you and stuff like that, wine and dine you, but they can't really feed your character. You know what I mean? They can't feed who you are, right? They're thinking that all I got to do is just buy him this or do this or be loyal, and I'm the best woman in the world, right? No, ladies. It's not. It's bigger than that. Just buying that man that stuff and stuff like that is not going to make him feel like you love him. You have to go down to the nitty gritty. I heard a woman yesterday was talking about how she interacts with her son. I think you were on there, Kev, how she said that she plays games with him, right? that she takes some time, whatever, in her day and play some games with him, or sit down, watch TV with him, or interact with him when he's playing sports or any of that stuff. That's the stuff we're talking about. We're talking about all those things that are intangibles that you actually have to put in serious work for and effort to. And there's a lot of women that won't do it, Kev. They're thinking that just because it's baseline, or I'm just going to buy him this, he's going to love me. I was going to buy him this, and then at the same time, he's going to continue to hunt for me, or to treat me like I'm a new woman that he just pretty much meeting. He has to continuously vet me, and he has to continuously, keep me interested.
Or I'm gonna give him this box.
Exactly, while I just give him this box. That's insufficient funds, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies, box is not enough anymore. Being pretty is not enough anymore.
Oh,
you're gonna have to be better for these men with character. That's all I wanted to say.
yeah. Let me say this too, because I keep seeing everybody say that. So y'all gotta realize, I don't know, y'all gotta realize that a woman is going to get spoken up. That's part of men's mental month. You think that's not the only thing that's happening with men? That play a big part. So I don't know why everybody keep getting tricked. Why y'all talking about women and all stuff? That is part of the mental month. It'd be the opposite. Like, we mess with each other, right? It's not only men tearing men up, or it plays a major part. That's why even one of my questions down there, who take heartbreak, I'm pretty sure there's many different heartbreaks. We're not going to not mention another woman. We can just people just don't like.
Kev, I'll answer that, Kev. I'll answer that, Kev, because this is the thing, right? And I don't even know who this person is in the comment section, but you can tell by their responses exactly how they feel about this conversation. I just mentioned, right, what makes men feel happy, what makes men feel at peace, what exactly, or when it comes to these, or even when it comes to relationships, that this is exactly what a man requires, and this is what some men would want, right? Not all, because I don't know all men. But I would say, this is what I was saying, right? And then you have the nerve to come up in the comment section and say, well, we are talking about men's mental health, how we keep going back to women. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, even if you want to talk about all women or all men at one specific time, as a whole, we need each other. Y'all probably don't get it. Y'all don't care, whatever. Y'all disagree, whatever. We need each other. I, as a man, learned from women. I've learned from men. And there are so many women out there that have learned from men and learned from women. So this conversation in the comment section is so arbitrary. You guys need to expand your mind. It's always going to maybe rear off a tiny bit to the opposite sex because you guys have created us. We came from you. So stop that nonsense.
And I just want to say, though, like, when it comes to my mental health issues are my problem. They are the things that I have to understand, learn how to manage myself, and it is not the responsibility of my partner. That's on me. Now, they can be supportive, but it is not their job to make me mentally healthy, or to
Hey, you know what? I want you to answer this.
support my mental health. They can be supportive of me in that work. What's up?
Boy, you was about to get muted. You got louder when I try to get in. But let me say this, dog, because I think you just proved my point on numbers. I'm gonna get you to answer this first. Then I'm gonna just skip one just because you just proved my other point. This is actually the first one, right? Yeah. Are men able to express themselves? Because this was been happening. I stayed quiet too, just to see. Are men able to express themselves, which it can happen many different ways. Sometimes we might have to hear women. Sometimes we might have to hear mama. We might have to hear the job. We might hear it's many things that plays a part in men's mental month. Are men able to express themselves and get support from women without them centering their selves?
Excuse me, can I please go first on this topic real quick?
Yeah, I'm for sure, but
I have a quick question before you even start. With that question, I really just want some clarity. Can you give me an example of women centering themselves?
What she just did. Because she said, I handle my problems with this. I know my stuff get proven all the time.
I'm so serious. I really want to know, could you give me a personal example of when women don't censor themselves? I'm not going to lie, it was a bit long-winded. I didn't hear all of it.
You didn't hear what she just did?
No, she brought up her mental health, and I actually was engaged, but I did lose track of his
He,
question originally. Can you
yeah,
please give me a quick example about when women center themselves around men's mental health issues, just so I can get an example? Because I really, like, I know I'm probably sounding,
So basically,
immature, but I swear to God, I don't know what you mean. I
I
really
got
want to
you.
know
I
what you
got
mean.
you. So basically, for example, we can say something, right? Because like I said, we're gonna mention each other. Even if you in a woman's mental health thing, they're gonna mention a man because there's damage been happening on both ends, of course. So of course we're gonna say something. But the thing is, it's a support thing, right? So if we are looking for support from women, we want to be able to express ourselves, just men in general. They want to express themselves, say what they got to say, even if, like, just like I know some people was probably saying, oh, women this and all that stuff, but we know the stuff ain't true. But it's just how they feel. I mean, men is going through a lot of stuff or whatever. I'm not saying it's right, but let them at least express it. You know what I'm saying? So he express it right, but without, because this done happened like 3 times already today, right? And without it going back to them, well, I handle it this way, and I should do this, and so we're trying to say, can we be able to get support from the opposite sex without them centering themselves? Well, it wouldn't happen like that if you didn't do this with me, you know what I'm saying, or what? So that's what I'm getting to about that.
okay,
Kev, I
Kev.
got
But
it. I
I
got it. I got it.
responded.
Wait, Kev,
Hold
I
up,
real
hold
quick,
up, hold up. Let me
Ty.
jump in right
Ty,
quick. Let me jump in
real
right
quick,
quick.
can
Hold
I?
up, hold up.
real quick, right? Because
Hold up, Ty.
I
Let me
I'm
say
gonna
this real
I'm gonna
quick.
start
Real
hitting
quick.
that
because
mute
brother,
button if we
Princess.
can't
Wait,
respect
I'm
the
gonna say
mods,
one
like
last
straight
thing,
up.
right? Princess, because Princess said something earlier, right? And as I said, I emphatically disagree with this because she was just saying that oh, like you didn't have you don't have to mention it, like why, like women shouldn't have that bearing over men. It should be only strictly men. But that's the thing, Kev, right? Even though we want to say, hey, peace and happiness does come from within, we're not going to deny, ladies and gentlemen, if you are going to be with somebody for the rest of your days, married or committed for a long time, you're going to have some sort of control on that person's mind, right? You're going to have some sort of effect on that person's mind. So saying that, oh, you only got to be the one that with a clear headed, it's asinine. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to human beings, even my kids have an effect on my brain. This person on at work, even unfortunately, I don't want them to. They're going to impact my brain. You guys be talking, I swear. So all I got to say, and I'm going to end up on this. At the end of the day, if you bring him pain, issues, problems, traumas, and all that stuff, it's going to affect his peace. And if he loves you regardless, he's going to do whatever he can to support you and stuff while you are doing that to him, while you're doing that in return to him. We're speaking to you as men, and you choose not to listen to us. But as I said, men's mental health doesn't mean nothing because you're not even taking anything what I said. I'm sure these other people do, but yeah. Thank you.
So
And
I
Hold
totally
up,
get.
I
Can
just
I say
hold
just
up,
something
hold
want
up,
to
hold up, hold
Princess?
up. My thing
I ain't
is
talking
like
yet.
what I'm hearing is this. So if I have a trauma from flying in planes, then I shouldn't talk about flying in planes, or I shouldn't talk about planes because it's my trauma. It happened to me. I have to deal with it. I shouldn't talk about planes. Is that what you're telling me?
that is not at all what
Oh
I'm
no, no,
saying.
no! I believe all men
Wait,
should be able
hold up, hold up, DB.
to verbalize
Just
their pain. But
just a
when women
sec.
do
Just
it
a
and say niggas ain't da 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 da, then we get backlash because it's not all men. It's not all men, but baby, you can address
Can I speak, ladies?
every single grievance you have with women. But
Thought he was
please keep the
talking to
Because
me.
we
same
gonna go in a circle right here.
respect.
We gonna go in a circle. So, like I've been doing a whole lot of research on the healing process, right? And I get what everybody is saying, right? So when a person is coming to you, let's say, telling you about their feelings, and you provide a response saying, "Yeah, I think you should do this, but this is what I did, and this and that," it's not about you. It's about that person because they came to you addressing you of their issues. So that's a number one issue that when it comes to mental health, because you supposed to be that outlet, right? If your man coming to you to express his feelings, don't make it about you. Just listen. That's what they're saying. So, and I got the first whip of this when my son came to me, and he was stressed in his relationship, and he was telling me what was going on, And I said, man, that's, you should do this. And then I went on, well, this is what I did. And he got upset, yelled at me, said, this is not about you, and stormed off.
Mm.
And that's when I learned firsthand that, dang, yeah, I need to reevaluate this situation. So it goes for both parties, but we talking about men right now. So just sit back, listen, and understand where they're coming from. So when they coming to you and expressing your feelings, they talking about them at that point in time, not what you did. How you handle the situation don't mean it's how they're gonna act. So
No.
don't be like, hey, I did this and I did, because it's not about you.
Mirror, I'm not saying at all that you
You go
shouldn't
ahead after
talk,
Brittany. You can talk after her.
that you shouldn't talk to your partner about what's going on with what you're struggling with. I'm just saying that it's not their responsibility. Your mental health is your responsibility, just like mine is mine. And we
Of
might
course.
come together and and I could be supportive of you. And I think like there are women who have not done their work, who are not able to be there for men in their vulnerability. But I still say like women are not the issue when it comes to men's mental health. I'm not saying that we're not the victimizers. I'm just saying like as far as when it comes to solving the problem, that it starts with you guys learning how to like establish the kinds of supportive relationships with each other that help you guys heal.
Mm. Oh, go ahead, Brittany.
Hey, so I hear both sides. So as a wife, I'm married, and yes, you provide, sorry y'all, you provide a safe space for your husband to come to you and tell you what he's going through, because if you don't, he will never tell you anything, right? It should be a free, non-judgmental zone. But to this young lady's point, the young lady just spoke before me, if my husband comes with me to something, I can listen and I can be there and I can be a support, because yes, like the young lady before that said, we're not there to fix your problems. But your mental health doesn't stop with just expressing yourself. That's the first part, right? Figuring out what's wrong, having that safe space. And no, every woman is not safe to express yourself. You have to, just like all your friends are not safe to express yourself. So I would tell men, just like anybody, you have to be very careful who you're vulnerable with, right? And most men know that. But when you do have the right woman, you can express yourself, but it's going to be few and far in between, right? Because sometimes people's mothers aren't even that safe space for them as men. But I will say, to her point, after you express yourself and you find that safe person, she might not have the tools. She can listen, she can be there, she can support you, but she might not have the tools to say, hey, maybe it's the gym that you need to do. Hey, maybe it's your friends, maybe it's the alcohol, maybe it's, I think that's what she was referring to, is after you found that safe space within your woman or within your significant other, there has to be a step after that where you take hold, because y'all need therapy. You need supportive circles, and all men's circles are not supportive, unfortunately. There's not a safe space. When I hear men talk to each other outside of this app, it's crazy sometimes. Outside of my husband's social circle, they call each other B words. They don't have a safe space within their friends. No, for real, y'all talk crazy to each
Yeah,
other.
we do. I ain't gonna lie, we do.
Crazy to each other and disrespect, ugly. Y'all, if a dude come up to you about his issues, I hear them calling him the B word and laughing at each other. And so
That's
I feel
true.
like, to
But
her point,
that's also how we're able to be honest with each other.
right, but it's not healthy though. A lot of those conversations aren't helpful and healthy from what I hear as a woman. Because when we come to each other as women, and I'm not trying to center myself, I'm just making the parallel here. When we come to each other as women, we get the, oh girl, it's gonna be okay, even when we shouldn't, right? Sometimes y'all dig each other to a hole. So to my point, I'm gonna just wrap it up, is no, you cannot be vulnerable with every woman. Unfortunately, every woman is not a safe space. When you do find that woman that's a safe space, treat her right so that she can continue to be a safe space for you, right? Because that's a two-way street. But it doesn't stop with her. You have to seek the help. She can only listen. And just to that young lady's point, just like her son didn't want her to solve her problem, y'all don't want us to solve y'all's problems. So you have to solve it on your own with a therapist or a coach or something, because there's only so much we can do for you as women. And that was her point.
Hey,
I was about to
Brittany,
say
really
this too,
quick
though.
question before. Wait,
Hold
I'm
up, real
sorry.
quick.
Really
Hold
quick.
up, hold up,
Do
hold
you
up.
I
cover
gotta
your
recorrect.
husband's primary
I
Hold up,
care,
yeah.
fiance?
I wasn't
Okay.
there to
Uh,
solve his
all
issue.
right,
Hold
bro.
on, let me re-correct her.
Hold
I
on, real
wasn't
quick.
there
I don't know
to
if y'all can
solve
hear
his
me.
issue or anything.
Yeah, y'all don't hear me. I don't know, whatever. But I guess they gotta learn.
I was
So I was
trying to
about to
mute
say
him.
this. I was about to say this. Nah, because I ain't about to keep on. But all I was about to say is that with that, I like how you said that though, and I'm like that with sometimes with my friends too. But I think with men a little bit, because we got tough love, right? You already know. But it's when that time come when we need to talk to each other. I think that's like one of the purest or the most deepest talks you can have, because we know how to like kind of switch it up. You know what I'm saying? When we have to talk to them, they got our back. I mean, especially if it's a dude, a friend, because I got two friends that's like that, and I could just if I need to express myself. Well, one of them I don't know, and no, he needed a little bit, but the other one I could say anything to him since I knew him since high school or whatever, and we talk junk. We call each other out our name, all type of silly stuff, just like that, because that's how dudes act. But we know when the time to, be healthy. We can I can express myself. I can tell them, what to do, what happened and all that. But, so it just depends. And then what I'm getting to about this topic though, is for the people that's claiming that they want to support the man, right? I know that, we saying it's the job, it's everybody's job to heal their own self. I'm aware of that one already. But what I'm saying is that they say that they want to support, but as soon as you say something, just like happened a few times today already, you say something, you have a man try to express himself, they quick to take, and I think women do that to each other too, because I think some of them I think I think they think their feelings is more important than the next too. I just noticed that something a little bit about that. I noticed that though, like I know that I can only take. That's why they say they so empathetic though. Whatever. That's a whole different thing. But I noticed that, like, even with that, right? When you do say something, you tell a man, "I support this. I want you to express yourself," and then they get offended for them expressing themselves. You know what I'm saying? So that's when I'm getting to it. And they make it about themselves again after this dude try to express his situation. So, like, literally, this just happened earlier. Even though I don't think my man said, "Oh," but he was telling his experience. You know what I'm saying? And she like, you shouldn't do that because I'm not a woman that's not like that. And I'm like, bro, if you're not a woman that's like that, then why are you even why why are you doing it? Like you ain't gotta prove nothing. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I'm getting to about that. But I like I said, I do get what Princess is saying too. I think I must have just took it out of context because she been saying all type of stuff all today. So it's the first time I can agree with her on one thing. That's the reason why I couldn't catch her on that one, because she was saying all type of wild stuff today to me in my book. But yeah.
That was wild.
But yeah. Y'all can request back up. I just wanted to talk though. I just shouldn't have to try to reach my voice as the freaking host. That's junk crazy. I don't like doing that junk.
And I do that often, Kevin.
But,
you know that.
No, no, you don't play. This dude he don't play. He be muting people quick.
Today my birthday.
Nikki, no, I wasn't nothing again. Y'all just kept going though.
Before the conversations get centered back onto women.
Wait, Mister, because I'm actually about to head out. I'm actually working. But Kev, thank you so much for having me up. It was a good conversation. Jay, I was just playing in the comment section. As I said, I troll a tad bit, a little sprinkle of trolling. But everybody for the most part knows me. So yeah, I do. I only want to see positivity from Black women and Black men. All right, I love you guys both, and as I said, I believe that we do have all the power that we can do. But I feel like we just waste too much time talking about nothing. You know what I mean? Wasting our time on stupid stuff and not truly hearing each other out. And so we need to try to make the shift, especially as young kings like us, Kev. So the shift
for sure.
Yes,
Before everybody drop to, I need to make sure I get everybody's follows in. So y'all follow Ty. I need y'all to follow Mir and Brittany. Brittany, follow all three of them. Them like one of my main peoples. I usually be in their lives and stuff. And they hit you from different angles, especially with accountability and also just trying to help the community grow. So we gonna have we gonna talk about some stuff to help the community grow. It ain't just about gossip and trying to do it. Like it ain't all about that though. We all try to we all got our own angles too though. So yeah, just follow them For sure, them three people. Let me see. Yeah, Mirror, Ty just dropped, and Brittany for sure. Brittany, I don't know if y'all know about and Just a Girl. She was just here earlier though, but she part of the sister crew too, so they all know each other. So I'm glad that I met all them though, because I just finding some more people that's helping grow. I think I got everybody. I don't think nobody else doing no live though. So
Now,
what's the deal?
while
Like
we're
Bright,
taking this break, if y'all don't mind, tap that
follow
screen,
Classic
tap
Man
that
too down
screen,
there. He
share it
down there,
live,
high
share
down
it
there.
live.
Would you say, Mirror?
I tell them to tap that screen, tap the screen, and share the live. Tap the screen, let's share the live. Can we get some hashtag FYPs in the comments? Hashtag FYPs in the comments. And Classic Man, I just sent you that invite. We're waiting on you, brother.
He talking about owe him he said, Ty owe me $5. What? Not him. I'm glad I'm off the debt. He said you at work. Oh yeah, for sure. He already know I like when he come up. That's my brother. Man, he one of them boys. I swear. I know him since I started this app. I say that because I met him, Kanai, all them, and since the beginning. They've been around ever since. Yeah, that's one of my main people. Y'all know y'all should know Classic Man by now though, because he do his lives usually every Sunday. Always got about 300 people in his room all the time because he be Mr. Facts over feelings. Facts don't give a dang about your feelings.
And I'll
What'd you
pass
say,
the
Brittany?
karaoke over to tomorrow.
Oh, you doing it tomorrow? Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna kick because this is more
Yeah, I'm trying
important,
to
so we're
adjust
gonna
my
carry it
body
over
now.
to
I'm working
tomorrow.
and stuff. It just felt weird. I was just so focused on doing it for sure. Then I'll probably try to see if I can. I'm gonna try to catch that for sure, though. Yeah, we can do that then. Let's get it grinded then for sure.
Can I ask the brothers a question about their mental health? I just have a question because I often hear
Okay.
this, right? I'll see men that make statements online, and of course, they're blanket statements, very generalized. Like they don't trust women because the one time they did, that woman used that weakness against them, which I think is a real sucker move. That's a real immature, lame woman who would do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But normally, when I hear men talk about their hurt from the past of women, it normally happens like in childhood, like high school, or their first girlfriend or the first person they loved. And every woman after that is dead. And I know this is very general, but is there like when I feel like some men hold on to trauma or hold women to a standard of a child, of something that happened to them by a child. If you were under the age of 18 and Keisha in high school was manipulative, she was a B, or she didn't talk to, whatever the case may be, she was a child. So a lot of us hold on to pain and trauma of the opposite sex from our mothers, right? And our childhood trauma, like childhood. So is there a point where men say, okay, because this is what I learned from my relationship coach way before I got married. Before you're 100% vulnerable with anyone, it could be the opposite sex. For y'all men, I would say, don't give her steak and potatoes right out the gate. See if she can handle a little bit at a time. You breadcrumb your vulnerability until you're able to see she can handle X, Y, and Z. Because I think sometimes when men, they might take a chance to be vulnerable with one woman and open up. And then when that one woman drops the ball, which it shouldn't happen, but it does happen, then they flee and they say, you know what, we don't have a safe space, especially if they don't have a safe space with their mother or in their own homes. So how do men navigate that? Like, what are you guys doing to test the water to see, is this woman safe? Is she going to turn around and make it about her? Because are there women like that? Yes. Yeah, I'm going to acknowledge that. But what are y'all doing to make sure that, I'm not giving my vulnerability and my safe space over to somebody that's dangerous?
Honestly,
Go ahead.
Okay, you go ahead.
Oh, y'all go ahead and rock. I'm gonna go last real quick. I just gotta turn this AC.
No, I'm saying for me personally, you don't know. The only thing you can do is you charge it to the game. Honestly, you could psychoanalyze. You could say you got 12 degrees, 100 degrees in psychology or whatever the fuck. At the end of the day, it don't mean shit. You just gonna take the risk or you not. And if it go left, you charge it to the game. But just know, before you do what you do or tell them what you tell them, it's always a possibility that, are you okay if this person try to use this against you? It's kind of like if someone come and ask you for $1,000 and you be like, I'm gonna give you $1,000, but I want it back. Expect that person to never give you that money back. And if you feel like you can't take that loss of never receiving it back, don't give it in the first place. Same thing with information and everything else. So for me, I take it with a grain of salt, and I think that's where it comes into the difference between a man and a woman. You got to separate yourself and be like, you know what? she played me. That shit kind of hurt. But you know what? Fuck it. It is what it is. I move on. Learn not to do it with the next one and recognize the signs. But that's all you could do, really.
Can
You
I
can't
just
really
say
harp on it
something?
too much.
Can I answer this?
Wait, before every woman go, because she asked the question towards the man. Just let all the men go real quick, and then we can get back to it.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. I think what's that, Mr. P? You was about to go?
Yeah.
Go
I just want to say that from my own experience is that um, when you've been hurt or you've been manipulated in the past, um, that it was more beneficial for me to stop trying to predict someone's behavior and hope for them to do one thing or another. I just decided to listen to who people were when they would tell me or show me. I would pay attention. So um, with my wife, I got married really young and we got married really quick. But there was a process where it's like, I was working really hard and stuff, and I had to see if she could be there for me when I pushed myself to the limit. And, she showed me who she was with her actions. And if you're someone whose actions will demonstrate that we can't, um, put the armor down when we're around you, then we won't. We'll find another way to get that out. It'd be great if we could do that at home, but if it doesn't happen there, we'll find another way to do it. So for me, it's like someone said, if you loan someone $1,000, you don't see it back. To me, I spin that so that it's a win for me. It cost me $1,000 to find out that person's true colors. So that's all it took, just $1,000, and then I found out who they were at the inside. Easy. That I got the better deal. If that's all it costs to find out someone's soul, shit, I made out. So I listen to what people tell me who they are. When someone says through their actions, I'm this person, it's like, okay, you don't got to tell me twice. Heard.
ahead, Amir. Then I'll go last.
Oh, okay. Could she restate the question for me? I'm a little slow.
I was just basically asking, like, how do you all as men gauge if that person is safe? Because I disagree with Draco. You how do you navigate that? He says it's like, hey, whatever, just roll the dice. I like what Mister said, but how do you gauge if this person is a safe space before you just divulge something and then notice that they're not a safe space for your mental health? Like, how do you navigate that as a man?
Well, I would say that before you even get to a point where you're opening up to your partner about something as traumatic as what we're talking about, something not, of the norm. I heard you say that, a coach told you to give her a little breadcrumbs. So if we're talking about something that's, very traumatic, maybe something you haven't shared with someone before, and this is your partner in crime from here on out, I don't know if you should just test the waters with the most drastic thing. So I agree with that. However, I think it starts long before, you even get into getting into a deep relationship. My experience has been because prior to the relationship, and again, I'm just me giving my personal testimony, how I would navigate it or how I have. I've had the conversation prior to getting too serious in the relationship and talked about possibilities, what ifs, how do you feel about this, so that I could gauge if this person is, ready. I'm always ready to hear that type of thing, because me being, a person that's been in counseling, I realize that you can't counsel your family or friends. That's one of the main things that counselors learn. Once you learn your skills, it's hard to use them on your family. So, prior to disclosing something that's that traumatic, that if she responds negatively, that you're going to go left forever with every other woman, you might just want to not do that. That's what I would suggest. And I've never done that. I've always tried to ask about what their level of understanding or what their level of tolerance or, what have you. And that's worked for the most part. But then I'll just end with this. I'm an advocate of I've experienced rather the when the situation where you do open up and the person kind of judges you. But that one time I did that, I didn't use my wisdom. My wisdom told me to do that vetting thing that I just talked about. And instead, I kind of, trusted that she was okay with it because it was, I was just real upset at the time and she wanted to know. So I was like, I just told her and she didn't like it, but I didn't really give a care. I just realized, like every brother across America now, that was 30 years ago, that people, experience that. Men do turn inside as a result of that, or they might, be abusive in a particular cycle towards women. I just, I didn't go that route, and I wouldn't let that be the excuse. I don't think men should use that as an excuse because, you just have to be better than that. Your trauma is your trauma, and how she reacted to it shouldn't X her. Like, you could probably forgive her and teach her and maybe grow with her. So I'll just say that.
What you got, Mirror?
Well, for me, it was periods of time of just running across the wrong people and being too open and too trusting. Learning, after some therapy, some psychiatry, just learning to, trust myself a lot better and make better boundaries and to stand on those boundaries. And within that, it's kind of helped me to, make better judgment in who I allow into my life and who I don't. No one's perfect. We're human. You make mistakes, but you live and you learn. You recognize patterns and you acknowledge them and you don't ignore them. So for me, it's just been taking it one step at a time, one day at a time, and just being more mindful in how I move, and just being cautious in how the people around me move, paying more attention to things, no longer ignoring the contradictions that I see before me, but now recognizing them and acknowledging them for what they are, and seeing the person for who they are. So with that being said, that's how I've been able to be a little more cautious in who I trust. Actually, I wouldn't call it change, I would call it growth.
Yeah, most definitely. I would say, dang, I want to make sure I'm answering this right. I think I heard how she said it though. But basically, it's like how you overcome eventually, I guess. I know you had used a story about being when a little kid or something like that. I know you used that first.
How do you discern? Because I hear a lot of men say, the reason why I brought up the past is most of the time when I hear men say that they can't trust women as a safe space, it's because somebody has hurt them from their childhood or high school or something like that, or their mothers. So I said, how do men discern, who they give that to? Because if you don't feel like women are a safe space, are you discerning who is and who isn't? Because we can just agree that nobody can, not everyone is a safe space.
Okay, yeah, so I get you then. So I would say it's the same thing like people, that unhealed people trying to connect with other people, though. You do got to do this work. You got to do the work within yourself. Because the thing is with me, right? And I learned that, I can be open with, low key, I'll be open on this app low key. I'll be saying how I feel, whatever. I just think you got to just be confident in the choices you made in life. You got to build confidence behind that and stand on it. Don't feel bad about it. You said what you said, and you can't take it back. So you just build confidence on things that happened in your past. Realize that there's some things you just didn't know, some things you have to grow from. And then, because even if it was about to tell a secret to somebody and they got exposed or whatever, it is what it is. You got to live with that. confident. Like I said, you got to build the confidence within yourself. Like, hey, I've made these choices in my life. I know I messed up, and run with that. And also, it's a lot of forgiveness. That's all the stuff what I talk about low key, and that helped with the healing, forgiveness, looking at things from different perspective. Realize that shoot, you made this choice to you allowed this, or you talked to this person, so you made the choice. So you got to be more selective on who you choose. Just like you were just talking about, got to be selective and stuff. And it also showed, just like we say how everybody else got these pick better, right? We got to pick better who we choose. You know what I'm saying? We got to pick better on who we want to um express ourselves to and all that. So that I would say that then it's all about picking better. I think that's what everybody pick better friends, pick better, all that stuff. So I'm not scared of that word pick better. Other people is, but you got to be accountable for who we chose and realize that I made the decision in my life to open myself up. Can't be putting on everybody else, because I can't trust the next woman because that's what they do to me. No, that's just what that woman did to you. You better pick better. So same thing. That's what I would say.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Love is the greatest gamble one of the greatest gambles you're gonna take in your life. You just got to use your discernment to, are you gonna be all in with that, with what's the person who hold the chips at the poker table? You either gotta,
The dealer.
yeah, the dealer, the woman is the dealer. You either gotta use your discernment, play your poker face, and realize, can you be all in with this woman? Because people change on a daily. You could have went through the best courting phase, you did everything in the world, but that woman could wake up and be like, well, I didn't feel love in the past 3 years. And you could be looking crazy like, I thought we was good. I was sitting here being comfortable, comfortable in the love that we got. And she could change or he could change, whatever. But at the end of the day, like everything else in this world, the same way you went to 4 years to get your degrees that we all talk about, and your 6 figures in your house, and how you had the ramen noodle diet for a whole year just to get that new panoramic, car and all this other shit. Do that with your love. If you're not happy, just say it and be like, listen, we're not happy no more. We've grown apart, and that's okay. Just let me know before you step out. It may hurt now, but I'd rather you hurt me now than drag it on forever. That's just how I take it, because it's life is too fucking short. When you work in the field where you see people in beds all day, half unalive and shit, life is short as fuck. I'm telling you, like, find someone, love them, and if you break up, it's okay to be friends. It's okay to be cordial, because this shit don't come. It's not promised tomorrow. So just do your best.
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing before the women jump in on this. 'Cause I know we want to hear what they have to say. I just think that if you're a man who's gotten to the point where you say you can't trust all women, but you need to get back out there, you kind of go through a realization that you're going to be opening yourself up to hurt. There's a certain percentage of risk that's going to be involved in pursuing it. And if you go back out there, you've just done the calculation in your mind in a way that says, okay, I'm going to do this, and I'm willing to withstand the potential damage I'm going to receive. You don't get to go out into the battlefield known as love, where everything is fair, and leave it unscathed. We don't go into it thinking I'm going to come out fine. You go in saying, I'm going to learn how to mitigate damage that comes in. I'm going to see signs that I didn't notice before. I'm going to pay attention to things that I didn't pay attention to last time. And eventually, if you can, endure the damage long enough, you can find someone that makes it worthwhile, in my opinion.
I mean, what he talking about is is the whole boxer.
BVO, what's the deal, brother? My bad, I ain't get to say what up.
What up with your boy? What he talking about, Mr. Prentice talking about is the whole boxer analogy when it comes to love. Even the best fighters in the world get hit Okay, and they're the best in the world. They can take a punch. They can dodge and have their guards up and train for multiple shots and to duck and dodge. But at the end of the day, they're still gonna get some type of damage, some type of punches. They can minimize the punches and they can counteract with their own punches. But when it comes to something like love, like Mr. Prince said, you're gonna open yourself up at some point to be vulnerable.
All right. So I think Nikki and Princess, y'all wanted to say something though, because I know y'all was trying to say something. I thought you were on that.
Well, I like what, because Brittany said the thing that I was thinking, which was, does it have to be $1,000 right at the beginning? Brittany said, try $5 and not 1,000.
Nah,
Try
I need
as far as
$5.
the loan. Try, increase the number a little bit. And when you see that someone consistently gives you back what you are giving, or is consistently there for you, or is consistent in their actions, not just like how they treat you, but how they treat other people as well, then you get to kind of know the caliber of the woman or the person that you're dealing with, because you with your friends as with friends as well, because if you need to know whether or not that friend too can be someone that you're safe with emotionally. So yeah, those are my
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna just say this. Love, when it comes to love and healing and stuff, number one thing, life too short, okay? Life is too short to be unhappy, to be worried about what other people are thinking or anything like that. Definitely surround yourself around the right circle of people that's gonna get you through your day, that's gonna help you heal through your day and protect your mental. Stay away from people that is gonna damage you. But pay attention to signs and all of that. When it comes to being in a relationship, a lot of things don't need to be explained. It don't, because when you know love, you ain't gotta do all that. You ain't. That woman, that man, it's just gonna happen automatically. You ain't gotta talk about it. You ain't gotta do none of that. It's just gonna be there because you gonna know when it's real and y'all gonna fight for each other. But when it comes to your mental, if you don't want to work on yourself, that is you. That's a personal problem. You don't want to do no self-evaluation of yourself and make excuses and all that. That is a personal problem. But if you are that man that wants to work on yourself and improve and be the best you can, do it. Do it. Find the resources. Come to me, goddammit. I'll help you, because I go through the process too. But all the talk, when it comes to the conditioned ways, it starts as a child. We are now adults. What happens now, and what can we change? What are you willing to change? That is all I have to say.
Can I speak to what Nikki said? Because, sis, I have to respectfully disagree. And I think that that's our problem in our community, is we think things are supposed to just click. And if they don't click, or we find ourselves unhappy, or we're not where we used to be with a partner, then we end up thinking that that's the wrong partner, and we hop from partner to partner instead of knowing that you can find the best match. You're still going to have hurdles and things that you have to work through. And love doesn't just happen. Everybody needs to be loved different. Every man on this panel has a different way that they need to be
Right,
loved.
I know that.
No,
Find
I'm
your
just
love, your
no, but
definition.
no.
Find it.
But men
Everything don't click.
don't marry just
Everything
for
don't need
love
a
though.
response either, though. If they
Nikki,
in,
Nikki,
I'm
you
telling
spoke, baby.
you,
I'm just speaking to the panel because I disagree with your point. It's okay. I just disagree.
It's okay. You could disagree. I'm just gonna leave it there.
I know. That's why
You
I'm
know,
speaking on. Okay. Let me just
I
finish
ain't
my
got
point.
nothing. Go ahead and
Let me
land
just
your
finish.
plane.
You go,
Let me
girl.
finish my point. Every man needs to be loved different. So if we go in thinking that things are always supposed to just click, then that's our biggest issue, and why we don't stay together and why we're the least married. I think now in the Black community is a part of it, is we believe in these fairy tales. You have to communicate. You have to work through it. You have to provide that safe space for a man, and the man has to provide a safe space for you so you can be vulnerable, because a lot of us have been through trauma. And so that's the only thing I disagree on, is not with the mental health part. You were 100% right on that. But the whole love thing, men don't always marry just for love. Men are very logical when they get with women. Love might be an aspect of it, but there's other things that that woman provides. And love is not why men get married or why men get in relationships. Am I wrong?
I get that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but when you get into a relationship, if it ain't for love, specify that when you meet that person. Yeah, you know, communication, you said it, right? Communication is important. I know that. All I'm saying is, and I know that things don't click fast, or people don't process certain situations or scenarios. I'm also been through trauma myself. But at the same time, you know, the biggest thing is accountability, acceptance, and letting go so you can move on and live your life. That is the healing process. And when you meet someone, connect with them, build your connection, communicate, learn each other, and take it from there. Because there's a lot of things that you don't need to ask when you connecting with someone. That's all I'm saying.
I just want to throw in really quick that love wasn't the primary focus of my marriage. And I say that, but I also want to preface it with that my wife and I also believe that if we're to have love in our marriage must be successful, because the love in that marriage would be a byproduct of the success that we're having towards dedicating ourselves to that union. I don't expect just the title itself to slap down happiness and abundance. I understand that our marriage was geared towards taking care of our children, and that if I want happiness to be in the picture, then I have to be a successful husband and father, and she needs to be a successful wife and mother. And because we've strived that way, happiness has been a pretty ever-present constant. I mean, there have been moments in 15 years, but it's been there because we've been willing to work towards something we deem greater than ourselves as individuals.
And I agree with that. I think that I think clicking is for like right at the beginning when you have the attraction, and that kind of stuff. But as you start go through the process of talking, as you go through the process of being in the relationship, you've got to be able to sometimes stop the thing in its tracks and go, hey, I have a feeling that we're having different conversations. And let's dig out what it is that what the issue actually is. And sometimes those conversations are difficult and painful and scary, and everybody's got to be willing to show up. And that's all I got.
So it's just simple. When you find someone who you're attracted to, you get past the courting phase and you're officially dating. And you're dating towards long term. It's okay if you fall out of love and all these other things. But my thing is, if you can have reconcilable differences, do you love being with them more than whatever trauma you've been through, or whatever great divide is causing that divide? That's my whole thing. Because we could sit up here and say discuss all the dynamics of why it worked, why it don't work, what works for who, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, do you really want to be 30, 40, 50, 60 still talking about this shit? Or do you want to be someone that says, hey, I took a chance on this woman. It wasn't perfect. We didn't like each other every day, but I loved her forever. And that was the gorilla glue that kept us together. It was some days I woke up, it's been, 2-3 months where it seemed like we was gonna never not argue. The littlest shit we argue. And then that 4th month came around, or that 3rd day came around, or that 2nd hour rolled around. And now we sitting up here talking about, damn, do you get what I'm saying, no, babe? Like, why I feel the way I feel? She like, yeah, I know, but you know how I am. And then y'all get over the shit. And then y'all talk about it when y'all 50, 60 years old. Or do you want to be the motherfucker on TikTok or whatever new social media app is on, talking about something? Well, y'all women always got these problems and we telling y'all this shit and y'all man. Do you really want to be these motherfuckers? Or do you want to be like, listen, man, y'all don't got me hot enough. I'm gonna go roll up, and lay up with my wife. This internet shit was cool, but let me get back to reality. You choose what you want. Because we already see it now and playing out in real time. You got old ass motherfuckers learning how to use the internet just to fucking complain when they could be out there with someone that loved them. But instead, you friend zone that person or you misuse that person because they was too nice or they wasn't this or they wasn't that. You didn't even take the chance to try. And then you pick someone that you know wasn't good for you. You rather drink poison than walk an extra 5 minutes to get a fountain of youth. It's just that fucking simple. It's not hard.
Okay, Draco. Why is men's mental health not being taken serious? I personally think, and this is gonna be a controversial statement, I personally think men's mental health is doing just fine. Just fine. Because if men mental health was that off the rocker, and not saying it don't happen, but it don't happen, it would happen a lot more when it comes to men snapping, with the boss that's been giving them issues since they came to the job, and they really know that this boss don't like them, is unfavorable to them. A lot more men would be snapping off the handle and, making the news when they find out their wife has not been faithful. Their wife has not been faithful. He work every day. He do what he need to do. He not out there. He doing everything he need to do as a man in this world. And he found out that his wife, the woman that he's putting on his pedestal and who he have kids with, is messing around on him. And if men was so mentally unstable, then you would see a lot more of these cases, even though you do see some cases. But I'm just saying that would be a lot more often. When men are being, divorced and serve paperwork, and men are being, certain demographics of men are being segregated and put in a corner in their corporate America job. A lot more men will be snapping. So I think men mental health is doing just fine. I think it's important to kind of highlight it, but to me, I don't really like June. It's too much stuff that they just don't care about that they put in June. Too many crooked letter I. It's too many what else this month? Juneteenth. It's too many men mental health. Then there's too many every other thing that they don't care about they put in this month. But to me personally, I think men mental health is doing pretty well. I'll land my plane at that.
Everybody done? Millie, what you got? You said
Hey everybody, hey Carol, hey Prince, hey Neil, hey Amir, Nikki, I think, Draco, Diva. So to answer your first question, why is men's mental health not being taken serious? So I think to answer this question, I think it'll be beneficial to understand why we have Men's Mental Health Month in the first place. And so, due to societal pressures and the fact that men, especially since they were little, were taught that they couldn't feel their emotions, right? That they had to suck them in, right? That you couldn't cry, right? And men never, especially young boys, for the most part, did not have the opportunity to learn how to regulate through all those emotions like women were given that opportunity. And so when you think about mental health, especially in the Black community, right? When you're going through stuff, what they always say, just pray about it and read your Bible, right? Go to church. But that ain't always like the best answer, especially when you have people in a community that are really dealing with things like depression and anxiety, PTSD, right? And we also have, I feel like we also have other disorders. We have a lot of people walking around in our community, especially men who have certain mental health disorders, but because they were told, suck it in, or because there's this stigma behind those disorders and seeking help, right? They don't get the help that they need. And so part of the reason why men's mental health awareness was started, it was to break down that stigma, first of all, right? And to actually bring awareness to not only like other people, like women, but also the men, to let men know that it is okay, that it is normal, that we all suffer with these things, and to seek help and counsel to get through those things. So breaking down those walls and stigmas. And so I think the reason why Men's Mental Health Month is not being taken serious is just because of the stigmas, right, that surround men's mental health. And also because men are not aware, right? So bringing awareness to that so that they can get the help that they can receive.
I think you could do the first prompt too though, and everybody be caught up.
Okay, so are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women censoring themselves? I think it depends on what space you're in, right? If you're in a space and I was just having this discussion last night, if you're in a space with unhealed women, right, or women who are not able, right, to have the tools and the resources. And what I mean by tools and resources is not necessarily therapy, but, empathy, right? Communication, those tools, that's what I'm talking about. Because they're unhealed, they don't have those types of tools, then, of course, they won't get the support in that space from women. However, if you go into a space where there are women that understand and that are healed, right? Then they can offer a safe space for men.
No, I don't think that a lot of men are able to express themselves to get support from women without women centering themselves because, when you tell them these things, a lot of the time, more times than not, gentlemen, you're going to receive some type of flack about something. How they're going to center it on themselves is they're going to react to how your feelings that may not have nothing to do with them. They're going to put them on themselves and like, well, I do this for you and I here for you and da 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 da. They're going to like make it as a personal attack on you, even though your feelings, gentlemen, may not have anything to do with the woman that you're with. Okay? If you have women understanding about 70% of the time, if you have a real woman understanding about 70% of the time, you may get, your feelings expressed to her, but even the 30% of the time, she's gonna take it personal. Okay? That's just their nature. They're meant for you. Okay, the women are meant for you. There's no doubt about that. They're there for you. Okay, your woman is there for you. Okay, so they have a personal attack because the reason why they feel that way, because not that they're bad, that's what they're designed to do. Okay, because they're there for you. So of course, if you want to express your feelings and you're expressing something that's contrary to how they want you to feel, then they're going to take it personal because they are designed to be your helpmeet and to be there for you. So they're going to take it personal. That's not really a bad thing. But I would say that a lot of, you expressing yourself, I don't think you really should take it to your woman. A lot of the times, some of the times maybe, but if it don't have nothing to do with her, then differentiate that away from your woman. But if it has something to do with her, yes, she can do something to possibly improve it. If it don't, separate that.
So two things, Viva. So a lot of the times, especially in our community, most of us, both women and men, are struggling, right, with mental health. Um, and so you get those people in a relationship, right? She is unable to provide a safe space, right, for you or the man because she don't even know where to start with herself. And you see that the same with men too. Sometimes those men who are unhealed as well, they don't even have the answers to how they can begin their healing, right? And so they can't provide a safe space either. So now you have two people in a relationship that's looking for the other person, to bring them that peace, to bring them that joy, to bring them that happiness. When I always say this, in order for you to give peace, provide a safe space, to give joy, your cup has to be overflowing with that yourself. And if your cup is not overflowing with that, it's no way you can give it to another person. So that's like my first point with that, right? The second thing is that I think and this is for a lot of men, right? Um, a lot of men, they hold in how they feel about certain things, right? Until there's a back.
I got some grapes.
Okay.
I got some strawberries.
Yeah.
I got them by myself.
Good job.
I'm a big girl.
Yes, you're a big girl. And so, but yeah, so sometimes what happens is because men, they hold those feelings in. They never really just go to the woman and express it. What happens is a lot of the times she is bringing up something, right? Or she is bashing you or nagging at you about something. And then it comes out. And it doesn't come out. It comes out. It just spills over, however it spills, whether it's aggressive or whatever. Then she shut down. It's a very toxic exchange, right? It's not a healthy and safe space for emotions. And so that's why I say, especially, I think a lot of people think that they're healed and they're not. And they're walking around with a lot of these toxic behaviors, right? And they get in relationships. And I always say seek counsel. Whether you find a mentor, a therapist that can help teach you those tools to be successful in your relationships.
Hey, can I just comment on this one further time? The whole men expressing themselves and women being the ones to deflect and then recenter. Maybe I'm alone, but I just find it particularly irritating because it's like the guy in the group that has to one up everybody. Can't just listen to somebody's story.
Right.
I would have to say, yeah, well, I
Again, yeah,
had
for
it
the people in the back.
just a tad worse. And me and my guy friends, it's like dudes that act that way. It's just like they stop getting the invite because it doesn't add.
So, Mr. Brent, let me ask you a question, right? Do you think it's helpful, right, for anybody that's going through something, right? Do you think it's helpful to give them like advice, tips, tools, resources, right? Or just to continue to let them, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Sit in or soak, right? In whatever it is that they're experiencing.
Anecdotally, my advice the way that I'll answer your question is that when I find myself dealing with someone who needs my help, that my core being believes in an even rate of return. So I'm willing to invest the same amount of energy and time and effort in yourself as you're willing to demonstrate effort-wise that you're willing to spend on yourself. So if you come to me and you need my help and you're willing to put in the work, I will do what I can to set you up for success. But if you come to me unwilling to put in any effort to change yourself, I'll point out to you, you need to step it up and take the help I'm offering because it's the right thing to do and you know it. And if you're not willing to do that, take that step, I listen to what you're saying. You're telling me who you are. You're someone that wants me to carry you, and I'm sorry, I'm incapable of it. I'm not going to carry someone who can't put in the same effort that they're expecting out of myself. Maybe that's cold, but I went from someone who had to learn how to walk again. I got myself out of a wheelchair to winning Ironman competitions in less than a decade. So I know about pushing yourself and getting through it. So, you know, I'll match your effort. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And so the reason why I asked that question, right, is because I think what happens is that because I read some of the comments and they said again censoring women, and that's not what I'm doing at all. What I'm doing is that I'm offering the reality, right, of things. And for some people, right, the reason why sometimes and Kev has said it.
Daddy got the milk.
Daddy got the milk. Okay, I'm coming. So I say this to say that sometimes people, right, and Kev, he agrees. He sees this sometimes. We have had this conversation sometimes. Is that you get people in a room, right? And we see this on both women's side and men's side, where you get people in a room and they're just all spewing their trauma, right? But there's nobody in that room, right, that can help focus them. Nobody, right, is to focus them, right, to actually get through what it is we need to get through, get to the bottom line of what's going on, right, how we can move forward, what resources do you need, things like that. And so sometimes people, I've noticed that sometimes people, whether it's because of stigmas, whether it's because, they don't have faith in the system or whatever, right? They get stuck in this place and it's just all venting, but it's no progressing forward. And so I care about men in a way that I want you guys to progress forward past that.
Can I ask a question? Who's more likely to spew or vent their traumas in rooms full of people? I mean, this whole conversation, what I'm feeling, what I'm hearing, what I walked in on the end of, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but it's like what we get is the same things that you guys hate. I think women talking about how men should express themselves emotionally is like men talking about women who shouldn't wear makeup. It's like fingernails on a chalkboard. I think women should stop trying to tell a man how he should be emotional, because when women tell men how to be emotional, you just made a feminine man. I'll land with that.
Yeah, I mean, I pointed that out, Mr. Anonymous. I pointed out that the group therapy session format works great with women due to the nature of how they want to cope and process their stresses and things in life. But men who want to deal with those same type of stresses and pressures tend to excel at getting the therapeutic relief through physical sports or creating something, building something, using their built up energy to progress towards a goal or create something. Like all men's building clubs where you go and you learn how to woodwork, or welding clubs where you go and you learn how to create out of metal. Bowling leagues where you can go and just talk the BS with the guys and have a good time. Like these environments are missing, and those are what helped the average guy get through the average bullshit, was having these outlets that don't exist. And if they do exist, it gets painted as a hypersexualized situation where they have to be in love with each other or something. That men aren't allowed to publicly just bond and have a best friend without some sort of precursor attached to it in
You know,
today's world.
it's something I've been saying for years, and women need to understand this. I've said this for years. If you wouldn't date a mama's boy, why would you raise a mama's boy? Mama's boys are raised by women who make their sons emotional. And those are the very, very men that you women don't like. You are producing the very product that you don't like seeing in men, and then blame men for not being leaders because you've raised these soft men.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Before I go, woof, so funny. But before I go, I know we up here generalizing women right now, but I ain't even gonna get into that topic. I appreciate you too, Laugh. I got a birthday thing to get to, but
For sure.
yeah, I just want to say this being a great topic. Ladies, I respect your opinion. Gentlemen, I respect y'all opinions and whatever opinions that y'all have. And I just gotta say, one day we'll get along and get past all these debates and these type of topics and conversations. But I'm gonna go ahead and go and enjoy my 31st birthday, and much love and respect to everybody up here on the panel. Thank you, and y'all enjoy y'all night.
Happy birthday. Happy
All
birthday.
right, enjoy your night too.
Appreciate it.
You have a wonderful night, Nikki. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Happy
Good
birthday.
night, y'all.
Happy birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Host, I can't disconnect myself. Can you drop me? I don't know what's going on.
Be safe. Make sure people know
I
where you're
locked the
going.
door, so rap once you come in. So I got you.
Thank you.
There you
Hey,
go. There you go.
when old boy said that, for women to tell men how to feel, that's one of the things that I don't really like about today's times, where it's just you don't live in a man. But I would never tell a woman, like, I think somebody said, Kev said about somebody was talking about wearing makeup. You know what I mean? I can't tell a woman about wearing makeup. I'm not even finna, start to get into that. But I'm just saying that all I know is that I don't like it when you have too much paint on your face. It's too much paint, it ain't for me. You get what I'm saying? If it's too much paint, it ain't for me. That's all I'm saying. I don't mind it as a extra aesthetic. A little here, there, and a little. Most of the time, I want to see your regular face that I want to wake up to. That's just my opinion. I'm nobody. It's just my preference, my opinion.
I mean, I told my old lady that I really don't care. It's just she's got to keep it in the realm that her Face ID has to be able to recognize with and without.
But here it is. I mean, in that whole perspective, that in terms of makeup and whatever your preference is, I mean, we can express our preferences till we blue in the face, and that's just our preference. That mean our preference doesn't mean that we're saying that you can't do what you want to do. You can do exactly what you want to do, but I have the right to not choose you based on your choices. I mean, and so that's the problem that people have. They don't understand that I have the right not to choose you because you're old, bald, and fat and unattractive most, but you smell good and you can cook. I just describe myself.
If I'm staring at the
Exactly.
hairpiece in your face, I mean, I'm staring at your hairpiece. I'm staring at the part right there. You
Right.
get what I'm saying? I'm more concentrated on that into what you actually saying.
Okay.
When I'm looking at all the paint on your face, I'm just like amazed. Everything else that you saying is annoying to me. I don't want to hear any of it because I'm like, what is that thing you like? That thing? Do you not know? Like, did everybody else know you got that thing on your head? You get what I'm saying? Like, I would just see your regular hair. I'm okay with your regular hair. Whatever,
But
curled up, I don't care. I just want to see your regular hair.
But
See, I guess I'm different. Me, like I get what you're saying, but as long as it, like, I don't know who said it, but as long as you're not like, looking like you the Joker or some shit. Like women that's what make a woman a woman. I mean, I'm not telling you to wear weave in your hair every day. Have some days where you want to be on your soul sister vibes or whatever. But otherwise than that, I expect you to use makeup. I expect, even if there's a white tea woman, they even use extensions and all the other shit. That's just what women do. You feel me? So I'm not gonna tell you to not be a woman. I'm just gonna tell you it's like what's his name? Anonymous. Like depending on how far you take it, I could choose not to choose you too. But at the end of the day, that's what women do. She want to get dolled up. She wants you to acknowledge and all this other crap. And it's like, that's cool. Just don't do it every day and be overzealous with it. But otherwise than that, I expect you to do that. You're a woman.
The only type of sorry, Draco. I didn't know. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. The only type of man that has a problem with a woman doing herself up and looking good is an insecure man. See if you're
Kev. I'm sorry, I've been in and out. I ain't want to.
What's up?
I didn't know if it was a rotation. Are
What
we
you
going?
got? It's just open panel. If whoever jumped in or put their hands up.
No, I wasn't paying attention.
You got something?
I don't want to talk about no woman. I thought we was talking about men's mental health. When we get to question number
Yeah,
two,
I
man.
mean, I'm not gonna
Right,
lie,
let's
man.
get it. We on. I think we still on the. I think who all answered it? I think Mr. P, BVO, Millie. I think everybody answered. I think it's on you, and then if Pig getting in here. So we still on the first prompt though, because I don't think
Okay, real
everybody went
quick.
through that one though. Are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women centering themselves?
Okay, I'll answer that real quick. I would say it really depends. It's hard to make generalizations. I know Classic does it. He's good at it because he always has the numbers. But I like to talk from my own anecdotal, that's the word, or my own testimony. I've experienced both. So I think you're able to express yourself and get support from women without them women centering themselves if you know where you're planting your seed. It says you have to plant a seed in fertile ground. So again, it's a lot of pre-work that needs to be done when we're talking about these types of issues, men's mental health, because obviously it's something that's going, if you do it the wrong, ain't no right way, but if you do it, a way and it triggers you, you're going to have to be prepared for those responses. So it would only behoove you to try to have a scenario where you're not going to be triggered. So those women, you would want them to be able to talk without sending themselves. So you got to kind of inquire, ask the question, be direct, I statements, me statements, advice. These are the things you want to try and stay away from. You just might just want to talk, and if the person's a good listener, it's happened. So I just don't want to play the devil's advocate all the time, man. I've been in plenty of spaces where I've been able to talk, but I will say these are elders and or friends that I've known for a long time. I wouldn't again feel comfortable in a new friendship, new associate, coworker, younger person, because this is trauma. Again, you got to remember our mental health is important to us, so we got to remember we're going to be triggered, possibly. You got to remember when we lose it, you got to think about who's going to listen to you if you're going to lose it. Is it going to be okay for you to yell or cry or scream or what have you? So I say yes for number one, but it's up to you. You have to be able to discern who those people are by doing some questions. Just ask some questions, ask some serious questions, and I'll land.
What do you mean by centering themselves?
I think it's exactly what it say.
Go ahead, kid.
Let's say, let me put it in another way. Basically, can you have a conversation with a woman? Can a man be able to express himself without her making it about her again?
Without her telling you how you made her feel about you saying that.
Right. That too. I mean, it's happened in so many ways. Even now, like even relationships, we see how that happen too. He could be like, I'm mad, and then she like, well, is it about me? Now I'm mad at you because you mad at me type situation. So I mean, even stuff like that, and we can see on these lives that go like this too.
I see
Lives,
what
even in
you're
real
saying.
life. So stuff like that. Yeah. So
It depends on the maturity of the woman, I find.
Okay.
Right? I find, yeah, a lot of these younger ones on here, and we're talking like 35 and below, even some 36, they tend to make everything about themselves.
Mm.
But that's the way they even approach relationships. A
Mm.
good man has to be about them, and they don't have to have any responsibilities. They don't have to put into the relationship. They just want to take and receive. And I find that's the way a lot of these women have gone, right? It's a sad thing because these women are teaching their daughters now to be the same way, and I find that a lot of women in relationships, they're degrading. They're degrading to these, to garbage now. I hate to say it that way, but like, they're not like our moms, and they're not like, some of the older ladies. When I say older, I mean like more mature ladies. It's a whole other type of thing going on now, where it's just disgusting.
The best mama boys make the best husbands. You know what I'm saying? The best mama boys make the best husbands. The ones who are able to listen to their mama and do all this, do all that. That's why the wife and the mama have issues, okay? Because they're vetting for power and control of this man, okay? And it's a battle, it's a struggle between the wife and the mama, because the mama has had control of this asset up until 30, 35, whenever he decides to get married, and she can't let go. And the wife has felt control. She felt the power. That's why she wants to marry this man and want this man to marry her. She felt the power of the control of everything, his money, his assets, everything. And now she started vetting for power with the mama and the wife have issues. And usually the wife wins because the wife is giving the man cootie cat. Okay, and that's very, very powerful in the man's life. The cootie cat.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly. Okay, because we have to define what a mama's boy is. A mama's boy is not somebody who loves his mama. A mama's boy is a male who's dependent upon his mother to do everything for him. She has not raised to be accountable. He's not giving him a sense of responsibility. And so he goes out of the world looking for a woman that he can lay up under. So that is the worst kind of man to be a husband to anybody, because he is not going to know how to give of himself to his wife to make her life any better or easier. They're not going to be able to share responsibility. And that's the whole problem. Is that women are raising men not to be men. There is no accountability, there's no responsibility. That's why she'll go out and work the job all day long, and he sit up and he's on video games all day. Those men are not good mates and not good husbands. And so let's define that mama's boy thing. And then the other point that I want to make is that, we're talking about the level of maturity. Maturity is not about an age, because I know some very immature 45-year-olds, and I know some very mature 20-year-olds. The fact of the matter is that it's all about what you bring. I am not responsible for how you feel by what I say. So that's when women center themselves, because they will tell us all the time how what we said made them feel a certain way. I'm not responsible for that. Your feelings.
Mr. Anonymous, you choosing your wife or you choosing your mama? That's what we coming down to. I get all that.
No. That's what they said. I'm looking at Mama's Boy. That's what they say. Yeah, it's just excessive influence by attachment to his mother. So yeah, we already know it's like a whole different
Are
thing.
you choosing your wife or your mama, Mr. Anonymous?
Say again?
Are you choosing your wife or your mama?
I'm choosing my wife. What are you talking about? I'm not
then.
understanding the correlation. What's the correlation?
The correlation is a lot of times, a lot of men move. They say you cleaved on from your away from your parents. a lot of times in a lot of black men life away from their mother to their wife becomes a new mother. She's the new
Absolutely
not
not.
really, you know what I mean? That's
No, I disagree with that too.
No, absolutely not. We're not choosing a wife to be a mother.
Yeah,
We're
that's
not
I just
choosing.
yeah,
We're
I
not
disagree with
choosing.
that too.
We're not
I'm
choosing a
not
wife to
choosing.
be a servant or to nurture us or to take care of us. We're choosing a wife as a life partner. We choose her as a mate. We support her and she support us. I'm not getting this
So
mother.
scriptures don't tell us to go away from our parents and cleave to our spouse, our wife, our husband.
Cleave to our wives doesn't
Okay,
mean
okay.
that doesn't mean that she's a mother figure.
I'm trying to
What?
tell you that a lot of brothers
You know
have
what?
to
Hey,
face
you
this.
got it, bro. You got it.
A lot of brothers have to face the difference between moving from their mama, who always been the mother figure in their life, to their wife and leaving that behind, and understanding and letting their mama know that's a real life struggle. I mean, I don't get what you're confusing about it, but okay. I mean, I'm not saying that you had that transition, brother, but I'm just saying there's a lot of stuff that brothers had to go through.
Can I say something to that brother BVO? Hey,
Wait,
if there's
bef-
I'm sorry, Kev. Go ahead.
go ahead, because I
No,
was trying to squeeze in, but go ahead, you can go
well,
ahead.
just real
Yeah.
quick, because I think I heard what he says. It's hard for some men to make the transition from mother to wife without making that new wife their mother. Is that what you're saying, BVO? It's hard for some brothers to do that.
Yeah, I'm saying a lot of wives, a lot of mother-in-laws don't get along with the wives of their sons. A lot of brothers, wives don't get along with them. It's a power, especially in the black community. I mean, is this a new concept for anybody that's hearing this? Like,
But
I mean, I don't
No,
get
no doubt,
like.
no doubt. It ain't nothing new. Hold on, Mr. Anonymous. Hold on, Mr. Anonymous. Hold on. Let me say what I wanted to say. I just wanted to make sure I understood what he said. And then he added on that a lot of brothers' mothers don't get along with their new wives. I heard both things, and that's real. That happens. However, the issue is not the mother or the wife. And I think Mr. Anonymous would agree with me, hopefully, and a lot of brothers on here that know what I'm about to say. Whether you believe it or not, you have to leave your mama's titty as soon as possible. It says you got to grow and become a man. You leave your mama's titty. So I always tell young brothers, your girlfriend, your wife will never love you like your mother, bruh. So don't get it twisted. See, a lot of brothers expect that, and then they even go as far as to replacing their mama with their new wife because they want that coddling. That's foul. That's not a man. Okay, a man knows he has to leave his mama's titty and support himself and take on a wife and make that his new equal, his yoke. His mother don't take precedent over his wife. You see what I'm saying?
And that's what I'm talking about in
I'll
terms
end
of
with that one.
that's what I'm talking
Hey.
about the mama's boys. The mama's boy is the one who is looking for another mother figure in the household, or in where she is the one that's taking care of him. So he looking for a girlfriend to provide for him financially and physically, and that's what I'm talking about. The
Yeah, I
mama.
think that y'all saying the same thing though. Y'all,
Hey,
all three of y'all
Jack.
going in a circle for no reason. But let me just say this real quick before I forget, because everybody just going, I don't know. But I just wanted to go all. This how far back I'm back. I'm just trying to go back to because I've been seeing this thing about when they say don't generalize women and all that other stuff. So this how I know the difference, right? So with what I was talking about, men expressing themselves or whatever, and even if they feel a certain way, if they have to be like, hey, all women, this, whatever. I know there's a difference though. Like, now say if you had a man and a woman that was in person or whatever, and they was expressing themselves or whatever, and I've seen this happen too many times. You'll see a woman, she can be like, man, these men ain't ish or nothing like that or whatever. Instead of the man sitting here internalizing and saying that, he'd be like, nah, baby, you be all right, hug her and like that, express yourself. I think the opposite way don't work like that. If a dude was to say that, she be like, well, I'm not one of them. She always got to prove her or center. That's what I be meaning about. And I think that's just what a lot of women do. They got to center themselves when it comes to that. You said, Cap, heck, you must ain't been in a lot of men though, because the man was straight up. He not about to say why. I'm not one of them guys. Oh well, I don't know what you're talking about on that. If they trying to hit or something like that, but I'm talking about as in like they're not gonna be like, basically take it personal. I think it's a difference. I think a lot of men take it personal because they understand the woman is just gonna say anything. They're gonna be like, man, these men ain't ish and all this other stuff. I'm not one of the men that ain't ish. You don't talk to me like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what's been happening on this live since earlier too. Every time somebody says something. But it's just like, I think that's what I be saying. I think they got it built in them that they got to personalize everything because I understand they're more emotional. I get it. But it's just like, dang, is a man gonna be able to express any way? He gonna be able to express himself without, women centering themselves. If you say you're gonna support men's mental health month, you don't have to tear down every last thing he say and be like and internalize it and make it about you and then all this other stuff. Just like you want everybody, we've been doing this for years and we let women express themselves. We don't, whatever. You know what I'm saying? We've been doing it for years and years and years. So it's like, dang. Can men be able to express themselves now without you internalizing it? Just like I said, I see it in relationships. You can't tell your girl that she did something wrong or you feel a certain way. She got to make it back about her again. Well, why didn't you been tell me this? Or why you didn't? It's just be always something that's centered right back. And I done seen, like I said, we see this stuff on TV. I love using that. We see it on. We see this real life. I'm pretty sure that y'all do that. Y'all not about to let y'all men express themselves. What I was like, no, I'm talking to. I ain't gonna say all y'all, but I'm just saying. I just noticed that, like, they center themselves for the most part, though. So that's why I was like, then can a dude be able to express himself? What I said, like, I've seen these like a live I had one too. I support men's mental health month. I can't even say that. I do that, and I always talk about men. I always big them up. As soon as a dude say something, what did you do? And then these men ain't ish either. And these, they got to make it right back about them again. I'm like, dude, I could have sworn. So it's like, that's why men don't want to really speak. That's why they got to find certain people they can talk to because every time they speak up, it go right back to them again. But like I said, you ain't gonna notice if y'all made a habit out of it. You probably ain't gonna even notice it though. But this stuff happens. It happens in real life. This junk literally happens.
Yes, you right about what you said. It just sounds we gonna get on the internet and like this and that and another. We already know what you was talking about when you said that. That's why it's hard for women to answer that for us. But they good contributing. Nikki, Millie, they're a good contributor.
Well, the thing is this, right? There's a culture of demasculating men, and that's what's going on. There's a culture of these women just trying to take away a man's right to be a man, and it all started with this whole toxic masculinity garbage, right? So that's what's going on. And then you have other men who basically are beta males who support what the women are saying about us who are alpha males. And so when you try to be an alpha male and speak up about how you feel about something, then you have these women who try to pull you down to try to make you into a beta male.
So I want to comment on something different, not necessarily what Pig was bringing up. We've identified the issue of that men have a hard time expressing themselves because, generally speaking, men are experiencing that women tend to center themselves. So I'm going to offer a solution because we've danced around the problem. We've all kind of got our own ideas of it. Here's a solution that I employ in my lifestyle so that I can express myself with my wife. So I'm a believer that as the man of the house, you set the tone. You're the leader. So by definition, the wife follows you and then the kids follow her, which in turn follow you. So I think that it's your responsibility to demonstrate that we can both express and air our grievances in our marriage with each other and it not be a personal attack, but instead it's a declaration of, hey, this is a behavior that's bothering me. And if our marriage and our union is going to be successful, we need to address it. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm just saying this is bothering me. How do we move forward? And it takes practice and it takes maintenance to keep this environment going because you have to be able to take the same criticisms that you're willing to give. if you're going to say to your wife, this behavior bothers me and we need to correct it so that our marriage is successful and we're not fighting over this. When she comes to you with XYZ, you need to stay out of your feelings. You need to be the leader and show that you're putting your money where your mouth is. I can work just as hard as I'm expecting you to work to maintain this. And to recognize that truth, especially when you know that truth can hurt somebody, can only be expressed by that individual using strength, because it takes strength to do the right thing when you know you could potentially hurt somebody. And if the person receiving that statement understands that they don't want to hurt them, but they need to air this grievance, and gives them grace and saying, you know what, I appreciate that you're willing to say this and jeopardize my feelings, but it's important enough that you need to bring it up. So yes, how can we work through it? I think that will benefit. That's the solution, because that's something that I've worked on in my marriage, and it's been super beneficial to any time we have a grievance with each other. It doesn't turn into, I don't like the way you do laundry, to, well, you hurt my feelings because I try so hard, and it goes into a realm where we're going to argue her feelings, where she's equipped to win the battle every time, and we don't get to a solution. So let's keep it out of our feelings and let's keep it on the subject at hand, but let's also respect each other, both for being honest and for being vulnerable. And you got to be able to take it. Like, that's the big thing. If you show your partner you can take the criticisms, you're leading with the example of, this is the outline that we need to do to make this work. And I can do it, and I know you can, and I'll support you the same way you're going to support me.
But that also takes a certain amount of maturity to do that, though, right? And that's what I think Anonymous was also saying, too, if I'm correct. It really does take a certain amount of maturity on both parties.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it like I said, it's something that requires maintenance. It's, saying, hey, even after the fact, like saying, hey, thank you for hearing me out, and I'm glad we're on the same page about this and we're able to go forward. Being there and letting them, someone, even after the fact, still saying, it's okay. And, you can be honest. People love honesty until someone's honest with them. You know what I'm saying? So
We into some.
All right.
Being honest and truthful hurt somebody's feelings. Is that my responsibility if I told the truth and was honest? I'm not responsible for the truth and how it made you feel. It's the truth. You're responsible for how you accept the truth. Because if the truth is the truth, then you accept that as not a criticism. You accept it as the truth.
Yeah, so after Amir go, then I'm gotta get Cousin, and then he gotta catch up.
Okay, you're gonna let cousin catch up. Well, let me just say,
After you go. Yeah.
talking about where we at, Kevin. We talking about what advice? Because it sounds like
We
that's
still on the first prompt.
okay. Well, then
Because everybody answered the topic.
I spoke on that. Let
Yeah.
Cuz roll. I'm ready.
Okay, yeah. So Cuz, you gonna do the what's up, Cuz? My brother Cuz in the building. Y'all follow him too. That's one of my people's kicking with one of my main brother.
What's going on, everybody on the panel? What's happening? What you got?
Good deal, man.
What's up, Millie? I see you.
Hey, Queen.
Happy Friday and all that good stuff. Hope the week wasn't too bad.
Hey, cousin, don't tell me to have a good Friday.
I said
All right?
happy.
I can have a happy one. I can have whatever kind of Friday I want.
You right.
Right. Don't never force that on the man like that, especially not during mental health month.
You right. So where you at? Am I going on what I was listening to? I've been here for a minute.
You could do that too, and then you can also we doing a topic question and then the first prompt, and then everybody be caught up.
Okay. I guess really everything I heard. I mean, I think everybody had good points. I think everybody, a couple of times, I think y'all was saying the same thing, but just using different language. So I just think everybody was pretty much valid. I think the only other question that I would put into, I think it was Mr. Anonymous that said it and asked, am I responsible for the feelings if it's the truth? I think that if we're talking about in general, I would say, hell no, we're not responsible for how somebody feels about us telling the truth, right? That's their problem. But I also understand that in a relationship, right, if we're talking about your significant other, there is going to be times where you do have to have consideration of those feelings. And it is your responsibility to kind of, work around those feelings if you care about this woman. Because the reality is, yeah, we would like it to be just black and white, facts, facts, facts. But sometimes, you know what I mean? We are in relationships and we dealing with situations where feelings arise. And if we know our person, because this is, I'm only answering the question because he asked it, but this can go either way because it's just not about men and women, or it's about men, women, women, men, whatever. But if you know your person and you know they're going through something and you know how they respond, sometimes you have to temper what you say, even if it is a fact, because part of protecting and providing as men is protecting and providing their, feelings as well. You got to protect those feelings as well. Like the same way they have to protect ours when we tell y'all a secret or we tell y'all a vulnerable point about us, and then y'all want to use it against us later, right? That's the same thing with that we don't like. That would be the same thing in reverse, right? If they are being kind of irrational because of a feelings in the middle of an argument, we know that we could just be like, you know what? I could just let that go and everything will be cool. But sometimes our pride take over and we be like, nah, fuck that. I got to prove, this is a fact and I got to prove her wrong. And then it makes it worse. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying it happens all the time, but I think there's some times where we do have to consider, and it is our responsibility on how we say those particular facts in accordance to our, wives' feelings, if that makes any sense. But I think overall, you're right, though. I agree with you. If you can read that first prompt, because I'm in the car, I can't really see it. Is Kev still there?
Are men
Here, I'll
able
take it
to
over for you.
express themselves and get support? Are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women centering themselves, cousin?
Ooh. We talk about this app? No. We talk about in a general spaces? Probably not. I think even it takes us a long time to kind of get our circle of women together to where, they don't do that. Because I think a lot of times they do. Like, I just got to keep it real. Like, I don't even know if they even mean to do it. Sometimes even the best intentions, like my grandmother and, I will Captain America the whole planet for her. But even sometimes she might you'll say something and it kind of goes back into, so I don't know. I think it's not even necessarily a vindictive thing, but I think they do it. But on this app, though, I think it's egregious. I'm just going to keep it real. Now, if we're talking about the app, yeah, you can have a whole panel, a whole body in the panel of straight men talking, trying to get their things across, and there's going to be a woman that will internalize that. And so I think there's good women that, that show that are the unicorns, and they are the ones, the exceptions to the rule. But I'm gonna say in general on this app, yeah, I would say that they do.
Good answer.
Yeah, what was the next one? Or are we doing the next one?
Cousin, I would
We
ask.
finished with that one. I didn't know if who's gonna move on. Is Kev around or?
I don't know where Kev's at
There you
right
go.
now, but I want to ask cousin
There
really
you go.
quick.
Yeah.
In your own anecdotal experience,
Uh-huh.
do you have a place where you can express yourself with a female and her not center himself or herself?
Right. I mean, my fiance, my sisters, the women that I have in my life, I'm good. You know what I mean? Like I'm to a point where I can, you know what I mean? Like I don't have that problem of not being heard or not being respected but mind you, that took work. You know, like it took many years to find that and to actually, get that together to where the people in my circle are the people that I need them to be, right? And it also takes me creating a space where I can let them. I don't want to say let, but if I create the surroundings, right? If I create the life that allows a flower or anything to flourish, then that flower is going to flourish in the way that I enrich the soil, so to speak. I'm kind of using a halfway metaphor and halfway reality, but it's like that's kind of how it is, right? That grass is going to grow where you water it. So I have to make it a safe space for them, meaning when they come to me, I am supportive, with all of their things. And I think naturally, if they are a good person and they have your interest in their heart, they're going to do everything that they can do to do the opposite. But I think sometimes we don't, we don't, we do the things that we think is right. We protect, we provide, we go get the money, we go do this, but we don't provide that emotional support that really nourishes their understanding. And then when it breaks down, we say, well, shit, I've been doing everything and but you really didn't. You know what I mean? It might have been that part that you didn't do, that didn't nourish that seed in her to where she will now, treat your emotions the same way. So in the beginning, my relationship has been, 10 plus years. And if I, in the beginning, she even used to do it where I would have to tell her, like, do you realize that you just made this shit about you? And at first she was like, what do you mean? I didn't do that. And I was like, okay. And then, so what I would do is, first of all, I would call it out, but then I did it to her. And she was like, wait, first of all, and I said, see, that's exactly what you just did. And then she started saying, oh shit. And then she started making a conscious effort to change. And anytime I would call it out, she would be like, you know what, my bad. And then, maybe it took about 6-7 months, you know what I mean? But then after a sudden, I don't have to do that because I know that she cares for me and she's trying. So I know that she falls short sometimes. So it goes back to what Print was saying. We got to have grace for each other. And if it's somebody that's important to you, you will take those little lumps and be like, okay. And then, you might give it back and blah, blah, but you guys are constantly working at it. And then eventually you get to that point. That's how I think.
Kev, I'm gonna drop down. I appreciate the time. I got to get my Walmart reader job in the morning. So y'all have a good night.
All right, brother. Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Anonymous, for being there. Looks like we got Gemini up on the panel. Really quick, we're going to do a little mod break. We got 15 people in here. We're at 37.7K is what I'm seeing. Let's tap that screen, get up to 40K. Down the bottom right hand of the screen. Last time I said that, we got in trouble. But the bottom right hand corner of the screen, there's a little arrow. If you tap that, menu pop up with a bunch of little faces and circles. Tap 15 of those, hit the share. Let's see some FYPs thrown up in the comments. Let's get those likes popping up. And if you're enjoying what you're hearing, feel free to gift the host. Feel free to gift the panel. If you hate what you're hearing, feel free to gift the host and gift the panel. If you disagree, agree. Don't really have necessarily a dog in the fight, but you have something you want to say. There's a box open, so feel free to jump in. Just hit that request button. So have a wonderful night, and I'm just gonna go run through this really quick, the last three, and then I'm gonna hand over being mod over to Cousin, so he'll be the one in control of that for the night. So thank you very much, Cousin, for being here. What advice can we give men to help them grow mentally? My advice would be to really understand that you get to control how you perceive your self-worth. You get the opportunity to determine that. You can let society determine it for you, or you can play an active member in your own life and determine your own self-worth. And then go out and achieve what you feel what you can prove that you're worth. So I would just say, that you can succeed. You just have to decide that that's what you're capable of, and you'll be fine being uncomfortable until you get to your destination. You understand that suffering is a part of the package of life, and that suffering isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think that fear also plays a role with a lot of men, and that in my opinion, fear exists strictly so that you can conquer it. Like, that's what fear's ultimate goal is, for you to have the courage to conquer it. That's the mechanism that it's trying to activate. So I think that, just don't let failure to launch be your failure. Do someone have to care for you in order for you to care for them? No, I think that's actually an important part of being a man, is to understand that part of it is that you're going to do a lot of things that are just thankless. There's going to be people eventually who are going to rely on you to fulfill their needs without them even knowing that they have those needs. And that's okay. At one point, that was you. You were someone's kid who had needs you didn't know you needed, and they were being met, and that's fine. That's part of our role. And I think that when you lean into that, you find that there's a large benefit you get from that. And I've brought up in your life numerous times that I look for a trait in people, their willingness to be happy for someone else, especially when they gain nothing from giving that person happiness. Like your success, Kev, I will be beyond happy for you, and it does nothing for me. I gain nothing from your success other than watching you grow. And I think that people really have a hard time with that concept of can I give someone happiness and not receive anything back? So I think that's a difficult one. But for me, no. There's lots of people who rely on me and they don't realize it, and that's perfectly fine. Do men take heartbreak deeper than women? I think that men biologically we're engineered differently when it comes to how we handle heartbreak. I think that women biologically are wired to be able to move on from heartbreak faster due to procreating the race, losing all of their men to war and being conquered by a new army. Women were left with a simple choice: unalive or procreate with the new and become a new wife, get a new husband. So I think that, there's a lot of people exist today because that decision was, I'll find a new husband and get married versus be unalive. So I think that they're just wired as a survival tactic to be able to deal and cope with that much quicker than men are. So I just think that they have a little bit of an advantage at getting over it. That's just my own anecdotal idea. So.
And everybody went through that. Hey, hold on, I gotta take this off.
Y'all be blessed and have a great night.
For sure, man. Appreciate you, man. And hope y'all ain't forget about the taps, man. Go hit them taps up, get the 40K real quick. Who popped up first? I looked down here. Oh yeah. Thanks, everybody. Catch up.
Gemini
Cousin or Kev, drop me. That's better for the live if you drop me versus me leaving.
Oh yeah, I think they said something about that. There's always some new tricks to TikTok all the time. All right, brother. I appreciate you, man. Gemini, go ahead and was it public then Polly, or Gemini, you there?
Oh yeah, I thought you said public.
Nah, I think you came in first, and then it's public after that. Then Polly.
Okay.
Yeah, I could just do the you could just do the first two. Why is men's mental health at that, and then do the first one. Cause you remember the order and stuff too. You said he was. Yeah. Okay. Cause you remember the order, because I'm about to make a run real quick. Be right back. So yeah, just do the first two. Do that one and the first one, and then it's public, then Polly.
I think it's a lot to do with societal norms. But it's just this idea that, if you're a real man, or if you're a man, you just grab yourself by the bootlaces and keep shit pushing, get shit done, regardless of what's going on with you internally, mentally. I kind of want to say people don't care, but that would only apply to like strangers, because people who know you and care about you, obviously they care. Like if you got good parents, because I know everybody don't, like your parents care about you, your siblings care about you. If you got a good woman on your side, you got some good homies, they care about you. So if they see you, about to have a mental break, then they would care about that. So, like, yeah, I think that we expect for strangers to actually give a fuck about us, and the reality is that's just not realistic. Are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women centering themselves? Yeah, but again, that depends on the woman. Like, if I like TikTok example, if I'm here on TikTok and I'm in somebody live and they don't know me from fucking hole in the ground, you know what I'm saying? Like, they wouldn't support me. But again, if I'm on here and I'm and it's somebody I got some rapport with, and like they think fondly of me, then yeah, they're gonna support me, and it's not gonna be so much about them and how what I'm saying makes them feel. They're just gonna support whatever I'm going through and do their best to help me get through it if they can, or offer any advice that'll help me get myself through it, or seek out the proper or adequate help to get me through whatever I'm going through. And I'll land there.
Go ahead, public.
Oh wait, was it another one or just them?
I think you did the first two, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we good. You got it.
Okay.
What up?
What's good with you, bro?
I'm chilling, man.
What's up with it, man? What's happening with you?
What up, B? So I'm gonna answer the first prompt. So why is Men's Mental Health Month not being taken seriously? Because men don't care about men's mental health, so we don't take it seriously. We don't take it seriously. We got to care about it for for quote unquote it to be taken seriously. We need to take it seriously. Are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women? Of course, it happens all the time. What advice can we give men to help them grow mentally?
Hold on. We stopping there, I thought, Kev. First two, or we're gonna go into the third one, advice. I'm sorry, public.
No, you good.
I think
Polly didn't answer the first two, and then I thought we were gonna go into.
Okay, yeah. First two. I didn't know he ran through them boys fast. I didn't realize.
Hey, and I love this freaking answers. Motherfuckers talking about this.
I ain't no monologue. I'm going.
It took me way too long to say the same shit.
I just ate me a couple C's. He was done already. All right, go ahead, Polly. We just doing the first two then. And then we gonna start Molly off with the next one with the advice. What up? So the first one is why is men mental health not being taken serious? Gosh.
Well, I think the statement or the question is leading that it's not being taken seriously. I think the fact that they give you a month, we have a month to acknowledge men's mental health, is that they're taking it seriously to an extent, but it's also a level of entitlement as far as what indicators make it serious or not serious. And the other thing I think is that because of social media and people lying to themselves. We're talking a lot about truth, lying to themselves that social media is actually a safe space, is kind of ridiculous because you never know who's watching. It's easy to get misinterpreted or have your words used against you on a social media platform. So therefore, it's not necessarily has anything to do about safety or being taken seriously or not. Are men able to express themselves? I think the thing is it's important to create a support network, assuming that people should care about your mental health, without any relationship or connection, is also just not using, your resources appropriately to deal with your mental health. So it is possible many people create those environments, so that where the women don't center themselves, but there's no negotiation for that to happen always and forever. And did you want me to start the third one?
No, we're not on there yet. We about to get
Okay.
Miley started, and I'm gonna start off with Miley. We're gonna go down and then end it with cousins.
All right. So the advice I would give is uh, to seek some help, professional help. When we talk about men's mental health, uh, every man doesn't have mental health issues, and there are some that are out there that is actually dealing with those, anxiety, depression, PTSD, schizophrenia, mood affective disorder, and other types of mental illness, right? And so, if you're feeling things like you're not as enjoying things as much as you used to, if you are having unaliving thoughts, right? If you are eating too much or eating less than what you usually do, or having thoughts like that, right? You could be having depression, right? If you're having like chest pains or anything like that, you could be having anxiety attacks, right? You could go to, if you don't know where to seek out help, if you, first off, you can go to an ER. Go to the ER, the medical staff there, they'll be able to order a psych eval and have you go through testing to see if you are harm to yourself or others, and they can get you that help. Otherwise, you can seek out counselors, mental health therapists, and psychiatrists that can help. They do have filters where you can seek, if you're looking for a black male therapist, one who may be a Christian, or who have certain beliefs. You can filter through those, and just don't stop at one, because one does not, fit. It's an interview process, just like they're interviewing you to see about what's going on with you. It is an interview process to see what is going on with them, to see if they will be a best fit for you. Also, be open-minded, right? I think sometimes it's hard for us to open up ourselves, right? Because we got to expose ourselves and put it all out there on the table. And so be open that sometimes you got to break that apart in order to build yourself back up, right? And so it's going to come, therapy just not only comes with allowing you to speak your truth, right, and your experiences, but it also is there to offer some constructive criticism, right? How can we get past those traumas, and to give you resources and tools, and you have to be open to that, right? And so I would say, if you are out there dealing with things, I know especially here in the Black community, we're often taught to, bottle it up, put it on a shelf, or pray about it, right? Or read your Bible, right? Which isn't often helpful in many cases, right? Seek help and seek those services. And sometimes the people around you are not going to be the best people, because they may be dealing with a lot of stuff and unhealed as well, and may not have, as much as we want the people in our lives to be able to help us, give us that peace, to help us through these things, we got to give them grace, because they may not have the tools and the resources to be able to help you out as well. So I say, don't be afraid. part of men's mental health month is breaking down those stigmas, right, that come with a man seeking help. And so don't be afraid. Just put that foot out there. Nobody can do it for you. You have to take those steps.
Go ahead, Polly.
My advice to men would be understand that the perspective of your situation um, can influence how you feel about it, and understand that life isn't designed to be easy. So what you're dealing with and what you're going through, it doesn't make you necessarily weak. It doesn't mean life is something that you were meant to deal with alone. You know, the successful people have support, and it is natural to struggle with what's going on around us. So you're you're a part of the plan, and realize that your strength isn't in just being able to deal with life. It's being able to, your strength is dealing with the suffering that you're going through. That's the strength. What you're experiencing is you growing. And so again, tap into good resources that can help you continue on your journey successfully.
What you got, Public?
What advice can we give men to help them grow mentally? Man, there's a lot of things. I think the first thing for me that I always start with is men need to stop lying. Stop lying to themselves so they can stop lying to everybody else. I think that's a really, really important thing that a lot of men don't recognize, or don't want to take, accountability of, is the lies that we believe, the lies that we perpetuate, and the lies that we tell ourselves. So it's really hard to recognize that you have an issue if you're constantly lying to yourself and telling yourself that you don't have an issue. It's telling yourself that it ain't the reason is you just ain't working hard enough. That's why you're poor. It's not the system. It's not, you know what I mean? It's you got to go out there and work. You work 60 hours a week. You need to work 70 hours a week, right? It's not, the reason why you're having bad relationships with people, with your friends, with your family. The reason why you feel alone is maybe it's because of you. Maybe it's because of how you treat people, or whatever the case may be, because you have some open wound from something that happened to you, or whatever, or some developmental issue or whatever, and you need help on healing that and addressing that. But instead it's everybody else's fault, and and the world is just like this, and it's pitted against men, and So yeah, that's usually my go-to is stop lying to yourself, because it's tough. You're never gonna get the help if you keep lying. If you keep the first person you gaslight before you try to gaslight everybody else is yourself. So you have to do that. Like, it's mandatory. But yeah, like I said, there's 1,000 things there's a long laundry list of stuff that I could think of that I do personally, but that's where it starts.
I might have to jot this down in a notebook. This might be one time I actually get to agree with Public, because we don't never agree. But I feel it on there. I feel that one.
Okay, switch your notebook away.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm scared, though. What's about to happen tomorrow? Though? I'm gonna get on Carter. What's going? But what's up, twin? How you feeling? You came in the right spot. Aha! Put you right on the spot. I guess we can always go back. So I'm just gonna get you the advice then. Let's just start off with the advice. That's where we left off at, and then Coma next. Twin, you there?
My bad. What advice can we give men to help them grow mentally?
Mm-hmm.
All right. His responses are annoying. Basically, so I think the advice we can give men to help them grow mentally would be to definitely self-check, right? Like you have to be able to know who you are, what's operating inside of you. Only you know truly what's internally. So be honest with what you're doing, what you're dealing with, what you're going through. The moment you're noticing, the moment you recognize what your issues are, the problems are, that's when you can find the solutions for them. So that's, I guess, the better way to say that. What else? And let them know that, like, I think, people already said it about resources, places you can go to get, have the conversations, the necessary, the hard conversations that'll help you maybe go deeper in the issues that you may be having, why some of the patterns that you're doing, why some of the actions that you're taking, unpack some things, maybe some things you need to unpack. Be willing to talk to people that you can trust, not the ones who will tell you how horrible you are. You already know you're struggling. So to talk to people who are going to make you feel worse about it probably isn't helpful. But talk to people who can be honest with you about what you're dealing with and how you're a part of probably the reason why these things are happening. So yes, definitely. But yeah, be willing to talk to people who will be honest with you, who you can genuinely talk to, who will be there to comfort you, but also push you. Right? So you need those people like that, not just who will downtrodden you, tell you how terrible you are, knowing that they ain't ish either. So you want to make sure you're talking to people like that. That will help you with that. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Just be open with people that you can trust. Let them know what's going on, because a lot of times people that really care about you, they know something's wrong anyway, so you lying to them ain't gonna help. But find people that you can open up to until you're able to communicate that properly to those who are important to you, that needs to understand what you're going through, so they can assist you in that mental development that you're needing in that moment. So, because we all need that, women, men, children, we all need someone we can talk to help us through mental things, because we all have that problem. So, all right, praise the Lord.
All right, twin came back powerful. There you go. There you go. All right, Coleman, what you got for me? What advice can we give men to help them grow mentally?
I'm gonna say
Coleman.
for me, Okoma. I think the realest thing you could say to this is okay to be wrong, right? I think ego a lot of times play a big role in men's mental status. It's okay to have an opinion, right? To even stand 10 toes down on that opinion. But when you're around someone that, if you're willing to actually pay attention and listen to what someone else has to say, and maybe realize while they're speaking that, dang, that makes sense, right? That makes sense. It's logical. It's okay to be wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, not everybody is perfect. Nobody's perfect, right? And it's okay to be wrong. And being wrong, and being willing, not just being wrong and learning that you're wrong, but being willing to understand that, one, I'm wrong, and two, I'm learning something new. I'm learning something new about myself, or about the environment around me, and be willing to accept that knowledge that's beyond what your own specific opinion or life experiences have brought to you. To be mentally stable is to just be able to be like, yo, this is how I personally feel, or or how I see life through my eyesight, right? And then to be open to other people's views, and to be like, that gives me a different point of view, or I look at it differently now. It's okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, everybody's not going to be right. So just because you find yourself in an environment where, what I thought might not have been 100%, doesn't make you stupid or weird or anything like that. It just means that you are now opening yourself up to a new reality or a new thought process, and that's okay. digest it, you know what I'm saying, take it in. And I mean, you know, I just feel like it makes you mentally more adapt and able when you moving forward.
You got Amir.
Man, you know, Kev, I've been waiting for this. That's what I've been waiting for.
He said, "This is my time."
Hell yeah, I'm mad at
Background done
public.
changed about 4 times.
Nah, it's all good. You know me, I ain't got nothing but time, but I just been waiting patiently. But I'm mad at public, and I know Polly wanted to say some more, but hopefully y'all don't leave and give me some more jewels, man, because these young brothers and all of us, we need our irons to be sharpened. So you know what I'm saying? I'm glad all of us is here. We could be doing something else. But I'm a solution driven type person. You know what I'm saying? I got a family and I got 3 children, and I'm about making winners. So I was lucky. I came up with a strong father, so I had a good example. So I just try to tell my children through it all, whether you know you're right, wrong, or indifferent. What we trying to get is an understanding. You know what I'm saying? And understanding is the best part, because if you understand, then you can maybe understand your part, their part. You understand if you can handle it, accept it, get some resources, some help. But if you unclear on what the issue is, then that's the problem. I think one thing we as men need to do, since we claim we so damn logical, is have a little bit of patience and look at the issue, look at the predetermining issues before the issue. A lot of times people are reactive and they react off of the scenario right in front of us. So men, we tend to build our own, we make our own issues. I like how the Strong Brothers is talking about, you know, it really goes back to self. And a lot of these questions are about self. And we as men make excuses, but that does not take away from, you know, the fact that a lot of men are suffering from mental health issues, whether they be big issues or small issues. So even the best of us have mental issues that we could sharpen, right? So when we're talking about solutions, we want to talk about assessment, just reassessment. When you're at a job, you have evaluation every now and then. You got to do that with yourself. You got to check on yourself and check where you're at and check how you've been, what your history is, so that you can renew your history in order to predict your future more effectively. And it's hard to do that without documenting your history. You got to be able to write some stuff down. You got to be able to, nowadays you can record it. You know what I'm saying? You really need to make a note and try and see if you can manage
Hey,
your
come on, I'm
day.
gonna switch you up.
And see if you can manage your day. You know what I'm saying? And prioritize the things that you need to get done and see if you can do that. And if you can't, then that's where you start. It starts right there, one day at a time, one issue at a time. See if you can write down your issues, the priority, the one that's most important, and take one step at a time. That's the first thing I would suggest. But that's a real practical approach that we tend to forget. I mean, we was the best students. We had pencil and paper. We was going to school, we were getting A's because we studied, and we passed the test. Life is a test for men. We have to study to show ourselves approved. The basic concept of life, whether you're religious or not, is survival of the fittest, right? Self-preservation. So when we take on all these tasks of protecting and providing, protect and provide for yourself. Fill your cup as a man before you fill someone else's. I always hear people say, you know, it's better to give and to receive. It is. It is. Ultimately, when you arrive, you'll realize it's selfless, and it's better to give without expecting someone to care for you, like the thing said. However, it's a long journey to get there, and you got to be well equipped to make it. So you got to stay ready, so you don't have to get ready. And the longer you stay ready, you don't have to reload. So it keeps going back to self preparation, planning, and things of that nature. Now I'm gonna end with this one. I wrote these down because these are the ones I hopefully people can really catch. You know what I'm saying? In order for a man to help himself, because it says, what can we tell a man to help him grow mentally? To help him grow mentally. Now I'm assuming he has an issue. If he has an issue, you got to really deal with that issue. Like Public said, you got to acknowledge you got a problem. That's the first step in the 12-step. And the 12-step program work for everybody, not just alcoholics. You got to acknowledge you got an issue. But the first thing I would suggest, and the thing that helped me, my testimony, was I had to know who I was. Despite being 19, I thought I knew who I was. But when I read a few books and really started exploring my history, that explained who I was. And then I got another appreciation, a refound appreciation for life. And I had pride. And then I was able to predict and, plan my future accordingly because I knew who I was. So you got to read some books. And real quick, I'll give you a couple, men. Read How to Eat to Live by Elijah Muhammad. That's not a religious book, and you don't have to be religious after you finish reading it. It's information. I also would recommend Miseducation of the Black Man in America by Carter G. Woodson. And then lastly, I would recommend a female author, Frances Cress Welsing. She wrote the ISIS Papers. I recommend them 3 books. We got to help ourselves, brothers. I love them sisters saying that. They ain't centering themselves when they say that. We need to help ourselves. Read them books. And then you got to, know yourself. That'll help. And then you got to know your enemy. I got 2 things and I'm going to finish real quick because I'm going to let everybody roll and I want to hear what y'all got to say. But this last thing, if you know yourself, then you got to know who your enemy is. Now, we can argue about that all you want. The enemy can be your enemy, right? Yourself. You're only in your own way. I agree with that. And the power, the enemy has the power that you give him. I agree with that. But you still got to know who he is. It's a spiritual warfare we fight, right? And a carnal warfare because we do fight, right? We fight agendas. We fight all these principalities and things, but we fight spiritual warfare. So we got to be in good shape to fight our enemy. We got to be in good shape to fight him. Once we find out who he is, if we ain't ready for him, he gonna get us. So we got to eat right, sleep right, talk right, think right, be the best you can be. You ain't got to be perfect, but be the best you can be. So when you find out who that enemy is, you can face him. And lastly, that enemy, you can say what you want about me after I say this, is this system that you're allowing yourself to be caught up in. I'm not blaming the system. I said you're allowing yourself because it's really perspective. But the system that's been set up for us has been set up for us to fail. I know my history since America's inception. Somebody prove me wrong if I'm wrong, but it's been set up for us to fail. There, you have a chance, but our chance is 5 steps back from everybody. Sometimes 15, sometimes 20. So know your enemy, get in shape, and then have faith. That's all I would say. You got to have something that you got to believe in, yo. I didn't do this believing in myself. I'm 53 and I have a peace of mind, but I really did them things I wrote down and I had faith. I found a source that would inspire me, that I prayed to and I meditated with. I spent more time with myself than I spent with the world. That's the last piece of information I'll give. More time with myself in my prayer closet, meditating, thinking of my thoughts, organizing them and writing them down than I did talking to other people and doing other stuff. And I'll land with that one.
Okay. We gonna get Gemini, then Corey, my boy Corey. I ain't seen him in a long time. I ain't seen him at least about a year and a half. Because when I started this thing, I remember when I first started this. I've been doing this live stuff for like 3 years. But go ahead, Gemini. We got Corey. Then I'm gonna end it with my brother cousins.
Hey yo, I need you to cycle out public and alter ego as well. Like both of them stole my motherfucking shit. I don't
The combination.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Coco already gone. You know what I'm saying? She stole my shit too.
Ain't nobody worse. I know everybody stole cousins because everybody still cousins.
But seriously, I think that the first step is for people to be authentic, like 100% authentically them, and like that'd be hard sometimes. And then they need to have like that scientist mind and go out and test what they think they know, go out and test it and see, the validity or the accuracy of what they think they know. And then they have to be adaptable because ain't nobody perfect, ain't nobody gonna get it right all the time. So you gotta be able to accept the fact that you're gonna fuck up, you're gonna get it wrong sometime, and you gotta regroup and go back at it. And I'm gonna land with that.
Okay. Corey, what you got for me, my brother?
All right, I got a sleepy man for you, but what's up? But thank you for bringing me up.
For
Uh,
sure, for sure.
you know, this is my
What's
gig.
good with you, Kyrie? What's
Much
good with
like,
you, bro?
what's going on? How you doing? How you
I can't
doing?
call it, bro. Can't
Uh,
call it.
and right now, I actually have my men's conference going on, and it's one of the things is you want to know what can help a man. It's I have done more research. I have more data than a little bit, and it basically comes down to five things. You got to become self-aware. If you don't know what's wrong with you or what needs to be fixed, you can't fix it. And what'll happen, we'll start fixing the engine when the trunk is broken or the gas tank when the windshield's broken. So we get all confused in what's going on. The next thing you have to worry about is like, look, man, I got to get some knowledge about what's wrong with me. I gotta figure out myself. Let me instead of listening to everybody saying like, "Oh, you're passive aggressive," or "You're this," or "You're that." Let me listen to them, but then use this thing in my hand called a cell phone and Google and start getting some knowledge. Once I get some knowledge, I need to get started becoming disciplined. I
Oh
gotta
yeah,
get disciplined.
that's me and
And
problem right
once
there.
Yeah, and we got to stay strong with it. So whatever I want, if I want to be a, a a race car driver, right? I'm self-aware now. Can I even do it? Do I have the ability to do this? And let me be real with myself. Because when you start telling yourself the truth, it's much easier to tell other people the truth. But when you tell yourself and you eat that, knowing how cruel and how unstable and the thinking that you have, the cruel, just the messy person you are, you start becoming.
Hmm.
And once you have your discipline, the next thing you go to is self-control
Mm.
because you have to control all of that. You have to control what you discipled yourself into. If I'm disciplined into martial arts, I'm not going to go play basketball. I'm going to stay disciplined in that field and I'm going to do what I need to do to be successful. Once I'm disciplined, now I'm going to start from the beginning, self-control, self-control, knowledge, self-awareness, knowledge, self-discipline, self-control. Once you have those four, now you got to endure it. You have to be a man of endurance because self-control and self-discipline, they don't come by easy. The wages of those are fairly high. Sometimes the wages comes with suffering, tears, sometimes a lot of loss. But you get to endure. And when you endure as a man, you become something special. You become something different in this world, and you become what they call honorable. And when, as an honorable man, I don't want you men to have to worry about. I don't stop worrying about being a good man because can't nobody figure that out. Be an honorable one. Be someone that you can be remembered because an honorable man may have to do things that are tough, may have to hurt people's feelings, but they know how to love, they know how to lead, and they know how to die. And at the end of the day, fellas, this life is so short. The journey is so short, so sweet, and so bitter sometimes. But man, it tastes good to have lemon with your tea. Bitter don't taste that bad when you're able to endure it, when you're able to mix it. Because at that point, you become a god amongst them. And they look at you as that man, the horrible father, they say you're a good man. The guy that wasn't about crap, you're a good man. The divorced husband, he's a good man. The cheater, he's a good man now because he endured. He got knowledge. He was self aware of who he was and he was disciplined enough to endure himself. And that is the guidance of a man. It's man, I'm telling you, you can research this stuff yourself, but pills don't help us. All this stuff. Find a man too. Find a somebody that looks like you, somebody that understands your fight. And the women, I'm not saying that you don't, but it's something about a man with a man. We understand our fight. and find a man you can trust and talk to that'll tell you, bro, you messing up, bro, you're wrong, bro, you need to improve, bro, do better. And find that one man that says, man, good job. The one that celebrates you. But don't just limit yourself, because never let another person's limitations of you be your limitation. This is so simple. I really wish I could get this out to everybody for a better understanding. But it's really easy. I hate to say it. Men, we are so blessed to be easily healed. And I'll land right there. I yield.
Okay, my brother, man. Hey, I know why you don't, but dog, he be preaching though for sure. I start remembering when I first seen him years ago. That's funny. That's how long I ain't seen him though. But I know I be hosting a lot of lives that everybody can't handle sometimes too, so I can see that too though. So yeah, I know it's just dependent. So I know everybody got to be selective sometimes. But yeah, that was a good talk for sure. Cause you over there slamming some stuff.
Yeah, I'm upset. Y'all done took all
I
of my shit.
know.
I'm over here like at that barbershop. I'm like and coming to America, the barbershop. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Who next? No, just everybody has great points. I can't really. You know what? I gotta say though, the only thing that I would say, it's not even a pushback. It is an add-on. But when you said about if you have to have discipline, absolutely. But if you want to go, be in martial arts, you don't play basketball. That's the part that I would have a little bit of a pushback. I think that we also need to be jack of all trades, right? We need to have multiple hobbies. We need to be, as men, we need to be, because idle minds do the devil's work, or idle hands do the devil's work, right? So when we can be busy, but when we have a lot of things, a lot of different skills, right? Different skill sets, different things, different interests. What that does is it starts to rewire our brain into finding new things. Like we start getting curious, right? And then that leads into what everybody else has been saying is finding yourself, knowing yourself, understanding who you are. And then you stop listening to the outside world. You start listening to the inside of what you really need. So, like I said, that's not really a pushback. It's just a little deviation on that part, because everything else you got to stop lying to yourself. That's the first part, right? And then it's like you got to stop making excuses and stop, trying to justify your mistakes. Just say you fucked up. It's okay.
Right.
Accept it. We are not perfect. And a mistake does not mean that you're weak. So we have this idea that any chink in our armor is admitting weakness, or we taking an L. And that's a pressure that we putting on ourselves, because the only thing that y'all brothers left me to talk about was our internal stress. And so I'm gonna have to go there because y'all didn't cover up all the other bases. We have to minimize our internal stress. And what do I mean by that? That means the stress that we create for ourselves. Right? It's hard to see clearly. It's hard to reach for help. It's hard to actually start saying to yourself, damn, I need to go get help, when you have a fog because you are stressed. And stress will manifest in your body, right? That hypertension. I think we were talking, somebody brought up, being health. I think that might have been Amir, and I think Millie even talked about it too. You got to be healthy, right? But you can really bring on a lot of ailments because of stress. And where does that stress come from? Trying to keep up with the Joneses, right? You're listening to what everybody told you should be as a man, as opposed to what you really are when you look in the mirror. So now, when you don't measure up to what everybody else told you you're supposed to be, what is that creating to you? It creates doubt. It's now you're insecure. Now you have all of these other things. Now you're going out trying to show people, trying to you're trying to have this facade, because you don't measure up to this idea in your head that is supposed to be you. And the reality is you was never that anyway, and you can never be that. So find who you are, accept that, and all of a sudden the doors open up. All of a sudden,
What?
and then that health starts to be easily attained. Now you can start to see yourself, and now you can get out there, and now you can really practice and really be disciplined. You can actually really stop lying. You know what I mean? You all of a sudden realize that you don't have to start justifying everything. Now you understand that what the truth is the truth. It don't need justification, right? When you start realizing that, and then you start really walking in your square or on your path and standing on your square, then it's easier to really work on that mental health. But we can't do that as long as we have all of the interference and all of the static and listening to everybody else and ingesting all of the negative, my new word I've been using lately is rigmarole. So,
What the?
we got to get, we got to get rid of
I
that.
almost
We talk
dropped
about
you
that
for that.
later.
I don't even know what the heck that was. That just made me mad.
Yeah,
I
that
don't even
makes
know what that.
yeah. See, that threw you off. Yeah, I know. We can talk about
That
that
just made
later.
my stomach hurt a little bit. I don't even know what you just said.
But I'm gonna land right there, man. I'm gonna land right there.
I'm so mad that I think he said to go, and it had to be public. I'm mad, and we had our disagree streak, but that's a good one he did use because the more I'm thinking about, because I think that's like one of the top ones is that we lie to ourselves, and that is a good one though. But I'm gonna let Nate go, then I'll say my point of view on that one too though, because I gotta use it too. I gotta borrow that too. I'm mad. I feel like I'm taking an L because I use it's like I'm talking just making a competition. Go ahead, Nate. What you got for me? What advice can we give men to help them grow mentally?
What advice to give men to help them grow mentally?
Yeah.
Like, um, so you can like to tell them like to speak out more. Like, their mental health actually matters too. Like, because like most men like they think like that they should like be quiet because also like that they was like brought up like, well, oh, like you're like, well, oh, like you're like a man, so you should like stop crying or whatever. So like that's also why like I guess like childhood trauma, like I don't know. So like I don't know, but like it's like they're already like brought up that way where they think like their mental health like already don't matter.
Okay. All right. I would say.
Hey, Kev, hold on, real quick. Hey, yo, I need you to, like, whatever you want to say, just type it and let Nate read it.
Mm.
Am I asking too much? I might be asking too much. If I am, just say the word. I'll shut the fuck
He
up.
probably is. Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
All right.
You Jim and I going to hell with gasoline draws on. That's what's gonna happen.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm just messing with you.
Yo, when she was just talking,
Yeah.
yo, that shit was like so motherfucking soothing. You know what I'm saying? So like, if everybody could just type their comments and then
And she
just
got
let
that
her
little
say that shit,
innocent
like
voice.
that'd be dope. You know what I'm saying? Like for real, that shit'll be dope as hell.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm gonna say, and we could do an open panel after that unless y'all. But I was about to say, I guess in a way, because I always tell people they live in the denial. So I would say, tell men, aka same thing, lying to yourself. First off, we gotta stop lying to ourselves and stop being in denial and just admit. You gotta admit first, and then also, I would say that ego. I think that ego is one of our biggest problems because we don't want to feel less than we want to feel like that we got it all the time, and I think our ego, it gets so bad that we don't even we don't want to address our health issues, and that's physical and mental, even emotional, what I'm saying, all that stuff is all around though. So I think our ego get in the way that we could take this, we can do that, and y'all don't know what y'all talking about, stuff like that. So, and I think it just got built into us to feel that way, that nah, you need to toughen up and stuff. I mean, I can get it to a certain extent because this world you gotta, and that's all I preach on anyways. We gotta toughen up regardless. But I'm just saying we ain't gotta be so dang on tough that we don't realize that we do be needing help. We do need help. You know what I'm saying? I do tell people not to depend on people, right? I say you don't have to depend, but sometimes we is gonna need other people. We gonna need to go to the hospital, make up checkups. We can't do checkups on our own all the time. You know what I'm saying? Especially most of us ain't even eating healthy. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta do checkups. We gotta shoot. Probably have to meditate. We might have to sit in that chair a couple times. You know. So all that stuff we gotta just put our stuff to the side because like everything we can't do on our own. I know that the world brought us up that way to feel like it, but we just gotta pick and choose the times. You don't gotta cry about everything either. I'm not saying that because I ain't doing all that though. But it's just like sometimes you just gotta and the discernment thing, right? Heal from your past traumas. Heal from because it's just getting spreaded. You know, it's going to the next and next. And like I said, I be hearing this on literally on both ends. Like I said, I know everybody be thinking I just be straight on women, but it's just because it's recently because I'm like they don't hear it like that. But it's like both of us got our own issues. You know what I'm saying? So I would say, you know, dang, what the freak I was getting to? Basically, just all I'm saying is that we have to just know when we need help. I mean, know when to seek for help and know when to and be discern and heal. We got to find a way to heal properly and really work on it. You know, work on it as bad as like and like I tell people, like we can get some stuff done, but I think we chase our desires more than anything, and that's why we in the that's why we in the predicament we in now. That's why we doing these silly panels about crying on each side and all this stuff or whatever because we chase our desires. Everybody want to have fun and everybody want to do that, but they get mad about the way the outcome of their fun going, and then be like, "Well, I didn't know that all this other stuff though." But it's just like we wanted these things. That's where the accountability factor come in at. You know what I'm saying? So like we got to realize that all these desires we don't have. It's like stuff come behind these desires. So it's just like we got to sometimes control these things. You know, we gotta control it. We got to focus on being more healthier. We got to focus on connecting with healthy people. You know, focus on and we got to become healthy. You know what I'm saying? So, but all that stuff we got to deal with their ego and pride. Put it in the right ways, not in the because everything's so reverse nowadays. You know, you soft if you do this, you're hard if you do that. If you yell and do this, and then not that's considered being hard now. But I mean, it's just everything backwards now. But that's the whole point I'm getting to on that though. So that's my advice. I would say, you know, it's most definitely that.
I want to say something real quick before I get out of here. I think listening to this, I thought about something. It a lot of times, I don't know if anybody's ever done like couples therapy or anything like that, but like a lot of times when you go to therapy with somebody else, there's a dynamic that is at play that I don't think a lot of men pick up on. But like, so a lot of times when you go to couples therapy, it's like there is a person that is being hurt and there is a person that is doing the hurting, right? It doesn't mean the other person is perfect or anything like that, but it's just, it's typically like that, like that's the dynamic a lot of times in couples therapy. It's a lot of times. I don't know. I'm not a therapist, but from just listening to people talk about this stuff and like my own experience, whatever you want to say, the dynamics kind of seem like that. And I think that a lot of times with men, we don't recognize that we're the drama. Like we think that it's everybody else is making, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody wronged us, but it's like, nah, you're the drama. Like the reason why you're not getting along with these people, the reason why all your relationships are failing, or the reason why, whatever the case may be, you are the common denominator. Like you need to realize that you are the drama, you are the problem, you are the reason why your mental health is so messed up, right? A lot of times, I'm not saying the world ain't rough and the world don't put pressure on. I'm not saying any of that, but I do think that a lot of times for men, we put, sorry, we put unnecessary, we put unnecessary pressures on ourselves, um, that nobody else is asking us to do. And I don't feel like, I mean, I don't we and it's so weird because I hate to say it, a lot of times we do it to make ourselves victims so that we can like, we like scapegoat like other people or whatever the case may be, and we try to make it seem like, like, oh, they're the reason why I'm doing this. The reason why I am working myself into an early grave is because I gotta make X amount of money to please this woman, or I gotta do this, da 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 da. But like, nobody asked you to do that, right? Like, what I'm saying? I've had a lot of men tell me like, oh, I was trying to build my empire or stuff like that. Like, nobody actually, you're not Mansa Musa, bro. Like, you don't need to build an empire, right? Like, it's perfectly okay for you just to work a job and show up for your family, and that's good. And show up for yourself. Like, that's fine. If you need to sacrifice your mental and physical health so that you could quote unquote get ahead, then you probably don't you're whatever you're doing isn't made for you. If you can't do it in a healthy way, you don't need to do it. It does, like, that goes
Right.
for anyone. You know
I
what I'm
agree with
saying?
that.
So I think a lot of times we do that to ourselves, and we try to justify it and act like it's oh, well, I gotta do this. I gotta have a Benz, man. I gotta make sure I make this amount of money or what. It's like, nobody told you that though. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want that for yourself. You want that for your appearance. You want, whatever the case may be. But you put that pressure on yourself. Nobody put that pressure on you. Men are actually afforded the ability in society to put as much or as little pressure on ourselves as we want to. I don't feel like we could say that about every group, but like, cishet men, heterosexual men, like, for the most part, we control how much pressure we put on ourselves. If you just want to work a job and make, what I'm saying, make a decent amount of money, like, that's perfectly okay. That's perfectly fine. No, like, nobody's gonna come in and tell you you ain't shit and da 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 da. Like, only you are gonna tell yourself that. Only you gonna be like, well, I'm not on Instagram studying with stacks, so I ain't doing nothing. Or I don't got this. I ain't doing it. I want to Instamo, whatever. You gonna tell yourself that, but ain't nobody gonna come in your life. I've never had anybody shit on me for driving a crappy car, or, what I'm saying, or
Right.
hopping in my Prius or whatever the case may be. I never had none of the homies be like, "Oh, you driving that? Oh, okay." Like, ever. Like, no, like, it's never happened before. So men do that. We do it to ourselves, and then we try to act like it's the world doing it to us. And I think that's really frustrating for me as a man to watch so many men fall into that trap of like acting like, oh, it's, yeah, man, if you were in 10 relationships and all 10 of them failed,
Right.
you might be the common denominator. If you've been in 3 relationships and all 3 women said the exact same thing about you, it probably is you. If you seem to can't keep friends, but your friends, you were in a friends group and they're still friends and you're not in it, and you've done that in several friends groups, maybe it's you. Maybe it's you. You keep getting fired from jobs for your performance or for your attitude. It ain't the jobs. At some point, you gotta wake up and be like, all right, I'm the drama. I gotta check that shit. But yeah, man, it's tough. We don't want to do it.
Hey, can I bounce off of public? I just
What you
want to.
got?
I'm gonna add
I
on
think,
the.
and after you go, I think Gemini had a question for public.
I'm just gonna add on to what public said, and I'll make this very brief. Um, we don't really take in consideration as men what we do and why, and who we do it for. And it took me almost 50 years to find out that, I bought my car for other people. I bought my phone for other people. The clothes I wear for other people. The food I was buying for other people. And I'm gonna hit you in the neck with this one. I even got my wife for other people, the one I select. So these kind of things, think about getting things for yourself and not in a selfish way. But I don't have to have the Hellcat when I can't afford it. I may need to get that Nissan Sentra, right? because that's for me. That'll get me to my job. That'll get me to my point. That'll get me to my purpose, my journey. It'll get me. But a lot of times we doing so much for other people, man. We lose ourselves and we end up thinking we're failing when we just overcompensating. I'll end there.
All right. Go ahead, Gemini.
Um. Where was I at? He said he was talking about. Oh yeah. He was talking about couples therapy. Um. I don't know. I don't know if he ever been public. I don't know if you ever been to couples therapy or not. But is it like, I know when you go into the couples therapy, like it's kind of this blame game kind of thing, like you did this or you're doing this or you're acting this way and it hurts and it doesn't feel good, I don't like it, or however you want to put it. um but do you think that it's more of an issue with like a lack of comprehension of like the intentions behind what the person is doing, or a lack of understanding of the purpose of what they're doing? Or do you think that it's more of what you were saying, like just pure blame, like you made me feel this way or that way or whatever?
I think in the, I mean, yeah, I think there's a show called Couples Therapy, and it's interesting to watch. It is. I don't care where you fall. It's very much triggering. Like, like it's because like for me it was triggering for like because I had like a lot of secondhand embarrassment, and also it's like watching myself, like my past self, go through these like issues or whatever, and watch these people. Sometimes it's women's, but a lot of times the men. But it's like them not having any self awareness and not no accountability whatsoever, and projection, and pivot, and gaslight. It's I was like, man, this sounds very similar to some of the things that I've said and done. um and I think that a lot of times, like I said, in couples therapy, or even in family therapy, even with your parents, the same thing. Like, so you're a kid, right? Or you can be an adult and go, but like you're the child of your parents, and you go to family therapy, and you're trying to tell your parents how they harmed you. Your parents are oblivious a lot of times, right? They don't want to hear it. They push back. They fight. Oh no, oh, I was just trying to do my best. And then it's like, nobody said you weren't trying to do your best, but you still hurt me. You still did it. You know what I mean? Like, you still could have done better. Blah 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 blah. And so many people are not invested in actually being better people, and they think that they are the best version of themselves already. That when you go there, when you listen, what I'm saying, like when you go there and you need to identify like where these issues come from, and who's doing what to who. When you go in there with that frame of mind that you can't, like, there's nothing anybody can tell me. Is it you? Well, you said this to me, and all this blame and all that bullshit. Like, you're never gonna get anywhere, and that's really hard. That's really hard to do in those scenarios. Like, it's really hard to like sit through, right? To be the other person, to be the person on the other side that's being harmed, and then not have anybody, and not have the other person acknowledge at all how they're harming you. You know what I mean? Like that, like that's tough. And when I went, yeah, my wife ain't perfect. Yeah, my wife yells at me sometimes, or she gets agitated with me, or whatever the case may be, and she may have bad poor communication or whatever in the moment or whatever. But my wife has never like actually hurt me. She's she's never like done anything to hurt me that I can think. In 17 years, I've been with her for 17 years. She ain't never done shit to actually hurt me. She's never like disrespected me. She's never like gone behind my back and like done anything inappropriate. Like, nothing in 17 years. You know what I'm saying? So when we went, it was a lot of, I needed to unpack a lot of the things that what I was going through personally that was causing me to act a certain way to her. And if I never did that, then I don't think her and I would be together I don't think we would be together today if I didn't do that. Right. Like I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be together. So
Have you
that
ever
was
yelled at her before?
Of course I've yelled at my wife. We've had yelling matches. We've
What
yelled at, that's what I'm saying. Everything that I've done I started dating my wife when I was 24 years old. You know what I mean? Like we were freaking kids. But like everything that my wife has done to me, I've done to her 10 times worse. You know what I'm saying? Like like she's yelled at me, I've yelled at her way more. I've yelled louder than her. You know what I mean? Whatever the case may be. So, there's like when it comes to that to me is like that's the type of stuff people get caught up in. It's like they get caught up in the argument, right? It's like, so what I'm saying is like you did something disrespectful to your wife, whatever the case may be. I don't know what it was. You lied to her about something. You did something inappropriate at work with a woman. You emailed I don't care what it was, right? Like it ain't got to be no full blown like you dipped off on her, but just something, right? You did something inappropriate. You stayed out. You said you were going to be back at 11 and you came back at 3. Stuff like that, right? Um, and then she's talking to you about it and she's upset and whatever. Now you guys are going back and forth, and because of your reaction, she's getting agitated. You're trying to gaslight her now. She's getting more agitated. Now she starts yelling. Now you use that as a reason to justify you yelling at her. You use that as a reason to shut her down and be like, oh, like, see, you being disrespectful. I can't stand your mouth. And that be the type of stuff men be doing. That's why they be on there like, I don't like no bossy chick. I don't like no woman to talk to me. It's like, if you don't want your woman to talk to you like that, all you got to do is treat her with respect. I'm 99% sure that your woman ain't gonna be wilding on you if you're treating her with respect, right? If you validate her feelings and whatnot, you'll be perfectly okay. You'll be safe from her quote unquote sharp tongue, because a lot of men like to say that women have these sharp tongues. But a lot of men don't want to do that. Like we just don't want to do that. We're not interested in doing that. We want to maintain some some imbalanced power dynamic in our relationship, and we want to control our all these weird things that we're taught we need to do as men. You know what I'm saying? And that's where a lot of the problems lie, right? So that's been my observation. There's studies done on this too, but like most of the time men, we lack self-awareness, and we lack the ability to we lack the desire to grow. We don't see any benefit in growing. That's the problem with men. We don't. In society, there's really no benefit in it for us. That's how we feel.
Man, can I add on to that too? Because
Yeah,
that's
give me 2 seconds, cousin, real quick. Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
yeah.
I need everybody in this live to be tapping this screen because I don't ask for 60K over 20 minutes ago. We're only at 56.1K. What is the problem? There's 79 people in here. We should have been there by now. Y'all want these comments back on? Tap this screen and get it up to 60K. All right, go ahead, cousin, my bad.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, because even when I used to mediate couples, and the successful mediation to me is when they change their mind, right? And we're not supposed to have a bias. I'm just supposed to look at facts and talk to each side and blah 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 blah. This is kind of one of the reasons why I'm always looking at both sides, because this is what I used to do. But when I would have, couples would be in here, one side would be hurt, one side would be, the one that was doing the hurting, as Public was saying. Usually, you would have, like, if it was the man, and he was being, his wife was taking him for granted or doing all this other things, and he was complaining about it. She would listen. She would, most likely they would try to change it around, right? They try to, woe is me. They try to center themselves. They try to do something as a defense mechanism, right? But ultimately, they would sit back after I would sit there and be like, look, did you see what you're doing? They would just stop, and they would be like, damn. And then they would start listening, right? What I found is that a lot of times with us, when it was the men's side, he would not either he would shut down and stop answering questions altogether, right? When it came to him, it would be like, all right, whatever. and then all of a sudden, now fuck this, I gotta leave. No, where you going, right? And then if this doesn't go his way, right, and I tell him the outcome, then he will sit back down and he would be listening, but he's not listening because I refuse to take an L. And it goes back to what we were talking about, that's being stubborn, right? And not even wanting to be helped, because we all have been taught so many times that if we bow down, if we take the L, if we submit, we are weak. And even in a case like this, where your whole life is in a balance, more times than not, I'm gonna say more than, it was the majority of the time, we as men, we would be stubborn as hell. We trying to fight till the last time, and we're like sitting here like, bro, I didn't broke it down to you 3, 4, 5 different ways. This is why you're wrong. This is what happened. No, that ain't it. You gotta understand. See, you don't know how it is to be a man. What are you talking about? I'm a man. I'm sitting here in your face. What the fuck are you talking like? And then that don't work. So then he try to go with something else, and it's just like, wow. So when sometimes it's not necessarily that he was doing it on purpose at first, right? Because in his mind, he thought he was doing everything right. He like, man, I was out here, man, I'm working, I'm doing this, and it's that, yeah, okay. That's what the status quo told you to do, right? So you was doing that. But meanwhile, this woman was telling you what she really needed, and you didn't do it. Now, the successful, what I call successful mediations, was when they actually made up, right? And in those situations, the man said, yo, damn, I didn't realize that's how she was taking it. And then he actually sat there and he would actually listen and be like, you know what? I didn't mean it that way. I thought I was doing it right. And you would be surprised, just that admission, how it changed the whole dynamic of that mediation. You see what I'm saying? Because we were willing to accept a fault. And so that whole, me saying all of that is just to reiterate the fact of, one, stop lying to ourselves, right? Because that means that's going to make us resistant to seeing what we're doing. And then number 2 is, once we figure out, yeah, we might not be perfect, we might have fucked up, stop being stubborn. Stop trying to justify everything you do as if we're rational. That's why we do it. No, you did it because you fucked up. Let's just say that. And then that way we can move on in a better way. Just simple as that. So I just wanted to say that. That was just a good point I want to reiterate.
I just wanted to make a parallel quickly. When people talk about men not knowing how to ask for help, you realize that some of the strongest, toughest men that we know, that we see in sports like mixed martial arts, for example, right? They know how to ask for help, and it's commonplace. And we'll even tell them to do it. And that's the tap, right? When you tap out, it's okay to tap out and have a referee help you. You see, keep you from further damage. And a lot of times, why do people tap? Because the pressure on their neck and head is too much. So you do the smart thing and tap out. And that's not saying that you're defeated. That just means I need some help. So and the brain is the same way. So when you talk about mental health, you're creating new pathways in your brain. You're developing strength in your thought process. You're giving yourself mental tools to move forward and to conquer the challenges ahead. That's just like the training and some of the toughest things. So we need to stop telling people men don't know how to ask for help. Yeah, they do. It's just that people aren't asking for help. And then we know and we recognize that the strongest among us know how to ask for help. So I think that is where we should just start encouraging people that it's okay to tap. That's life. And the other quick bit of advice is that, what you believe today might be the lie tomorrow. There's nothing wrong with being wrong. If you believe something today, then this is where people usually, their world crumbles. It's their resistance to admit something is not what they thought. It's not true. Most of us was told that Santa Claus was real. And when we found out that he wasn't real, we got upset. But we didn't let it destroy our entire world. And that is the same reality. What you are believing isn't necessarily what you're going to believe tomorrow, because you're going to learn something else. You're going to see something else. You're going to experience something else. So that will make what you believe today to no longer be true. And that's growth. And that's enlightenment. And that's what people are saying that we should strive for, is to learn yourself, to be yourself. Well, part of that journey is to realize that there's a lot of lies and we're holding on to most of them. Thank you very much.
Hey, Kev. I'm
Yeah.
about to fall asleep, man. Let me say something and then I'm gonna say peace to everybody. Is that cool?
Yeah.
What's up, Alter? Hey, what's up, AJ, Nay, Jim, and all my peoples? Man, we got a cool group. Hey, Polly, man, I appreciate your input, man, because you thought provoking, bro. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, man, part of men's health is to be able to enter a room, maybe disagree, and walk away and still be okay with that. And it's a few brothers that have said some things that I didn't really necessarily understand or necessarily agree, or I would say, well, that's, situational. But at the same time, I'm able to find the balance. I ain't looking for no problems. I'm looking for solutions. So when we talk about how this help, my last thing will be, I love that we can be able to listen to each other. That's one of the things we got to do. We got 2 ears, 1 mouth. Let's listen to each other more. But I'm gonna reiterate and just say that like I like how Brad came up and said 5 things. I'm gonna try and get mine down to a few that help me. When I say knowledge of self, you gotta know who you are, because truth is power, right? Everything everybody said is all tied into this. If you know who you are after being lied to, or after believing you thought you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, before 19, I thought I was a total different person. But when I really started understanding myself and knew that I had, I like how Polly said in the comments, how do you really know yourself? That was a good question, bro. Because the thing is, it's a journey, right? Mind is an infinite thing when we talk spiritually, right? So it's a journey. So we're not going to know it all. That's the beauty of it all. When we realize that we not as smart as we think. We claim to be logical, but we not. So everybody's thing ties in. What Bruh said about being honest, you got to be honest. The truth. We've been lied to, gentlemen. And until we go back to that original lie, we won't understand who we are. And that's the first step. Knowledge of self is the strong foundation. Because if you don't know who you are, you ain't going to be able to compare any new experience to a truth. You won't have one, right? So just know who you are. Read some books. That's all I'll say. And the limitation we have is we get in our own way, is because we say, well, I'm trying. I ain't learning enough about myself. Okay, well, I'll give you some advice. We have to fast away from the distractions, right? Fast away from the things that we think are making us happy, right? TV, you know what I'm saying? Food, whatever it may be, women. Those are the 3 I suffered the most from. I love sports, watching sports all the time. And I was definitely into women, and had a bevy of others. But you know what I'm saying? We got to stop lying to ourselves and thinking we got it all together, and we don't need, like the brother said, we don't want to learn. You're right. That's true. We don't want to learn. So get a knowledge of self. And when you know who you are, that will inspire the ability to tell truth, right? Because you know you're a truthful person, right? So we get past the lying part as soon as you know who you are, where you came from, right? Knowledge of self. And then the thing I'm going to tell you to help, because I think that's the best part. Everything falls under that umbrella, but it's different things that get in the way of true knowledge, getting the most knowledge, because you get distracted. So get your time management. Always take an accurate documentation of your history. Your brain is going to suffer from information overload if you try to remember all the stuff you read and hear on these apps and all that. So write down your day and all what you're doing and get an accurate history. Then you can renew it.
Renew your history and get your future together by looking at your notes, looking at your history. Say, oh, I did this on this week. I'm not good at that. Oh, I did this on this day. I'm good at that. I can build on that strength, right? Now, yourself, write down your history. And then I'm going to tell you this when I'm done. I always say this, and y'all, I don't know y'all be taking advantage of it, but we all know to eat right. But you are what you eat. Now, I'm going to do the knowledge. We got the pineal gland. I know y'all know. It's calcification around it. We have been cluttering our bodies with stuff for years, and they feeding us stuff that they wouldn't feed in other countries. So y'all know they're trying to make us different. They're really trying to change our chemical composition. That's where the soft era is coming, to. I mean, they really trying to make men and women be chemically imbalanced, as well as fight each other, gender wars. So know yourself, and you're gonna know all those enemies and who's not your enemy and all that. But don't calcify your brain no more. And if you want to help yourself, go on a fast. Stop feeding yourself. Greedy. Some things, we greedy. All right, so we got a false sense of happiness. We don't need a hamburger every day. So we got to fast from all the things that make us happy. And that's how you cleanse your system. Your body renews itself. Your organs renew themselves. You guys have the ability to heal yourself. Our Creator has given us everything we need. So I agree with the brothers that's talking about stop blaming the man and everybody. I got that. But for those that are really sick and having a trouble getting started, go on a fast. Self. You don't have to pay for that. You don't need no therapist. You don't need none of that. That's free. Go on a fast. And you actually save yourself some money. Then buy yourself some good food, get you some nutrition, and get outside, hug a tree, get your sun. And I'm going to say it one last time, meditate and pray. Kev, you my man, I appreciate you, bro. Young man, I
For sure.
appreciate you, dog. And I'm going to holler at y'all. Y'all take it
All
on.
right. Yep. Appreciate you, man.
Drop me, Kev. I heard that's better, right?
Yeah, I heard it's better. Right. Let me go ahead and hold up and move this thing up. Okay. Make sure it's real clear. I think somebody did. Oh, who did that? Their name was too fast. It must have been AJ. I don't know.
You already know.
So this the second thing I can agree with. This is crazy, dog. I'm actually, y'all just don't get it. Me and Public, we on two different sides though. But the second thing I agree with what he said, which he made me think about it when he said that though. It's like I said, I don't have no problem holding men accountable on different stuff or whatever. But I just don't like when we try to exclude the women. That's my problem. But whatever, that's his thing. But I do agree with the other part where we do cause our own mental issues. I could say that, because I'm seeing that even in my family right now and stuff, where we do all these extra stuff and live and choose a certain lifestyle, and then we blame everybody else but ourselves. But that's with everybody. I'm big on accountability. I think everybody, we make our choices and we cause our own mental illnesses or mental health issues and all that stuff, and then and then put it on everybody else. So, like I said, I do agree with, we gotta stop living in denial. We gotta, and another part I was adding is like that ego and stuff. Realize that we made a mistake and we gotta change. I think another thing, like I said, is changing these desires, trying to follow the masses because that's what it's gonna get called cool nowadays. All these, it's so much stuff though. But I totally agree with that, with what he said. So I guess I get to put that in my checklist. Me and him agreed on two things in life. It's like, but no, I'm always like that. I try to listen to everybody though. That's the difference with me. I try to listen to everybody's point of view. I ain't got nothing against no people though. I actually care about everybody though. They don't know. Everybody don't know that, but I do care. It's just shoot, I come from my angle on things. Everybody else come from their angle on things, but I feel like I preach on what I feel is helping the community. They preach on what they feel. Everybody, this is forever war. But it's gonna be like that though. But my thing is like, dang, is it? I think the problem is like, why should we have a hatred towards one another because of difference of opinions? You know what I'm saying? Everybody gonna be different. We ain't gotta demonize everybody. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. But yeah, I do feel like I agree with that part though.
Yeah. Um, I didn't know if it was okay for me to speak or not.
Go ahead. What you got for us? What you got on your mind?
I feel like I do think that people need to start taking accountability for their actions, and also like I'm just gonna say like I was with a guy and we was living, normal life, and he started doing like all kind of extravagant things for me, and his family was so jealous of all of the things that we had and that we was doing. They sabotaged it. And yeah, like a lot of people do things to try and impress others. It's true. Because all of those things that he did and that he gave to me, I didn't ask for any of that. I'm not a materialistic person. I don't like stuff like that, honestly. But, it was nice to have. But just to like gloat about it, like, no, I don't. That's just not my forte. I would have rather had like you know, a small little apartment and it just be me and him and the kids where it was affordable and we were able to be financially stable. But a lot of people like to keep up with the Jones and impress their friends and their homegirls and
Right.
mama and daddy, just so they can kind of like say like, oh, I got this, just to prove something. But like,
Right.
it's not about that, and people really need to take accountability for them putting themselves in situations like that, because it is kind of messed up how they will blame the other person, like the other person was demanding these things when you went out and seek these things because that's something that you thought that you would get validation or recognition for having.
But let me ask this though. Speaking of accountability, did you talk to him about that, or you just let him keep buying and stuff?
I did. I was like, I
Oh,
didn't
you
tell
did.
you to
Okay.
do this. I didn't, I
I
didn't,
was
I
trying to
didn't
make
tell
sure. I
him.
was about to say I'm about to put you on the
Yeah, I
hot seat
did.
real
I
quick.
definitely did. I was like, we didn't have
Cause
to
some
move
people
to
be
this
like, I ain't gonna say
neighborhood.
nothing. I didn't tell you to do it, but they taking everything though. That $500 a week, they taking everything though. They ain't. I'm like, bro.
Yeah, anytime anything, would come about, a car note or having to
Hmm.
pay for this or having to pay for that, I would always be like, well, we can go live in this neighborhood and it can be more affordable for us. That way we can still be able to manage these things since we've already signed contracts for these things. But it was just like, he really wanted to keep up that persona because of how it made him look to other people. And it was just really weird to me because like, you have the woman of your dreams, why do you want to be seen so bad? But now I know, like, people that do things like that, they never really had it like that, and they want to prove it to everybody that now I'm the man, I got this, I'm doing this, I got this woman, I'm doing this. Like, and it's so weird to me because like, us as women, we're really simple. You could just marry us, give us a ring, and everything else, it'll come. But all of those extra BMW and all of this and wooing me with this and trying to gift me with this and gift me with that, like all of those things, it's holidays and things like that for things like that. But we're very simple. Roses, dates. It don't have to be dates that you got to pay for. It could literally be a walk in the park, a picnic date. It's just be like simple things that people don't get anymore. They don't understand it, and they feel like just because they see something on social media that they have to literally like imitate whatever they're doing, or just to get the woman that they want to get. But like, that's not it. That's not what was going on. Like, it shouldn't be happening like that. Once you have your woman already, you should continue to love your woman and date your woman for sure. But to just be around here, like, trying to put on for other women and you have a woman, or trying to put on for, your family and all of that, like, that takes away the attention from what you're doing specifically for yourself and for your life. you're putting so much money and finances into trying to be someone that you're not, that you're losing yourself in the process because you're constantly stressing and weighing yourself thin because you're trying to gloat and show off to everybody else. So you're taking away the things that, that need to be given attention to, and you're giving attention to the wrong things. And that's why so many men and women are hurt now today, because they feel like, oh, well, a man need me because I got my education, I got my PhD, I got my master's degree. A man need me because I can cook, because I can clean. But what type of mentality are you bringing to this man? What type of financial stability are you giving to this woman? Are you giving these people peace? Are you giving these people clarity? What about reinsurance? What about life insurance policies? What about these things? What about marriage? What about, you know what I'm saying? What about all the important things that actually matters? It's like that just went out the window, and everybody is just so materialistic nowadays and make you not even want to be with anybody because it's just disgusting.
That's a great point. And I think it just goes back to what we were just talking about earlier with is keeping up with the Joneses and listening to whatever the status quo is, which is creating this false pressure that a lot of men are putting on ourselves, right? Just to have a certain image, because this image is being publicized as, if you want to be a real man, you got to be this, you got to be that, you got to be this. And even with you saying that right now, I know we've been on panels, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but you will have a whole panel of women saying, we're not really tripping off the money like that. We just want to make sure that you're secure because we got to live, but we're not tripping. You will have every man damn near, that's cap, that's cap. We all know you just saying that. So even when you say it's not important, right? It will be somebody who will resist it just because either they had that experience one time or they heard somebody else, or that's just the narrative, right? And instead of really looking inside and saying, damn, you know what? If all of these people are saying that this, maybe I should listen. But we don't do that because we have a certain perspective, and we now want to validate that perspective at all costs. We don't want to change, because now if we change, we're afraid of what's left. And that goes back to the mental health part, right? When we got to stop being afraid of the uncomfortable. You know what I mean? We got to stop being afraid of. I mean, if you've been taught something, and all of a sudden you find out that it's wrong, that's okay. You just grew. But instead, we would rather resist it because we feel like if we change our opinion or if we change our perspective, we're losing ourselves. You know what I mean? And I think that is one thing that, for at least for men, I don't know about for women but I know as a man, I went through it where, if you're telling me that everything that I learned is wrong, well, I base myself as a man on these things. So now who am I? Now I'm nothing. Now I'm weak. You get what I'm saying? So we have to stop using that as a crutch, because what it's doing is hindering our learning, is hindering our perspectives, because we're trying to gravitate to these narratives. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you, yeah. And just like I will say, like real quick, I'll end on this one. When I met my fiance, she was doing modeling and she's, doing shoots, and I'm talking about for magazines and all kind of stuff, right? So I'm thinking, well, everybody around her is millionaires. You know what I'm saying? I got to compete, right? So here I am. I got a little bit. I ain't really like that, right? But I'm over here trying to flex. Every time I'm pulling up, I got to make sure she this and that. And she's looking at me like, what are you doing? But I wasn't hearing it because the narrative is what? If if you ain't doing this, the next man will, right? And so I'm going ahead listening to all the narrative, right? All this shit you hear on the podcast, all of that type of stuff is always been. It ain't nothing new. And back then it was, if you having her around all these millionaires, they all at her. You can't compete with that. So I'm over here trying to compete with an idea that didn't even exist because I'm listening to the status quo and I'm creating stress for myself. I'm going crazy. I'm being irritable, right? Because I got to put in extra hours and I'm doing all this extra shit. And she just told me one day, like, I don't even understand why you're doing all this. Like, I don't want this. If I wanted that, I could easily have that. You were the difference. And when I finally realized that, all that stress and all that shit was gone. So what she just said was real. If anybody's listening to that, don't take that word for granted. That shit is real, man. When women tell you, I don't want them, I want you for you, that she mean that shit. And if she don't, then you just dodge the bullet.
I'm
You
sorry.
know what I mean? So
Hold
I don't
on,
know. That's
y'all. Hold on,
burning at me
y'all.
though a little bit.
Hold on.
I was. That's the one.
No,
Dang, and you
really,
added that
he's
to it at
not
the end
lying.
too.
Hold on,
Like if a
everybody.
woman say they want you
Hold
for
on.
you, they want you for you.
Nah, I don't know about that
Hold on.
one.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Go ahead, Kev, and then I'm gonna do a mod break right after Kev. So
Yeah,
everybody, hold up.
for sure, for sure. Yeah. And then after you go, cause I'm about to make me a little bowl of chili. I'm hungry. So after you go, then you can do you can answer the advice one, and then let here's Jared go. So I just want to say this, cause we can't do that because you about to end up bringing back believe all women stuff again. I ain't doing that again. I can't be pushing that type of stuff though. So I mean, I think it's okay for some people to say cap, or say I don't believe you, because sometimes we can make it's a gamble. It's a gamble to make a choice to believe people or not, especially if you look at through experience. You know what I'm saying? Some people have did that many of times and say this, but seeing is believing. Anybody can say anything. Just like I can give some advice or say something, and they don't have to necessarily believe me. So I'm not gonna say they can throw cap all they want, but they got to see it through their actions. So I think a person shouldn't get mad because somebody say cap or I don't believe you or something like that. Because people got to show actions. Not this. We can't do that. Like they what they do, the words or affirmation and or something like that. I think them be one of the main people that always get manipulated anyway. They only listen to the words. Oh, they say some sweet stuff. Okay, cool. They got to be talking that facts. They got to be talking that facts, but the actions never show, and then they get hurt because the actions never show. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is like I don't think nobody should take offense because everybody has a choice to believe or not. Because people lie. People are liars. So we can't just sit here and just leave people open like that. Okay, because a woman says it, that means it's true. Nah, we can't say that because we've been living this life for so many years. Even with a man, I wouldn't tell them to believe a man what they say. You know what I'm saying? It's just you got to be able to vet right. You got to be able to what they say, the discernment. You just you gotta be selective. But I wouldn't tell nobody to be like because, huh?
Well,
Go
but
ahead.
listen,
No, continue, Kev. I was telling everybody to mute
understand.
up because right after you're done, I got to do this mod break, and then we can go back to
Okay.
the conversation. But let Kev finish real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm done though. But I guess because I know
Oh,
you want
just
to say something, and then I go
no,
ahead,
I'm just
AJ. Then
saying
I'm.
because just real quick, the context does not believe every woman. I'm saying believe your woman. There's a difference. That means that you've already vetted this person,
Huh?
right? This is your person. I was talking about
Cause that's
I was
different,
talking
man. You
about.
just switched it.
That's
You
what
just switched it.
No. That's what I was saying, and then you came in saying that means
Why would I
believe all
say
women.
cap?
I
Why
was
would
just
a person say cap on a woman that's saying that I want you for you? Why would they say that in a
because
room?
because those women are saying what they told their men. They're telling their stories
Oh,
about I don't want this, and then you have hella men in to talk about that's cap,
okay.
that's bullshit. That's what I
Yeah,
was saying. Yeah, I
I
was
can
just talking
feel
about
that though. I
that.
can feel that though. We don't
Yeah,
know
that's
their
all.
story. It's too many
Because
people
I'm
that
not
lies to
because
you.
but I'm not
That's
gonna ever
that's
say
that's what
believe
I
all
was saying
women. I
too.
didn't say that. Yeah,
Well, I'm not
I
trying to
just
put it.
wanted to
I ain't gonna say.
clarify.
Okay, you're right. You're right. I ain't
Yeah,
mean to
yeah,
do
yeah,
that. I
yeah,
wasn't sure. I'm not
yeah,
about to
yeah.
put you out there like that, though. I ain't gonna say that
Yeah,
though.
we
Yeah.
good, man.
But
We good.
I would just basically say I don't want them to take that in that context. But I know you ain't say that. I'm gonna make sure. Yeah, I ain't about to put you out like that. I ain't gonna say it's like that. That was messed up. But I'm just saying I just don't want people to think that, John. Though that's what came to my mind when we had said that. But go ahead, AJ, and then let he is Jara go after you answer that first
Yep,
one.
I
He
got
gonna
it.
do that.
I got it. I
All right,
got
for
it.
sure.
Yeah. All right, y'all. So what I need everybody to do is I need everybody in this live tap the screen, share out this live. That means if you're in the boxes, you could tap the screen. If you're in the comments, I need you to tap the screen. Let's get it up to 70K. Y'all, I don't want to have to keep turning the comments off. Just keep tapping the screen. Tap while you're listening. Tap while you coming up. You don't have your pen ready. Let's try to talk one at a time. Also, there is a live goal up there. Looks like the host is looking for some roses, so feel free to throw those up there at him. If you guys also can, also join his little team. So you can do that by hitting the little heart up there. It only costs you like 1 cent. Okay, 1 cent. Just send one gift up there and it'll add you to the team. Also, make sure if you are new here that you subscribe to Kev on YouTube. That's where you're going to catch all the past conversations, all the past lives, and everything else. Now, please be respectful on the panel. We can agree to disagree. It is not that big of a deal. We are all adults. In the event you cannot be respectful, feel free to understand. There are plenty of people in here who will send you to any destination you want to be. You ain't got to go home. You ain't got to stay here. It's that simple. Now, I'm going to throw it over to his Jara, and I'm going to let him go ahead and speak. And then once he's done, I will run through the questions and answer where we are at. So I'm going to throw it over to him. Go ahead, he is.
Yes, man. Appreciate that. And I just want to make sure I'm arriving at this in the right way because I'm looking at Kevin's why is Men's Month not being taken seriously? Is that the question we're asking? I apologize.
Yeah. We're
Okay.
asking just kind of why Men's Mental Health Month is never, it feels or sometimes it could feel like it's not ever taking it serious. And then I think we got all the way down to the advice. So what advice can we give men to help them grow mentally? So if you want to run through all of them up to there, feel free. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, the why in certain aspects of men's health, mental health, is not taken seriously because a lot of times they expect us to bowl, kind of bowl through it, whatever it is. They expect us to bowl through it. Even when I was active duty, deployment, what we call in theater, we call contact. So even when, we had to, defend certain areas, in Camp Marmel and Helmand Province, it was like, it didn't matter. Just, pick it back up, soldier, and drive on, or, pick it back up, Marine, and keep moving. So I think that's just been ingrained in that, but as for the brothers, we do have each other's back in a lot of different ways. So that's the answer to that question. And the only way to, and I think it would behoove us to pay attention to, the struggles that some gentlemen face internally, because, sometimes those things get out externally and then bad things start to happen. So I think I just answered that question. Are we going through all of them, or that was it? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. I definitely love that answer. Are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women centering themselves?
Rare. I'll leave it there. I mean, it's rare. It's rare because every
Short
time
and
you hear,
simple.
it's rare. The next one is, what advice can we give men to help them grow through mentally, to help them grow mentally? Really, it's just it's about having a gentleman's back. When I was soldiering, it was about the brothers staying together no matter what. Whether we come back or not, right? It's still having each other's back and families, being able to reach out to them. So that's super important. And a lot of people want to come between brothers, for sure. A lot you'll see that a lot for some reason. I don't know why. And then the next one is, do some have to care for you in order for you to care for them? Shouldn't be. That seems to be the ongoing trend right now. Everything is transactional. It's not coming from a genuine place. I've given people, and look, it's all God's grace. I've given people, money or whatever the case may be. I never asked for it back. I don't expect it back. I do it. I give from my overflow, right? I don't expect it back or anything like that, because regardless of the matter, praise God that I have it. And then the last question is, do men take heartbreak deeper than women? I think so. I think so. And I can say that from even my soldiering years to even, my engineering, days now. I definitely think so. It and a lot of times in silence, because I have seen soldiers and Marines unalive themselves because of that. And you can't, there's no coming back from that. So, but yeah. So yeah.
I gotta tell you, man. First of all, thank you for your service. Fellow service member myself, so I gotta point that out. Just FYI, appreciate you.
For your service too, bro.
And also, just to add on to the mod break, if you are on that team, I just found out that I think the team is every day. So if you've subscribed or you joined Kev's team yesterday, you can still join again today. So because I went through the thing of where I was on the team and I didn't know, and I was like, why you keep telling me to join the team? But the reason why is because it's every live. So even if you've already joined the team yesterday, or you thought you was already on the team, you can go ahead on and click that again and get on the team today. Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. All right, y'all. All right. Yeah. I said if y'all ain't jumped up there and hit that little heart next to Kev's name, just hit it. It puts you on that team. So, definitely throw yourself up there, click it. You can send the little gifts and stuff on there, which definitely kind of boosts it. So, yeah. Okay, second best mod. Right, cousin, second best mod today. I love it. I love it. I don't know. Alter
You
just
know what?
being quiet and then she just complaining in the comments. So I don't
Well,
know
that's why I
what
be
Alter
eating.
doing.
That's why I be eating her lunch. That's why I be eating her lunch, because she be trying to take my mod spot. But it's cool. I got you. I'll be second best.
Hey, bro, look, keep playing with me. Keep playing with me. I'm gonna put some hot peppers in my food. Just kidding, yo. All
Get
right, let me run through
spicy.
this real quick. Keep it spicy. All right, I'm gonna run through up until I think the mental health. Is that the one that we're on? Everybody answered all the way up to the advice one, correct, cousin? Alter? Nay?
Yeah,
Okay.
advice was the
Yes,
last
we're
one
at
we
advice.
answered.
Yeah, you can unmute. Sorry.
Wait.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and answer just up to that, and then we can run through on to the next one, unless y'all want to do another. Then we can do another open panel after that. So, why is Mental Health Month not being taken seriously? Honestly, I just think it's because right now everybody's in like an anti-men world right now. Like, let's be real. It's kind of hard to kind of scroll through social media without hearing like, men ain't ish. You don't need a man. Who gives a shit about men? This, that, and the third. Everybody else just seems to kind of take center over that than anything else, if I'm being 100% honest. So, Kev, I don't see you in the. I don't
Than
see you
anything
in
else,
the
if I'm being.
the queue. Oh, there you are. So if that's kind of what it is, that's kind of why I think it doesn't also get taken seriously. And also for men, what I've also noticed is that I don't know. I don't know if it's just because people are just so used to y'all just being so quiet, not saying nothing, not opening up or advocating for yourselves, that people just kind of walk over it or they dismiss it. It's kind of what I also see as well. So I kind of see both of those two things. But right now, definitely the first one. Everybody's in like an anti-men, men are the worst mindset, which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, but that's just me. Are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women centering themselves? Yes and no. It's going to depend on the maturity of that woman. If you're dealing with somebody who is not necessarily, if somebody who's not mature or not emotionally intelligent, then no. Okay, anytime you bring up any type of issue, she is going to center herself around that issue, right? Somehow that's just what it is. So at the end of the day, it's going to be that. Yeah, you can answer next, Nay. But yeah, hold on, what's going on? Oh, it's Alter.
Oh, my bad.
All right, no, you good. So yeah, I definitely think it's a maturity thing. For sure. What advice can we give men to help them grow mentally? The only thing I would do, the only thing I would, two things I would say. I would say one, if you can, do the research, get the help that you need, but learn to gain the tools and for you guys to advocate for yourselves. And by advocating for yourself, I'm not necessarily just being like, oh, you guys need to be able to tell people what it is. Sometimes express what the hell you need. Okay. As women, it's real easy for us to be like, hey, I need this, that, and the third. Men, for some reason, y'all just stay quiet and think y'all can handle everything on your own. It's okay to be like, hey, I need this. Hey, I need this time. Hey, I need this. It's okay to ask that from your support system. Rely on your support system. It doesn't make you weak. It doesn't make you any of those things. We all need help from time to time. Not everybody can do everything. And I forgot what the other one that I was gonna say. But I'm just gonna I'm gonna land there, and then I guess I'll throw it over to Nate 'cause I think Nate wanted to answer, and then we can go on to the next question. Nate, you there?
She be so focused in them comments that she done be forgetting to unmute.
She don't forgot how to unmute. Hold
Okay,
on.
so the
There she
first
is.
question.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Run
Are
through.
men able to express themselves and get support? Like AJ said, I mean, no, not really. Like, she just gonna what the female gonna do? She just gonna censor herself, make it about herself, and yeah, like he is not gonna be able to express himself and get like any support. Like it's sad. I'm like, can I just answer the rest?
Yeah, go ahead and go all the way down to the one where it's advice, and then stop after that one. Then we'll do the last two. Because after you go, we got to get Warlock caught up, and then we'll move on, and then we'll do the do sometimes does someone have to care for you? I don't know why I care about it like that. Does someone have to care for you in order for you to care for them? So if y'all have already answered the first three, just go ahead and start thinking about the answer to those, so at least those last two, while we catch up all of them. Yeah, unless you're about to go, then yeah, you can do all. Like those of y'all that are like, hey, I'm about to jump off, y'all can run through all of them if you need to.
What advice can we give? Well, to help them grow mentally, like I think I already answered this, but like to help them grow mentally, like some advice that you can give them, like is to like ask for help, like advocate for themselves, like because they cannot like be trying to do everything on their own. Like we ask for help, so yeah, like it's okay. Like don't try to like do stuff on your own, y'all.
For sure. You okay? For sure, for sure. Um. Oh, I wasn't sure. Or were you? Or was there more to that, Nate, or no?
Do I get that?
I can't see the.
Oh no,
Yeah. We're
oh
gonna
no,
get.
like that was it.
We're gonna go. Okay, no, you're good. You're good. I do want to catch up Warlock real quick, and then we'll go over to Mia Moore. real quick. So Warlock, if you want, go ahead and answer the questions all the way up to just go ahead and stop after you finish the advice one. We'll go over to Mia Moore and we'll have that one. We'll have them answered all the way up to there. Go ahead,
Hello,
Warlock.
everybody.
What's up, bro?
How y'all doing? No
What's
Saint.
up,
Good, we
man?
good.
You've been in panels with me before, right?
Of course.
Okay, so you know damn well I can't read that shit. So what
Exactly.
does
That's
this
why I was
say?
gonna read it to you, bruh. Don't even worry. I'm gonna read it to you. I got you. Okay. So the first one is, why is Men's Mental Health Month not being taken serious?
Because we don't make it be taken seriously. And
Fair
if we
enough. Fair
don't do
enough.
it, who the hell is? Because, I mean, the way that things are nowadays, nobody seems to give a damn about us. Even some of us don't even give a damn about us. So it's not going to be taken seriously. That's about all I got on that one.
I love it. Short and simple. It's Warlock, y'all. Are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women centering themselves?
Nope. The one thing that people know, I hate that whataboutism shit. I hate that word well, you know, men just this, that, and the other. Yeah, I know, but women do too. I don't give a fuck. I'm talking about men right now. And look, let me tell you something that I did for Father's Day. Well, the day before Father's Day, 11:56. I told them, I said, ladies, I said, love y'all to death. I said, but in about 3 to 4 minutes, I ain't gonna give a fuck about y'all for 24 hours. I said, tomorrow is Father's Day and it's about us. I don't want to hear no women talking about them. I don't want to hear none of that shit. This is our day. And, you know, people got highly, extremely offended. But yet they want us to speak up and this, that, and the other, and yada, yada, yada. But when we do, and we want to exclude them for 24 freaking hours, they get extremely freaking offended. And of course, once again, we go back to the thing. Can we do it without them centering themselves? No, because then it became all about them. For the next 3 minutes it did. Because once midnight hit, I didn't give a shit. But yeah, nah, it's a rarity that you can. So that's the answer for that one. What's next?
Facts. So what advice can we give men to help them grow mentally?
What do you mean? What advice can who give? You talking about women or
What
just
advice
us
could
in
any
general?
men, you, like just in general, or you know,
Okay,
however you want to take it? What advice can say you give to men that want to help grow them mentally?
If you're talking about men, I just tell them, look, there are certain societal norms that we understand, and not all of them are pertaining to you. We're not all automatons. We didn't come from the same fucking factory. So what works for you may not work for me. But here's how I deal with it, and you can take that advice or not. However, if you are having issues, I don't see why you wouldn't take somebody's advice, because evidently what you're doing is not working. So here's my advice to you. Here's my opinion on how to deal with things. We can't make anybody do anything, right? And I had to come to realize that by the hard way. The only thing that we can do is give them advice and opinions and try to give them other options, as in to say, put more tools in that toolbox, right? So they can learn how to possibly deal with things, or direct them to a place or people that can help them with certain things. That's about the only thing that you can do, is advise and give real opinions and point them in the right direction. If they choose not to get help or what have you, that's a them problem then. The only thing that I tell you is don't come back to me bitching and crying.
Facts.
Sorry, I know I seem kind of harsh, but damn it, that's the way it is.
Nah, you good. You good. So what advice? So out of all of those things you mentioned, would you give any advice for any of those things? Just pick an issue.
Well, for those that know
Or
me, I really don't deal with the adults. I don't, because I find
I
people
know.
to be. Look, no Saint, check this out. And cousin, you know I'm going to repeat what I said the other day. If in fact I did not have to rely on the adults to mold these children's minds that's coming up, I wouldn't give a damn about none of y'all. That's just me. Because I find that most adults don't even really know who they are to be able to try to mold somebody else. So I really wouldn't give a damn. But because I understand I can't reach all the children. I don't have the mental capacity to deal with everybody, all these children's different personalities. I have to try to reach the adults. I have to try to give them a different mindset, just as, and cousin can tell you, we go back and forth about things. Sometimes he can change my mind, sometimes he can't. But I need that because I need to grow to help the other children that I'm trying to deal with, right? So,
All right.
yeah, if it
So let
wasn't
me
for
ask
that,
you
I'd say the
this.
hell with the adults.
Okay, so then let me ask you this.
Yes, ma'am.
What advice would you give young men to help them grow mentally into, say, the adult world that you want to see, right?
Okay. Here's the thing that I tell my boys, and this is in reference to emotional regulation. I coach football.
Mhm.
My boys will come off the field, they'll mess up a play or whatever. They'll come out crying and snot bubbling because these boys are only like 8 and 9 years old. They'll come off snot balling and all of that, and I look at them and I ask them, I said, "What are you crying for?" "Well, I messed up." I said, "Whoa, stop. Is crying gonna fix this issue right now?" And they'll stop and look at me and be like, "No." I said, "So why are you doing it?" "Cause this." I said, "Not on the football field." I said, "You know what you did?" "Yeah." "Okay, go over there, take a knee, figure out how you can do it better next time and not make the same mistake, and we're gonna get you right back in there. But I can't send you in there emotionally because you're not gonna be able to think things through." At the same token, I also teach them it's okay to freaking cry, but not at every little thing. If you go out there and stub your toe, I expect you to well up with tears because that shit hurt. There are certain things that is that you can cry for, but to cry when you make a mistake or something of that nature, when a problem needs to be fixed, is not the time to cry. You can cry in person because I cry like a baby with a guy that's teething and's got an ear infection when I'm by myself. But when there's a problem to be fixed, my guys, this is not the time to cry. That's what I usually teach them. I also teach them how to respect young ladies at the same token and how to have them respect themselves. So those are just a couple of the little lessons that, and with many freaking more, but those are just some of the main lessons that I try to teach them as they grow up under my tutelage. So that's that.
I love it. All right, Warlock. We
Hold
are
up.
gonna move on.
Hey, no Saint, hold up real quick. Hey, Warlock, spell
Gemini, don't
tutelage.
start your
Since
shit.
you want,
Don't start your
spell
shit.
tutelage. You know what I'm saying? You want to use some SAT shit, spell it.
I'm done with
Spell
y'all.
what?
Spell tutelage.
Why are you fucking with me, man? It's 2:00 in the morning.
Not
I told you
tutelage.
don't come with no shit.
Oh, it ain't. It's just 106. It's just 106.
I'm 55,
Yeah.
dude. And I've been in the heat all goddamn day. You know the heat ain't
You ain't no,
our friend when you get this old.
and I've been throwing 50-pound bags of feed at the farm store today, plus outside in the garden, plus in the
Gemini,
yard. Hey man,
Gemini, I'm fat and I'm out of shape. What the hell you want?
come on, bro. We got to work on that. Then I got you.
At least I can admit it.
I'm just fucking with you though. Go ahead. Okay.
I know you
Hey,
had to get your shot in,
the
my
first
dude.
step.
Cousin, don't. No, say
Admittance is
mute
the
them,
first step.
mute them motherfuckers. They just want to fuck with me now.
I'm done with y'all. Bro did these exercises.
Those are my guys, though.
Exactly.
Those are my guys.
Absolutely. I love them. All right, y'all. We're going to move over to Mia Moore, and we're going to run those through. Did you need me to read the questions to you as well? I know Kev like to use young people font that nobody can see.
No, I can't read them.
Kev do that shit on purpose.
Go ahead, my dude. I swear. Go ahead, Mia Moore.
Are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women censoring themselves? Oh, the first one. Why is men mental health not being taken seriously? I feel like men mental health not being taken seriously because they're not taking it seriously. So they can't expect for anyone else to take it seriously if they're not taking it seriously. If they don't care, then other people feel like they shouldn't care either. And plus, like, they hold in a lot of things. They suppress a lot of their feelings. So how are we supposed to know? It says, are men able to express themselves and get support from women without centering themselves? They should be able to express themselves without women centering themselves, but I've seen cases where the woman listens to the man and a woman will center herself, but there is also, in my case, I listen and I don't center myself because I went to school for human behavior science and I try to be a listening ear because I understand, I get it. I grew up suppressing my feelings as well, so I get it. What advice can we give men to help them grow mentally? I feel like the advice that we can give men to help them grow mentally is to start opening up more, start expressing your feelings, start being not so much as like yeah, I'm just gonna say start opening up more, because if I say start crying and actually showing how you really and truly feel, then men would probably say, well, we act out of anger. I just don't want to get the pushback from that one. So yeah, just start opening up more and exercise. Use different forms of therapy, massage therapy, aromatherapy, music therapy. There's many ways men can grow mentally, but I don't feel like they exercise a lot of their rights that they do have. A lot of men, I don't know how to say it without being mean. A lot of men suppress their feelings and they literally like they sabotage themselves. And I land my plane.
For sure. Hold on, y'all. We'll go to open panel here in a second. We can, take notes if you need to. Write it down real quick. I'm trying to get through like at least the first three because I know I wasn't here for all of it. So some of y'all, you might have to just kind of repeat it, just make it short and sweet. So on and so forth. I know Honest just joined. I don't know if Honest was here before. We want to catch her up, and then we'll all move on to the next one. But we'll do an open panel before we go into the second one. So we'll go ahead and run down. Let's just go to Alti real quick, because again, I don't know where everybody left off. Alti, can you at least answer the first three for me, my dear? Come up from mute, unless you sleeping, which I know you're not, because you just commented in the comments.
Okay, so she better not be sleeping. She ain't gave me my daggone dinner plate yet, but that's cool.
Oh heck no, I'm done. Oh, see, Alter don't like us, y'all. That's why she ain't coming off mute. Oh, there she is.
Sorry, my kids are loud. Are men able to? Okay, are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women centering them?
Wait, hold on. Answer the first part. This is the first part, Alter. Why is Men's Mental Health Month not taken seriously? You good, girl?
Why is men's mental health not being taken seriously? Because in a world of women, I'm sorry, but when you're honestly though, I feel like we're in a world where women's feelings are, do matter more. They get put on the news, the conversations. All we gotta do is cry, and our feelings are gonna matter more than men. Because if men are not down like in tears on the ground, then their feelings are not as important. So I think it's the catering to women that makes it not as serious, because they're looked at to be more strong. Could that play a part on men's aspect, in a sense of how each other teach each other, like, let's be macho? But I think at the same time, it's a collective thing that both parties should have a care for. We should both care about mental health for men, even if it doesn't seem as though they're taking it as seriously, just like when us as women don't take things as seriously on our end, but men still step up and say we're going to care. So I think it's a collective thing that both people need to most definitely take it seriously, if you have any type of respect or love or value for men. Period. Point blank. Okay. All right. Are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women centering themselves? Again, not necessarily, because the world has mostly been wrapped around us. So sometimes it's not always easy. I think there are definitely situations where men have the ability to express themselves and we not center ourselves, but that comes with conversations for us to realize what we're doing, that we may be doing it. Like when a man says, hey, I'm feeling this, or well, I just feel like when you did that, it made me feel this way. So we just completely invalidate what they said. So I think conversations like this help us to be better at that, though. What advice can we give men to help them grow mentally? And like I was saying before, definitely just expressing to them how important it is for them to see themselves, look in the mirror, and see what you are internally dealing with, to find the solution for that. You don't want to fix one issue when it's not the issue. You want to actually see what the problem is, and no matter how scary or whatever that can be, to actually face it if you want to see real solutions and better relationships with those around you. It just definitely starts with that. And that's all I'll say for now.
I love it. I love it. All right, Gemini. Same thing to same spot. Like I said, some of y'all, this might just be repetitive. But I just want to make sure everybody got the answer because I know what was going on. But go ahead, Gemini. It's all you. Why is Men's Mental Health Month not being taken serious? Gemini.
Come off mute,
Oh my bad.
Gemini. There you go.
There he
My
is.
bad.
He busy. He busy.
Yeah, I don't answer this. I don't answer this one. I don't answer women centering themselves and what advice.
What
I
advice?
don't answer
Okay,
all
cool,
of
cool,
them.
cool, cool. All right. Give me just 2 seconds. All right, let's catch Honest up real quick. Of course, Honest on a teacup.
I'm here.
Honest. There she is. I was like, of course she on a teacup. No, it's okay. Why is Men's Mental Health Month not taken serious?
I think because they live in a world that don't care for them. It's like, okay, yeah, you useful for cause you good with your hands. But in reality, a lot of women feel like they don't need the men. And I think it's also because you're living around unserious people. Like a lot of people don't even take their own self serious. So it's like, how do you expect them to take you serious when you living in a world full of childlike minded people? But yeah, that's my take on that one.
All right. Are men able to express themselves and get support from women without women centering themselves?
I mean, they can express themselves all day long. I think when it comes to support, you're gonna have certain women support you, not all women, because it's a lot of women that don't like you, that don't want to support you, that do care about centering themselves and not centering a man. So it's kind of hard for a man to just sit up here and express themselves without a woman centering themselves, because it's like you got a lot of women about what they think, what they feel, what they care about. So it's like, again, like, really, it's not about what the next person thinks, it's about what that person thinks. But yeah, I think you can express yourself, but you're only gonna have a certain amount of people who it may reach their ear. It's not gonna reach everybody's ears, but it's gonna reach those ones that do care to listen.
Got you. So what advice can we give men to help them grow mentally?
I'm gonna say When it comes to advice to men, I'm gonna say don't let the world stop you from being you. You know, continue to, strive towards your purpose and understand that you're not going to be able to please the world, but just please yourself inside of this world that you're living in. That's the best advice I can give you.
I love it. I love it. All right, cousin. You answered all those questions, right, cousin?
The only one I didn't answer was the first one.
Okay, go ahead and answer the first one, and then I want you to start us off with the next one.
Okay. I think I heard it a couple of times, but the simple answer is why is it not taken serious is because we don't push it seriously. That's it. We can't blame nobody else. We can't do nothing. I think Warlock even gave me a story one time. We had a conversation where there was something going on within his league, and it was a problem. And they went and men went in there and tried talking to everybody, and nothing was happening. Nothing happened until the women got together and pushed for it, right? And then they made it happen. Now, he can go into detail about it because I don't remember all the details, but it's just a roundabout way. But when they got together, they pushed the issue. All of the men in charge of the league, now mind you, there's no women in charge of the league. Then those men made it happen. So it was when the men came and complained, they didn't do shit. But when the women came and started complaining, then they did something. So with that, I'm just using that as an example to say that if men don't support other men, nobody else is, unless we have some allies that come, hit for us, right? But the point is, we make it a point, is at least on this panel, with Kev, with Warlock, the brothers that you see here, we gonna always give other men kudos. We gonna always be there to support you. You know what I'm saying? You go hit me. I got brothers hit me in the inbox on advice and things all the time. I might not even know the answer, but it's just the fact that they know that I'm gonna hit them back, right? And be that support system. But if we don't do that for each other, then nobody else is, right? And then the other part of that is because it's not profitable, right? It's not profitable for Father's Day. It's not profitable for Men's Health Day. It's not profitable. Why? Because we don't make it that way, right? We don't put up a stink about it. Women is like, man, look at me. Fuck that. Let's talk about it, right? And then they make it happen. So now, I'm in all kind of panels, all over the place. My algorithm is ridiculous. It's shit that come from everything. I got flying squirrels to all the way to, auto parts, right? And I have yet to see one advertisement about Mental Health Month. I didn't even know myself as a man. I didn't even know we had a fucking day or month or anything until I saw one of these panels that I got on. And you know what I'm saying? So as men, we don't even make the panels. We don't even make our own panels. Kev is doing it now, but this is rare. You see what I'm saying? So I just think that we need to make a concerted effort as well. And if we start putting more attention to it, I think it'll pick up. Because right now, everybody is looking for likes and attention and all of this other stuff. And if you put up a men's panel, that shit ain't gonna get you nowhere. You ain't gonna have nobody in the box, right? People ain't coming. So what they do is they do something that will know that they make something, some drama or something that's gonna get them the shit. But if we make it to a point where, hey, if you put this up here and it's talking about men's mental health, that we gonna come support it, more people would start doing it. And then in turn, that gives us more support. You get what I'm saying? So I would just say that. So
I just want to piggyback off of what you said real quick though. So when it comes to the men's mental health thing, it's not that there haven't been panels before. A lot of the time those end up getting hijacked. That kind of goes with the first question of where women will now center themselves in those conversations. We've seen that time and time again. Anytime a bunch of men or anybody is men's mental health space, it always gets hijacked a lot of the time. That's the reason why I'm a big advocate for pushing that if it is a men's mental health space, that women should not be present in those spaces. right?
But
Like y'all need to be able
right,
to
but
talk and have your honest conversations, and we don't need to be there.
right, AJ. But
Um,
listen,
but that's just what I
did you
wanted
see
to
Warlock?
talk
What
about.
Warlock
Go
did
ahead.
when Warlock did it? He shut that shit down. Right. If somebody start talking, we had when he had the panel, and it's like, hey, this is what we talking about. As soon as anybody came in, man or woman, because there's men who would try to shut the shit down too, right? They come in with some other,
Hmm.
it's like whatever. And so anytime they came in there, he immediately, hey, bro, fuck that. We ain't talking about that right now. Get up out of here. And we shut it down. And what happened? That shit changed. So what I'm saying is there's always going to be opposition to any movement, right? To anything positive
Hmm.
you do, there's going to always be a hater. And for us, we like to take those haters and be like, see, we going to get shut down. Fuck it. And then we quit. Nah, we got to keep persevering through that shit. That's the only
Hmm.
way we're going to make an example. But I do understand what you're saying, and that's noted. But I just want to say we got to
Yeah.
start
Yeah. No.
really
No. No. No.
pushing
I
for
definitely agree with you.
ourselves. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah. Yeah. And I agree with you. Before you answer the next one, I just want to do a quick mod break. If y'all can tap the screen, share the live. Let's get this up to 80K, y'all. We are so close to 100K, y'all. It's been a while since I've sat in one of Kev's lives and we actually hit the 100K likes. So if we could try to push that tonight, let's try to push that. But right now, let's just try to get to 80K. Then y'all could take a little break from tapping. Feel free to make sure that if you guys have not joined Kev's team, join his team. Just go ahead and hit the little heart next to his name. Um, Definitely pushes them up in the rankings, and it's less likely that they take the live down. So please make sure that you all tap on the screen and kind of do and knocking that stuff out. He does have a live goal up there, y'all. He does have some roses up there, so feel free to send those up there. They definitely boost the live. Make sure if you want, you can give the panel. It don't matter, but for the most part, definitely make sure you throw those over to Kev. Also, if you have not and you are new here, if you are not following Kev, make sure you are following Kev, but make sure you go check out his link in his bio on his profile and join and make sure to join. Subscribe to him on YouTube. That is where you are going to see all of the past conversations that we have and have had in the past, and so on and so forth. So make sure y'all are making sure you guys get that done and get that going as well. We are going to continue with the conversation. We're going to go ahead and answer the next one. We're going to start off with cousin. Cousin, does someone have to care for you in order for you to care for them?
Me, no. The simple answer is no,
Okay.
personally. But, you know, and I mean, from what I see, I think it's the opposite. So I think in the world, generally, it's a, you know, quid pro quo. What you do for me, what I'll do for you type thing. So that's what I see
Okay.
generally. But personally, nah. I do what I do because I do it. That's it.
I like it. I love it. It's short and simple. Honest, my dear. When she comes back. Okay, she's back. Does someone have to care for you in order for you to care for them?
No. Well, I'm gonna say, it depends who it is. Uh, Cause I ain't gonna lie, I don't really be caring for everybody, but for the most part, I do. Like, I don't know how to put this shit, cause in my mind it sounded right, but out loud it kind of sound kind of heartless.
Girl,
um,
look, I'm gonna need you to be honest, okay? I'm gonna need you to live up to your name, girl. Y'all up here holding back.
okay, I'm gonna say this. When I see, okay, so, okay, could you saying care for you, care for you, care for you. So no, cause I care for homeless people. At the end of the day, I don't know every homeless person. I sit up here and walk up on. At the end of the day, shit, I feel like shit. If you in need of help, far as mentally, conversation wise, or just physically, shit, I don't mind giving you the help if I can. But no, I don't gotta know you to care for you.
Got you. Gemini. Does someone have to care for you in order for you to care for them?
I guess it would depend on what level of care and that I'm gonna give. Like, Because in general, I care about people just because they people, and like I don't like to see people like in a bad mood or like low spirits or whatever. So like I care enough to want to lift them up out of that. But at the same time, like if you're a stranger, like I don't care about you like I care about my brother. I don't care about you like I care about my friend because you're a fucking stranger. You know what I'm saying? No rapport with you. So, um, yes and no. Kind of. If that makes sense.
I like it. Yeah, it does. It does. Alter hate us, guys. Oh, she back. Okay, Alter.
Making
Does
green
some?
tea.
I like she hate us, y'all.
Call that ass.
I was
Damn for it.
not the echo.
I didn't even know that. I forgot. But I said, call that ass.
I'm
Call
making
me off
green
guard.
tea. I was
What's
making
that we
green
be
Alter.
saying though? What is that? That was funny though. Something like that.
got your ass.
You got you right. All right, exactly.
Oh shoot. Do someone have
I want to
Bring
know
that
too. Does
ass.
someone have to care for you in order for you to care for them?
so does someone have to care for you in order for you to
Oh,
care
so it
for
didn't even matter that I read it.
yeah, dude, I gotta hear like 5 times because Kev question be all intertwined with a whole lot of other stuff. So I gotta make sure I'm reading word for
No,
word.
look. In case y'all hadn't noticed, I kind of edited what he wrote and made it make sense. So when I asked you, it made sense.
Wait, say it again. How
It's
you
not
said
his
it?
fault. He tired. I said, does someone have to care for you in order for you to care for them?
With the one, I feel like the number one right there though. Okay. No one has to care for me in order for me to care for them. You can be doing a favor for somebody, you're just doing something out of the kindness of your heart, and they probably don't care for you. So they could have like stole your money the day before, and then you see them about to, fall in front of a car. You may say their life could have just let them get hit, but you was nice. You care for them. So yeah, you don't have to care. Sorry. You don't have to care for sure. You don't have to. Just like when it comes to the mental health thing we talked about, just because men may not seem to care about the month doesn't mean I shouldn't care because you don't care. I should care. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that.
I like it. I like it. Although, Alter, I'm gonna need you to either choose all caps or no. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. No. I'm giving her some crap. Warlock, does someone have to care for you in order for you to care for them?
No. Let me say this. Generally, because the shortest answer I can give you is no. And I can say that it's proven, whether people want to admit it or not, it's proven for most people on a daily basis. Just through the jobs that we do. We may not like our jobs. We may hold a massive disdain for our bosses. But there are people that rely on us, and we know this. If we didn't care, we would find another freaking occupation most of the time. But because we care about the people that we serve, we stay in that job because we feel as though that we're the best person for that position. There was a question that was asked a while ago, maybe about a month and a half ago. Why are you here? And what is your purpose? And the majority of the men at the time that answered that question, it was a true rarity that it was about I, and me. It was more so, why are you here and what is your purpose? It was basically about society. Not his household, not himself. It was about the betterment of society and whichever way you want to take that. So for us, I know generally we do care about people, and they don't necessarily have to care about us. We care about the ladies, even the ones that talk shit about us. We give a damn because most of the time, if we didn't, most of the guys wouldn't even freaking be. Well, most of the guys that I mess with wouldn't even be on this app trying to find ways to make things better. We wouldn't, because we would not give a damn. But at the same token, I'm gonna back it up for 1 second. If you have not, and I don't know how you could not have, if you really want to know basically generally how men feel about this world and this society, very few songs hit like To Be a Man by Dax featuring Darius Rucker. If you want to know generally how we feel when we hear ladies talking about we don't want no man, we don't need no man, or men ain't shit, or this, that, and the other, listen to the words of that song. That'll tell you a whole freaking lot about how some men feel. And I was calling it the men's anthem for a minute when we was talking about how this world how this world looks at us. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, you did, absolutely. Absolutely. I love it. Dax is actually a really good person. He talks about a lot of different mental health stuff, especially amongst men. So that's definitely somebody I would definitely recommend listening to. Him and a little bit of Joyner Lucas. Nay, it's you, my dear. Does someone have to care for you in order for you to care for them? Unless you fell asleep.
Everybody just on delay, huh? Well, I'll say real quick.
Go ahead, cuz.
In the comments, Biggs wrote an answer of why is Mental Health Month not being taken seriously, and he put in because it's also Pride Month, which
those two don't have anything to do with each other.
Right, but I think it just goes back to go with what's the reality? The reality is they push their own message harder than we push ours, is what I was trying to get at. I think,
right,
two things can be true, right? Yeah. So if you had two things going on in the same month and one of them is being pushed by, they're pushing it. They're making sure that they're making commercials. They're putting their money where their mouth is. They are buying advertisement space and making it happen. You get me? And we don't have that same, I guess, diligence. You get what I mean? So we're going to get overshadowed. And that's just, it is a reality, but we got to look at that. If we really want to take it serious, we're going to have to put some money behind it. We're going to have to promote it. We're going to have to be it. Just a thought.
I got a question for everybody. Actually, it's two. What is the ribbon color for Breast Cancer Awareness Month? What color is it?
Pink.
It's pink.
What month is it?
That's the month of May. May.
What month do we celebrate it? Sorry,
what?
What month do we actually celebrate it?
September? Wait, when? Isn't it sometime during is it?
It's October. We actually celebrate.
October. Yeah, okay. I knew it was like in basketball season. I just knew that.
Right. The reason that I really remember because every year we got to get football uniforms for it.
I knew it was. Yeah. So there you go.
So here's the second
question. The walk is in May. For breast cancer.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I just know that the walk for breast cancer and all the that walk takes place in May.
Right. Yeah. The actual month is October. Okay. So here's the second question. What color is the ribbon for prostate cancer awareness?
Doogie Brown.
If I remember.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Check this out. The simple fact that it took you that long to figure it out. When you ask men when is breast cancer, what's the ribbon? We automatic pink. When is the month? It's fucking October. We know this because I'm going along with cousin because that is something that is pushed. Men, 8 out of 10 men, probably 9 now, don't even know what the color of the ribbon for prostate cancer awareness month is. They don't even know what month it's in.
It's blue and it's in September.
I didn't even know it was a whole month. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up. See? And here's the kicker, cousin. Here's the kicker. The ribbon color is a baby powder blue. That's the
If
ribbon
it's
color.
baby flower to blue, and the month is in September, y'all.
The month right before breast cancer awareness. But most men, and I say this with all confidence, most men either they don't know or they really don't give a shit. And that is something that affects us. You have no idea how it affects us. But it's something else that we don't push. Period. We don't. And the fact that they don't know the color of the ribbon or the month, and we can spit the color of breast cancer awareness month out like it's our own freaking name. And that's not to slight you ladies, but that's fucking sad.
No, I think
That
when it
is
comes
utterly
to
fucking ridiculous.
yeah, I
What
think
you saying?
the only no, I'm saying I think the only thing for men that I've ever seen that's really pushed and celebrated is No Shave November. That's probably about it.
And you
Other
know what's
than
so funny?
that, you don't
I
see
didn't even know
anything.
that existed. I don't even know what the hell that is.
Yeah, I doubt. You know, I,
No
I, I
Shave. So No Shave November is
I thought it was
about
no nut
just
November.
well, it's
know
no.
what?
Well, I mean, it's the same thing. So No Nut, No Shave November is the same thing, right?
Shit.
It all stems from testicle cancer.
Oh, I
That's
thought it
what that's
was
for.
no
Oh,
shower.
okay, that's
I
what you're
Is that what
thought.
talking
it is? Okay.
So what's
Mm-mm.
the no shower? No
I
showering.
don't know nothing about no shower.
No
Y'all ain't
shower
never
is a
taken a
no
about.
damn
go.
shower. Okay, wash your
That's a
ass.
no go. Hell
Man,
no.
drop
Who does
Maine
that?
out of here. Drop her. What the heck is she talking?
I asked those questions.
No shower. Wow.
I asked that question
Girl,
just
no,
to
y'all need to be
drive
taking
home
a
the
shower.
point.
Please go wash your ass.
Yes, please. I asked those questions just to make the point when we talk about there are things for us men, but they're just not pushed. And that's why most motherfuckers don't know. And therefore, you figure that we don't care. But we sit back and complain about certain things, but we don't even take our own time to push it.
Right.
That's
We
why
got
I
it.
made that comment that I made a couple of minutes before Father's Day came in. And that's why a whole shitload of ladies tried to jump in my ass. And I tell people all the time, I don't need no
No
backup.
Diddy.
I don't need no backup. I got this. And I made all of them eat their damn words.
No Diddy.
Right.
Alter ego, don't laugh,
No
because
Diddy.
damn it, look, you don't hear me knocking on the basement window. I'm trying to get fed, damn it.
No
Anyway,
Diddy.
But see, that's the
So
thing
another
too, right? We just now starting to get a
uh,
little bit of attention for Father's Day because we pushed for it a little bit, right? And even then, it's still not promoted in the same way because it doesn't make as much money.
no.
So, but we have to realize that, you know, men, we control most avenues. We still have to. We got to admit that. Like women have influence, right? We do a lot of our things for women and because of women. You know what I mean? Guys, we got to admit that. But at the end of the day, we are still at a point in our society where men write most of the checks. Okay? It is what it is. Most executives, most motherfuckers running the programs, most people putting all of the airwaves together, all of the execs, those motherfuckers are still pushing, and they are men. And they're pushing the things for women because they know that women's stuff gets supported, right? Where when they push it for us, we don't even support it ourselves. So I'm just saying, we have to start, putting some pressure on these motherfuckers to start giving us our due. If we really want to seriously, if we really want to get it out there, and then social media, we have to take it upon ourselves to start
So
making these panels like Kev is doing right now. I'm guilty of it. You know what I mean? I've done a couple of it, but I need to do more myself. So we got to start
Kai's
so
admitting
back in
that
the
and start doing it.
building.
So
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
y'all
saying.
start pushing for y'all instead of pushing for the women because women already got their
Yeah,
own.
because
They got
we
enough
are
energy.
still
Y'all
got
need to put y'all energy so the women can see that y'all actually do be pushing for them. How about y'all start pushing for the women and then push for yourself, and y'all will see. Maybe we'll see more of
facts. Because I was
that's
just
no
about to say
advice.
that. I was about
So
to say, it sounds like we are the problem. I'm like,
So
right.
we are definitely the
I do
problem.
wanna, I just wanna
Oh,
drop a
go
fun
ahead,
fact
Kev.
on
My
everybody,
bad. Hold
just so
on,
you all
AJ.
know.
Kev trying to talk.
What did you say, AJ?
Damn. I was just gonna drop a quick little fact for y'all, just so you guys are aware. From the days of June 13th all the way up to June 19th is globally Men's Health Week. Just in case you were not aware of that, mark that in your calendars. From June 13th to June 19th, that entire week is Men's Health Week. That's a global thing. So, yeah, I'm just saying, y'all might want to start jumping on that. Y'all keep
Hey,
expecting women to start hosting these panels and doing this shit. This is the reason why y'all ain't getting the exposure y'all need. It's
I'm gonna
not, at
take
the end
my
of the
dad
day, I
on a
hate to say it,
picnic.
it is not our place to do that for y'all. That's not our place. That is your place to hold your.
Oh
Just
yeah,
gonna put that
you're
out there.
absolutely
I
right, no Saint. You're absolutely right on that. And
and
that, I'm gonna tell y'all,
Wait,
fellas.
wait, wait, Warlock.
Okay.
Kev been trying to say something.
Oh, I don't give a damn about Kev. Kev,
everybody,
I don't give a damn about him.
I gotta turn this volume up a song. And just like, no, I'm talking to. All right,
But
and
Ghost
blow y'all
Kev,
ear
that's
out now.
why.
No, I was just about to. No, I was just about to say. No, I done heard this maybe about 4 times a day. But I mean, like I am starting to, I still think even if, because I know we keep using that, well, they're men not taking it that serious. I can feel it. I know they're saying that though, but I think now that we are taking it serious, right? It's people that's taking it serious. I still think that overall, it's just people don't care. I think that's the overall thing. I can't. I'm talking about, and I think even with what I'm talking about is for the ones that actually, because I never knew nothing about it, and I realize it do need to be needed, and they keep saying things like express yourself. So let's say this then, where they have, I need you to express yourself or whatever, right?
no,
They say stuff like that, but when we do it, like I said, it go back to that question again. They can't help but center themselves. And then I notice even with expressing themselves is about expressing themselves to them. It's just more of express yourself about how you feel about them for the most part, or to make them feel comfortable, whatever. But it's just so I I'm saying besides that, I think even if we are caring about it, or it's a lot of men that is caring about it, right? I think they do. It's just, and that's why I get why I think when what Arthur was saying earlier about what they got to do with somebody else caring for them. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I'm pretty sure why wouldn't a man say this, right? Because I do understand. I'm saying, trying to help somebody that don't want no help, right? I get that, but they don't even offer. You know what I'm saying? They always come with the entitlement on the other end. Y'all don't offer. Y'all don't say nothing. Closed mouth don't get fed. I feel that. Okay, right. But I'm just saying, it's like now that we had this month, and that it's been hard for them to express it. Y'all keep crying about us not expressing. Like then when we get the chance, like I guess that's gonna keep being our go-to as well. Y'all don't care about it. You know what I'm saying? I think that's just a low key. I just think that's just a cover up. I think it's just a cover up. Because I just think they just don't want to say that they don't care that much. They care about them more than anything. Everybody cares about. There's never been. I mean, I think overall it's men that don't care about men, and women don't care about men. But it's just I don't know how to explain that though. But yeah. I just think
No, you
even though
making
we aware of
sense.
it not, it still show that they don't care, and that's this kind of branching off from like the lives I've been seeing. Even now, you know what I'm saying? Everybody really care about themselves, and as soon as a woman in distress, I bet you the whole world is going for that, right? You can't say a time that they did not care about a woman's mental. So it's just like that. It's always been like that. Nobody ever cared about men, including if you don't want to say men, but it's just like we can't keep using that as a cop out, though. We can't.
oh no doubt.
No,
I believe
seriously,
that.
because I think that it is a setup. Because it's like at the end of the day, how are you gonna sit up here and tell somebody to express themselves, then you gonna leave with the who hurt you? Oh, you got mother issues. Sound like you got issues, period. You need to go work on that. And it's like you get insulted so fucking fast just for just being open, just briefly open. You ain't even expressed the real issues of what's going on. So I think even when a man just sit up here and have an opinion, it will still get taken to the extreme of, oh, sound like you're a self-centered person. Sound like you were the problem in your relationships or the bonds that you had with people growing up. So it's like I say, don't open up to no motherfucking body because at the end of the day, yes, it will be used against you. Um, it may not be now, but later on or eventually, it will definitely get used against you, especially if you're dealing with an emotional woman.
Look, I'm gonna tell it to y'all like this, and people that have followed me on my lives, I've broken down and cried on several of my lives, right? And I wound up marrying a woman that had 5 children, and all of that. And I have yet to have anybody in my freaking face or heard about it through the grapevine call me a punk, sissy, anything, a simp, or I've never had nobody that get back to me. The whole thing is at some given point in time in your life, one, you have to own up to the shit that you did, good, bad, or indifferent. At the same token, you have to get to a point where as though you do not allow people to hurt you with the shit that is actually a part of your life. And I think that we get so caught up in people trying to use shit against us that a lot of times we hold back when we could be actually helping other people. I've gotten to that point in my life where as though the shit that I've done, I can't change it. And I won't allow you to hurt me with it. That's up to me to allow you to hurt me with the shit that I've actually done and to use it against me. And a lot of people aren't to that point, but we have to, if we want to start to help people and let them know, hey, look, you're not alone in this shit, dude. I did this shit. I lived through it. I've had this shit happen to me, and I lived through it. So, hey, look, let's talk about it. And that's the point that I don't think a lot of us men have gotten to. We're so fucking ego driven that it holds us back from sharing, not to you ladies, because that's a whole different topic that I'll probably talk about in a minute. Later, but to share with each other. It holds us back. And the knowledge that some men have that they will not tell because they are embarrassed about shit, I've found to be utterly ridiculous. I just have. So I'm gonna leave that there. I'll touch on that other shit in a minute, though.
AJ, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so just kind of two things kind of quickly, and one of them's going to sting a little bit. When it comes to men's mental health, at the end of the day, it's not about men expressing themselves to us women, okay? They got to be able to express themselves to each other first. With that also being said, this is where now I'm going to start calling men out, okay? You guys can't expect everybody to take men's mental health seriously. There are women like me who do, right? I go out here, I push for these things. But at the same time, y'all need to stop expecting women to open this up or figuring out and saying, well, women, we care about women's issues. How come nobody cares about men's issues? Because you're not pushing yourself forward. When it comes to women's mental health, we hold panels all the time and we are constantly talking about issues from postpartum depression to all sorts of stuff. We are in the foreground, we are in there, we are doing what we need to do, so on and so forth. I don't, unfortunately, see a lot of men doing that. What I see on the background and on the back end is a lot of, okay, well, we need to talk and take men's mental health seriously. Y'all don't really care for real. Where you're talking to women and everybody else. At the end of the day, your mental health, yes, is important to me, of course, as your sister, as your cousin, as your friend. You know what I mean? As my father, as all these fucking roles. But at the end of the day, I cannot care more than you do. So if y'all are not going to push it, y'all are not going to host your space. At the end of the day, don't get me wrong, I will defend your space. Okay? That is your space to have your private conversations amongst men. Women don't need to be present in that. Y'all need to learn how to express yourselves to each other first. That is all I've been screaming. That is all I've been saying. I don't care in which manner you need to do that. Okay? As a matter of fact, when I first came in here, I literally saw men's mental health and was like, hey, I'm coming in to say what's up and I'm getting ready to leave. Until Kev said, hey, this is for everybody. Okay? So, again, keep that in mind. But I'm going to go ahead.
Yeah, let me say this, though,
Perfect. Go
so I
ahead.
can clear that a little bit. So even with that, even with this with the topic in general, right? I think I just wanted to expose that no matter what, even if we did care or not, say if everybody did care, we know, I think we all can agree on that. We know that the world don't care about men like that for real. I'm pretty sure that that's kind of like naked in the eye right now. And my thing is, I just want people to know that, you know, everybody be saying these things and people really don't care about other people, low key. I mean, everybody gonna care about themselves first. But I'm just saying, like, in reality, everybody keep talking about, we need to do this. So they ask for these things, but they really don't mean it. That's my thing. So I don't think it don't even matter on the sex. It don't matter, I mean, on the gender or none of that stuff, right? overall, just like I was mentioning, is that even if we care, right, we care about ourselves, nobody else is going to care because, like I said, I, they really just view men as disposable. That's just what it is. It always been I think since the beginning of time. It's like we prioritize. That's why I don't be liking like even like doing this thing where everybody be trying to put women in this victimhood thing or whatever. And oh man, y'all did this or whatever. But it's just like, I mean, ever since it always has been everything was fit. It's fit for the women. I don't never get like how people blinded on that too. Like it's just it always been like that. Like they don't want to carry our babies. So it's like we know that's why wars is going on now. You don't see them going in the draft now. They're trying to take the teenagers away from us now. But it's just like we know that men are disposable. That's just I'm just pointing out not the contradiction, but I'm just pointing out that this is BS. It's just BS. That's all I'm getting to. It's not a somebody looking for somebody to care. It's not somebody. It's just realizing that this stuff, what people are saying, it's fake. This junk is fake. You know what I'm saying? So these things that people claiming that they really care, they don't. People really don't care, and that's why I said like even if you do how you catch them faster is that when they do say that, they make it about them again for the most part. But I keep hearing that they don't care, men don't care about themselves and all that stuff. But it's just like we say all these things when it comes to men, but like I said, we get the catering and pandering to the woman when it comes to that. We don't come with the same excuses. Like the energy is way different when we do come on the other end. You know what I'm saying? Well, y'all need to be a little bit lighter. Y'all need to be, all this stuff though. But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, that's why I be listening to people talk, man. Because eventually, like I said, this stuff just show. It just like nobody cares. we can't fake this stuff. Like we can tell off conversation that nobody really cares. Low key, it's just like that.
But here's the thing, though, Kev.
I think that's one way. That's a very cynical way of looking at it.
That's what I was gonna say. Like we can sit up here, half of the world, it's a little bit over, right? There's a little bit discrepancy. There's more women on the planet than men, right? A little bit. But I think
I'm not talking about their mamas either.
Hold on, but it's relatively even, right? So you got half and half. Now, if you say that they don't care about men, who are we talking about? Half the world don't care about men. Well, what about the other half? So if
the world don't, they never did.
The world don't care about nothing, right? It's the people in the world
that about anybody.
So what we're saying is, if we as men, right? If I look at you as my fellow man, and you're telling me that none of us care about anybody else, but we all only just care about women, that's a fallacy. See what I'm saying? Like that's not true. There are certain people who don't give a shit about anything. That's true. There are certain people that are humanitarians. They care about everything. That's true. And then there's people in the middle, which is most people who just care depending on the circumstance, right? If the shit goes and it affects them, then they care. If it don't affect them, they don't give a shit, right? And that's where most people lay, okay? But that being said, if you are a man, and I'm talking to us, if we want our issues to be heard, right? It just doesn't make logical sense for us to say, well, since nobody else cares, I'm not even gonna try. You're just basically making that the excuse to not put forth the effort to put the fucking issue out. And that's the message that I'm seeing. Because if we want our message to be heard, we can put it out because we are still in power. So that's what I'm saying. If we sit up here and say, well, the world doesn't care, why is that? Because what it is we care about what makes profit, right? In this country especially. We know that men need to go to work because that is the profit. That's how we make profit. Men need to go to work, and then we need to have the illusion that we need to take care of women to go to work, to buy more shit for women, to blah, 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 and it goes on so forth. So we are geared to all you need to do is protect and provide, right? So that makes us go to work. It makes us find somebody to provide for. Because if we don't do that, we're not men. That's the fucking problem. That's why we have a lot of our health issues now, is what I'm saying. And then we're using that narrative to justify why we don't push for more rights or whatever. You get what I'm saying? It's kind of like it's a loop. But the reality is we need to start saying, fuck that. I'm not just a protector and provider. I'm a human and I have issues and I need my issues to be heard. And once we start pushing that, then I think we will see that the world, quote unquote, will start to care. But right now, why should they? Because we still going to work. We still going to pay these bills. We still going to do whatever we do. And the whole capitalistic system is going to still work. So at this point, there's no need to change it until we make it a need to change it. So that's what I'm saying, Kev. It's like we have to put our foot forward if we want to have change. We got to be that change. You get me? We
And
just
when
can't
y'all
sit and
and
talk
when
about
y'all
it.
put your foot forward, make sure y'all don't have other women come into the conversation and make it about them. Okay, how about y'all do that
But here's
too?
the thing, though.
We're not having that live.
Alter. And I'm just
Hey,
going
Mark.
to say this specifically to this app, okay? Because what you see is we'll start off with and I think AJ even brought this up. When you see a woman panel and they're talking about mental or women's health, right? They're talking about specifically that. They're talking about the problems they have, solutions that they can do with their bodies and the whole thing, right? They're going through the whole gambit. When you go and you see men's panels, because I jump in a lot of them, right? And I see it, there's like, it's split. You have half of them where men are talking about
What's that
actual.
sound? It's like staticky. It's driving me nuts. Is that
Oh
somebody?
no, that's one.
Okay.
And so, like, what we have is half and
I
half,
don't know,
right?
but I'm with
Where there's
everybody.
men, they're talking about issues, right? And the issues stick to the issues. We're saying, hey, we got let's say if it was a cancer, colon cancer, whatever. We're talking about that. Then we start talking about health. Then we start talking about that. Cool. We have those panels, but they're few and far between because all of the other panels, they start off talking about, all right, men's mental health. In about 10, 15 minutes, that shit starts going to what women doing wrong.
Okay,
Every
but so
fucking
my thing
time.
is this though.
So
Hold on,
now,
hold on, hold on, wait, cause
Let
hold
me say,
on, cousin, cause you tell the whole story. I'm trying to say this real quick. Is that when we're talking, you talking about mental health, and men are talking about that, they're talking about things that they have a problem with women. Why is it a problem when they're speaking
because
of things that may have an issue with their mental health, that women have an involvement in, that women may have involved themselves, that's caused them to have mental health? Just like when women have panels and they talk about how the men have caused them problems, no one blinks an eye. So I hate that one-sided
it's not
contribution.
one-sided.
It is very
It's not
one-sided because you
one-sided.
hear women have panels all day long about women, and they bring up how men have made them suffer, how they dealt with men, how men, they talk about men all goddamn day on
Right,
their women panel. And
right,
men come in there, like whoever agrees with them all the time, will come in there
right,
and back them up 24/7. That's the problem.
right.
So let's not
But,
make it a
but, but
one-sided thing. It's a
it's
two-sided
not
thing.
one-sided. It's not one-sided. What I'm saying is, if men know, if we know that you need women's support to get something rolling, the way that you get women's support is not to constantly talk shit about women in your support. That's what I'm saying. We are at a disadvantage at this point, right? I'm not talking about that because I agree with you. I totally agree with you. And like I said earlier, when a woman comes into those panels, we supposed to shut their ass down immediately. No, get up out of here with that bullshit, right? So we can do that. But what I'm saying is when we start talking about mental problems and how to help ourselves, all of a sudden that conversation turns to fucking wigs and lashes. That's not helping us. I'm saying amongst men. I'm talking about fuck. I'm not even fuck women. Fuck with y'all. It don't even matter. When we are having conversations with ourselves, it automatically goes in most cases. And I'm only talking about this app, mind you. Okay, I'm not talking about anything else other than just what we see on these apps. Okay, and I'm saying for the majority of the time, we do that. It goes into this hate fest, or it goes into who has it worse, or it goes into comparing men and women. And I'm like, yo, we don't need to compare. We just need to figure out what the fuck we got and then support each other in fixing it. But yet we still are trying to play catch up because we feel like women get all the attention and we don't. And we still want to do those comparisons. And I'm saying, fuck that, because we already know that we're behind in the game. Right? So we comparing, that ain't gonna do nothing but just cause more division, which is all doing.
But
Because
I
what do we see?
think that's where you're flawed, though, bro. Is because you're expecting women. You don't need women's support to push men's mental health. You need men's support for that,
But
right?
that's what I'm
Because if you're
saying.
having women, but this is what I'm saying. If you're trying to have women dictate or even try to give men advice, as a woman, I can't give you advice as a man. I'm not a man. right?
Right.
I can give you advice when it comes to maybe dating other women or things that you may have to experience, but I can't give you advice about what's going on in your mental health. I'm not a man. I don't experience that,
Right.
right?
Exactly.
So this is
That's
why
why I'm
I'm
glad y'all
saying, like,
doubling down, though. That's why I'm glad y'all saying it. And I'm glad y'all
yeah,
both
because
saying it.
like the
And that's the reason
thing
why I said what I
is,
said, right? That's the exact reason why I said what I said, because I've been hearing everybody answers today. And I just seen how everybody's answering it. And it's still, and that's how I came up with the conclusion on that. Because like I said, it's just an awareness that, and like I said, I'm not saying nobody stop pushing it, right? I'm just saying it's BS. It's a fake concern. That's just what that is. Like I noticed that it's people that like saying it out loud to sound like they doing good or whatever, but like real talk, like they don't. It's gonna be some excuse behind it. Just like you just said that. Just like she said, you don't need women to do this stuff or whatever. So stop chanting about men's mental health. You know what I'm saying? One woman shouldn't be saying anything out their mouth then if that's the case, right? But,
that's
but
my
my
point.
thing is, that's what I'm getting, huh?
I said that's
No,
my
I
point. We
disagree on
shouldn't
with
have to
that,
say
Kev.
nothing.
Right,
I'm
exactly,
agreeing with you.
exactly. So
Now,
that's what I'm saying. It can go
now
unnoticed.
they
You know what
shouldn't
I'm
have.
saying? So it's like this. It's like a fake thing. Like they really. I don't know how to explain it though, because it ain't, and it ain't even about a comparison thing. We just notice how the world has been ever since. It's always been like that. Like I said, y'all gonna realize, but I guess you got to be a man to know. But or we can play, or we can
No, because
play
you
silly
don't
too.
have
We
to
can play
be
silly too, though. But we know that
you
men
don't
are
have to be a
disposable.
man to see
That's
that though,
why
Kev. You could
that's why.
you could
Wait till
see
y'all
it.
get
Everyone
drafted
sees it.
too. But I'm just saying that
We
that it's so
can get
much stuff.
drafted.
That,
That's been in that's a whole
huh?
other thing. All I'm saying is that it doesn't take a man to see that men's mental health is not taken seriously. You don't have to be a man to see that. Everybody can see that unless you are literally believing that the denial river is only a river in Egypt. You're full of shit. Everyone can see that. Everyone can see that men's mental health isn't taken seriously. How many people have come up here and said, yeah, it's not taken seriously? Both men and women alike. We've all said that. See what I'm saying? But the
It's a
problem
joke.
is that everybody wants to dictate where the conversation goes, right? Oh, well, men, if we're going to have these types of conversations and we can't talk about this, that, and the third, talk about whatever the hell you want. Because I promise you, on a woman's mental health space, she's talking about everything in the third because that's just how the conversation goes. Okay? It's gonna go there. It's gonna go to men ain't ish. This is what men have done. This, and that, and the third. It's gonna go through all of that. It's gonna go through all of that. We can't dictate what men, what y'all can talk about. But at the end of the day, the thing still reigns true. We can keep pointing out over and over and over again, the world ain't taking it seriously. Nobody's gonna take it seriously. But at what point do you change that? And until y'all take it seriously, you can't expect the rest of the world to. I don't care what the rest of the world is doing or whether or not they give a shit. Y'all have to give a shit. And until y'all do that, we're gonna be sitting here in the same place.
And it's still nothing gonna happen. That's why I
Nothing's gonna
done said
happen.
that 100 times. We can give a ish, but they can still not care. It's just like that. It's not like they don't have a change of heart. Like, you know what, we're gonna care about it more. If they care, they're gonna care now. You know what I'm saying? We can't kind of use that one. It's like when I be trying to help people, right? And we can use it then. Like if I'm trying to help them, but they gotta help themselves, right? But I don't like I said, I don't like when we say we keep using that, and that can got used about now is about 4 7 times now. If y'all don't care, then who said that some of these men don't care? We don't know that. Some people never talk to these men. You know what I'm saying? Because they care about themselves. You know what I'm saying? Or it's just been like I said, it's a woman's type world. We already know that. It's just been, well, man created it, right? Man created, but it's operated. That's why we know who we serving. We already know who to serve. I mean, and that's just the way life is created anyway. It's supposed to be like that. But I'm just saying that, like, at the end of the day, we can push it or not. We still know it's not made to be like that. It's not made for us to uh just to care about men. It's just not like that. That's on with everybody. It's just not made for that. Like I said, people gonna get what I mean by like that men are. It's just like it's always been like it's a message and it's the truth that men are disposable and they looked at as disposable. You know, we sacrifice. We do all. I mean, they do all type of things. So it's just even in the family, right? First want to get a life up to say they family. It's just like that. It's something we can't change. We can't change that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying if y'all really, I don't know, maybe I'm just digging into the root of the situation a little quicker or something like that. But overall, it's a joke. I'm just saying this stuff is literally a joke because they just know that, it's not a big priority in this world. You know what I'm saying? It's just not like that. It just sound cute. It's another one that sound cute, like a person that say I'm gonna change and all this stuff. I'm gonna change, but it been 40 years later saying the same exact thing. I'm gonna change because it sound cute. Tell everybody else that, but it's a joke. Because if that's what I don't know. That's what I mean about that though. But I don't know. Because like I said, I keep hearing that get used. But of course, people gonna go rock with that. Well, if they don't care about it, why should you know what I'm saying? They gonna keep using that though. That's another way to say I don't care. You know what I'm saying? But it's just we can't keep using it because it's obvious there's some men out here that care. But it still don't mean they're gonna get cared for it. We know that. It's the reason why we talk
So
about it
what
right
you
now. Well, I mean, we done brung it up
but
and
there's people
exposed the
even
month, and they
though
still don't care. You see what I'm saying?
But
That's
see
just how
here,
that is.
even
It's a
even
joke.
even though I've said I can't care more about it than you do, but I still care, that doesn't mean shit. It just means nobody
And
cares. Fuck
I'm
it.
saying in general, everybody's not AJ.
But
I'm saying in freaking
but
general,
I'm
right?
and not everybody. Again, it's not about everybody being AJ. My whole point is in saying that is that we can't sit there and say nobody cares and the world doesn't care. So then what are
It's a
we doing? And
joke.
then turn around and go, well, we can't use that. So like, which one is it? We either gonna
Well, if
use it or
you,
we're not. And if we're not gonna use it, then let's not use it and let's keep pushing forward and saying, okay, this thing is
it's a
important.
joke. It is a joke.
How we
It's a
push it.
joke. It's
But
a
that's
reason
my
why.
whole
That's why I said
point.
all that stuff over again, though. Because I
But
even
but
listened to
see here,
everybody's answer and stuff today, and it just, it showed that it's a joke. It's a joke.
Let me say
but
something.
here's the thing, real quick, brother. I'm just
Hold
gonna
on,
say
y'all.
this before
Gemini,
you start.
hold
Before you
up.
start,
Everybody mute up. Hold up. Gemini's been trying to talk for a minute, y'all. Go ahead, Gemini. Let Gemini go real
No,
quick, and then Carla.
I kind of dig what Kev was saying, like, and but at the same time, I gotta take it back into what cousin was saying, like, a lot of people don't care. I also got to drag my thoughts into it. Like, a lot of people don't care, right? Majority. Let's just say majority don't care, right? Until it hits home or it's somebody that they actually care about. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
so, like, I can't say that women don't care because they do, but they only care about dad,
It's
brother,
beneficial to
uncle,
them.
grandpa, husband, child, nephew. Like, they only care to that extent. Some of them, you know what I'm saying? And then, like you were saying, there are people who care about everything and everybody. So like, I I hear you. I get what you're saying. Um, I definitely understand what you're saying about it being a joke because again, they only take it serious when it's serious to them. Like the rest of the time, a lot of people like AJ, Unicorn Anomaly, um, but a lot of people just don't give a fuck, for lack of better words. Like, and I mean, like, I feel you. And outside of, really pushing the envelope on that thing, like, I don't really know what to do to make it important to the majority either. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, we can push it, push it, and it's gonna take time. Just kind of like, breast cancer awareness took time. Breast cancer awareness is monstrous right now, but it didn't used to be like that. You know what I'm saying? But then as more women kept getting it, and then the men started getting it too. You know what I'm saying? Like, then it became a big thing. But like, until I agree, like, we got to push it just as much as we want it to be. We got to push it so that it becomes as big as we want it to be. And same thing with Father's Day, same thing with men's health, prostate cancer, all of that. Like, we definitely gotta push a little harder than what we're doing, and not take the fact that, oh well, they don't care nothing about it, so why I'm out here doing it? Because, like, you're a fucking man, and this shit directly affects / impacts you. So why wouldn't you fucking care? You know what I'm saying? But aside from that, like, I'm done. I'm gonna let y'all get back to it.
Let me say
So
this.
real quick, well, hold on, Warlock, because I just need to say this before it passes. And just as we were just talking, and I was sitting up here saying we were talking about men not caring and not taking it serious. And as we were sitting there talking, we have men in the comments making jokes, talking shit about the points, right? And I'm saying this is happening in real time when we are sitting here talking about how women don't give a shit, blah 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 blah. And then you got men not taking it serious, talking about shit, little passive remarks to us as men on the panel. But yet it's here right now on your shit. You can go read it right now. It's real time, right? So when I say that we're not taking it serious, this is what I mean. And as we're talking about that, now I could sit there and fire back and start talking shit with them or whatever. Maybe somebody might say they're just trolling. Maybe somebody might, it's just a joke. But at the same time, when we're sitting here talking about we don't take this shit serious, and then you tell us, well, nobody cares. Well, this is what I'm saying, right? We can see
Wait,
it
what
right
is happening
happening right
now?
now.
What happened right
So
now?
I'm just saying, what happened?
Yeah.
No, I was just saying that, as we were sitting up here talking about points of contention, when we're talking about how, we don't take these things seriously and how we're not getting our message put out, we have other men in the comments talking shit to those points. And then I'm saying, and then Kev is saying that, well, women are not taking it serious. I'm like, well, look, we're not taking it serious. And I'm saying it's showing in real time on this live. You get what I'm saying? We're sitting up here trying to hash this out, talk about what these things are, and then you're still going to have other men will come on and still give you shit because we're talking about it. So what I'm saying is that's part of the problem, if that makes sense.
Let me. This is why I say that most times, if it wasn't for the adults, I would not give a fuck about y'all. If it wasn't for the fact that y'all are molding these kids. Evidently, somebody is looking at this live right now because I just got several messages in a group chat, a group text that I'm in. And my boys are saying, why do they feel that way? And these are 10th graders. They have taken it upon themselves to write to the Baltimore County School Board, trying to set up a curriculum for them, for the boys, in their school, and hopefully in their district. Evidently, it's going to have to go through the school too, in reference to having time to discuss things. They hear this shit here on TikTok because they follow me all the damn time. They may not come and say shit, but they look because I get texts when I'm on here. But they have took it amongst themselves to try to make up a curriculum for them to have time to talk about things that's bothering them. These are 10th graders. Like I said, most of the adults are somewhat of a fucking lost cause because we've been ingrained with a whole bunch of shit that may be true, but nobody's really looking to change it except for them little numbnuts. And how can we help them if we're already saying, well, you know what? It ain't no fucking use. Nobody gives a fuck. How are we supposed to help them make things better for them mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually, if we've given the fuck up? This is why I say, truth be told, if I didn't have to depend on other fucking adults to help mold these children in a good way, I wouldn't give a fuck about y'all.
But wait, Warlock.
Because as hard as it may seem, hold on, Gemini. Because as hard as it may seem, and as all the headaches and shit that I went through, the rest of my coaching staff who went through, and our personal lives and dealing with these young kids, we still actually give a shit. We're not going to try to put it out there in the ether that this is just the way it is and we need to settle for it and all of that shit. They actually want to make a fucking change. They see the shit that's going on with their fellow schoolmates. They know what the fuck is going on in the schools and probably at home because they get to talk to each other and sometimes they don't have a resolution. And who do they fucking go to when they don't have a resolution? They come to us. And if we're in this fucked up state of mind, we can't help them. Except for to say, well, that's just the way it is. You got to deal with it. No, man. We got to do better as fucking adults for these fucking kids. And everybody knows when I come on, a lot of times, that's all the fuck I talk about is the kids. That right now, I'm 55. That's all I really give a fuck about. Are the fucking kids, man. That's all I give a fuck about. Go ahead, Gemini. My bad, man.
Yeah. Okay. So like, maybe it came off wrong, but what I said, I didn't say it in a way to, or I didn't mean it or intend it in a way to sound like, like, nobody else don't care. I'm throwing my hands up. Fuck it.
Oh no, that wasn't
just,
towards you, Jim. That was
okay.
just in general, man, on the shit that I hear from so many people on this app. That wasn't directed towards you at all, my guy.
Yeah, I don't, because personally, like, I don't think Kev got the topic up because he gave up or he don't give a fuck. I think that, he just wants to make it a conversation because the more it gets talked about, the more the more pervasive it'll be, and eventually it'll be a dinner table conversation. It'll be a serious barbershop conversation, and not just we're gonna throw some jokes around or we're gonna roast a little bit about this topic conversation. Like, so yeah, I just wanted to, I felt like, like, because I thought about what I said, and I was kind of feeling like, well, maybe it could have came off that way to somebody else listening, but I knew what I meant when I said it, so I just wanted to, just clarify. That's all.
Yeah, well, can I add, because I'm hearing everybody, man, but I think I don't know what part I came in, although, but I think well, first I want to say what's up to everybody, what's up to the panel,
what's up, my dude?
What's good with you, bro?
Yeah, so I want to say, I think it's important for us to stop taking credit away from ourselves. I think it's important, like you said, Gemini, that we get into the mindset where we having a barbershop type of conversation and lean towards each other to continue to motivate one another. To me, that's what mental health is. Since we recognize all these things about society and how men is treated and things are not taken that serious, that we need to depend on each other to uplift one another and to look out for one another. To me, that's what mental health is to me. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to men's mental health, where we are making sure that, that we doing good. Well, shit, I can call up Warlock and be like, hey, bro, like, you good today? Is everything all right? Being there for one another, because we can't look for anybody else outside of that if it's being, if it's being put in that light, then we need to uplift one another. That's what we need to do. We need to be looking out for each other. We need to be having each other's back, making sure that we are there for each other. That's what men's mental health is to me. Yeah, the women could probably hurt, but it's just mostly about men. It's just mostly about us. We need to focus on us in order for us to get to a better place and things like that. It ain't about what society is doing. It ain't about that. We need to take it serious for us so that other people can start taking us even more serious, to where, they start to recognize that, okay, well, you know what, hey, maybe men is not as useless as we thought they were. We have to create our own narrative for ourselves and not allow other people to create that narrative for us. You know, we have to be able to uplift one another and and have each other's back. I don't think we should have a conversation about anything outside of that. I think we need to be able to, be able to talk to another brother and, and guide him in a certain type of way where we able to speak life into him, to where we actually telling these young brothers that they do have value. I don't think anybody tell these young men that they have value, that they do matter, that the things that they do care about matter and things like that. So I think we should be more focused on those type of conversations and things like that. Yeah, again, we recognize that the world is treat me in a certain way, and we are painted in a certain image, but we still have to care for one another and still uplift one another. I think we should get away from tearing each other down and with things like that. So yeah, even if you think that a man ain't doing a woman right, well, hey, let's have this conversation and let's see where this man could be going wrong and not tear each other down. I think men definitely need to come together and uplift one another. So I think that's the best thing for us to do as men. You know what I'm saying? To be there for one another and just uplift one another.
I feel you.
Can I go next?
Go on. That's on you.
First of all, appreciate you for letting me come up on your panel, man. I want to say, I don't want to take no credit away because I am indeed a woman, but I am a woman that, I grew up in the home with my father, and I grew up with 4 brothers. So I know the life, surrounded. I know what men, life look like. However, I just came on here to say to the topic, man, in the perfect world, men would be able to express themselves. But in the world that we're in now, where social media and society approval is so much needed, men don't have that chance to express themselves outside of that box to a variety of people. Now, within your relationship, if you're not safe in that manner, then you might need to reevaluate that. But if we're talking about on a worldly base, man, I don't think it's ever just men that cannot express themselves. I think we're just in a world where people take everything lightly now. And I think I need to say this to men, and I think men need to understand this from, like, day one. Stop being okay with things that you're not okay with. And that's why a lot of women see you guys as yes men or pushovers, because you guys will say yes to some shit that you know you're not okay with, and then be struggling with it instead of just speaking up about it because you're holding on to this ego and this power trying to be that man. But, the strongest man have a strong partner beside them. And I just want y'all to know that you don't have to carry the weight on the world on your shoulders anymore. We have women that's out here now that's accepted to helping you and being that helpmate with you. So, man, just keep pushing. I know it's hard. Hell, if you sit down in the bathtub, women tear you down and tell you you're sassy. But coming from a woman that grew up around men, real men, push on, fellas, and keep going. Don't give up. And what Mr. Difficult said, he's absolutely right. It started with men first. I think men need to, uplift you guys within you guys self. Need to uplift you guys more. And I think a lot of people would, a lot of people would take y'all serious if y'all take y'all serious. Man, we got so many people beating on each other, killing on, unaliving each other, man. And it's within our community. So how can our women take y'all serious? How can we take y'all serious? And that's that. I land the plane on that, man. Just keep pushing, man. I know it's hard. It's not easy for nobody, but man, keep pushing.
I'm gonna say this. When I talk about my boys, right? I don't even know if I want to say this shit, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Fuck it. My boys are a mixture of a whole bunch of different races and nationalities. And I teach them all the same thing. There are certain things that we as men over all races, colors, creeds go through. There are certain things that certain races go through on their own. I get that. But we can't even, it seems as though a lot of times we can't even come together for the common shit that we go through, because it always goes back to race issues. On lives during Father's Day, I think I was on TikTok for maybe 4 hours, maybe. And depending on which live you went into, it went from a Father's Day thing to a racial Father's Day thing. And I tried to tell people, I said, this does not say Hispanic Father's Day or Black Father's Day or White Father's Day. It just says Father's Day. There are certain things that we all share in common. Why can't we talk about that if in fact it is a mixed live? Why can't we talk about the shit that we have that we struggle with in common? It's supposed to be Mental Health Month. Why can't we talk about the things that we have in common instead of trying to break everything down by race from Jump Street? And I get pushback on that shit sometimes. You know, to exclude people on certain topics, like Father's Day and Men's Mental Health Time, to exclude another race or creed or religion or whatever, it's kind of short selling yourself, because you never know, even though we have that in common, somebody from another race can probably give you a perspective that you haven't thought about. Especially if it's something that we all share in common. But we constantly do that shit. And it's not just us, it's a lot of other races that do the shit too. And because of the simple fact that I had a team that was mixed, it kind of it saddens me that we do that shit regularly. It's not something that you see maybe once a month or twice a week. We do that shit on a regular fucking basis. And that I think that's where we're shorting our kids and things of that nature, because regardless of how much we want to talk about our own race, they're going to have to deal with other motherfuckers. They're going to have to. And I think that's where a lot of times we fall short with these kids, is that we make everything about freaking race, and they got to deal with other races when they get older or as they grow up or when they go to school or whatever, this, that, and the other. And they won't have those tools in their toolbox to be able to deal with that shit. So I'm going to shut the fuck up. I'm sorry.
No, that's real.
Hold on, yeah. I need everybody to tap the screen, share out this live, y'all. We at 82. We should be up at about 85 at this point. So everybody keep tapping the screen until we get to 85, and y'all could take a little tap break, and then we gonna keep it pushing. I do ask everybody to be respectful in the live. I don't know what beef y'all have. I really don't care. Just be respectful, all right? It ain't that big of a deal. Y'all can agree to disagree. It is what it is. Let's not do some gaslighting shit anywhere. That's just ridiculous. Let's act like adults in this live. But anyway, I'm gonna throw it back on over to y'all. Y'all continue to have your conversation. I'm gonna be quiet.
I just want to add really quickly, because I know I keep hearing us say like the ego thing is what's tripping the men up. Sometimes some men actually just have like a care, and they don't want to disrespect. They want to actually be like caring and loving in a sense. So it's like, or they were raised to give way to women. All that needs to be corrected in a sense. But when we say, I just don't want us to keep saying like it's an ego thing on every aspect of that when it comes to men, because I think it's definitely more than that.
You know, also, I think a lot of things with men in general are driven by certain things. Two of them are ego and pride. That drives a whole lot when it deals with us. It may be for the same for women. I can't speak for y'all. But I know a lot of things dealing with men are stemmed from ego and freaking pride. And I told my daughter this tonight, right? Something happened with her and her man. And I said, babe, sometimes you got to be a little petty. Sometimes we got to let go of that ego and pride. Sometimes. Not often. You need to pick your battles. But sometimes your ego and your pride will put you in places that otherwise you don't have to be. You don't need to be. Sometimes we put ourselves in predicaments and then we're like, fuck, how do I get out of this? Motherfucker, you might not have been in it if you would have just let go of your pride for a minute and say, hey, yo, the one thing that's hardest for men to say is, yo, I need help. And that's not to that's to another man. We find it hard to ask for help sometimes. And we definitely need it. Not everybody, and I know we say it all, we can't do everything by ourselves. Even if it's just to say, hey dog, what do you think? Not necessarily saying we're gonna take that advice, but it's probably just another perspective. Maybe it's something we haven't thought of that can help us out of a situation. But because of the simple fact that we have too much of an ego and too pride to ask for fucking help, we put ourselves in fucked up ass positions.
Okay, once again, because I know Mike Brown is saying that's something only a man can know. Got it. What I'm saying is, clearly you're not incorrect. What I'm saying is, can we add in the other attributes to that is not only pride and ego, that men are not speaking on certain aspects? That's what I'm saying. If there's other aspects to that.
No, I agree. But a lot of that shit.
I hear all that already. That's what I'm saying. There's other aspects that I think we should also speak on.
I think I agree with you what you're saying, but can you agree that even if it's taught pride, because like you say, some of the things is because they're taught this. Even if it's taught pride and ego, it's still taught. That stuff can be taught. So it's still I think it's still, like you said, it comes from a sense of pride and ego.
Yeah, you got a whole bunch.
I get what you're talking about. I think we the only two that been saying it for the longest though. Cause it seemed like everybody was and we talking about the mental thing, because I thought about it. I almost over the double. But it's just like, I get what you mean. Like, dang, this is the only two we keep using, right? And we not saying there's other causes of this mental health thing. It's like we just gonna stick with that and act like, and then try to center that and make it seem like that's the main thing. And there's so many things that's caused to this man's mental health, but we gonna keep on. So it's basically we keep trying to push it back towards the man, and I feel it. I can understand that, but it's like, is somebody gonna say something different? And that's the reason why I'm saying, like, dog, just listening to this whole panel, and even from before this, right, when I had about dang near 80 people in here, I just keep hearing everybody say the exact same thing. Well, they don't care and all this other stuff. Like, dang. What about the other parts, like where, okay, maybe some women, and every time we mention that, right? Why you can't, when that mean it's not all of us and all this stuff, so they got back to centering them again, right? So it's like, okay, I'm pretty sure don't men date women, right? So I'm pretty sure they played a major part. I'm pretty sure that they grew up and had issues themselves, right? It's all type of things. It ain't just, and some people is actually reaching out. But it's just like we keep missing the whole point that now that we had this money, we got this money stuff, and it's obvious it's people that's reaching out to. We can't keep on saying that. Well, they're not looking for help or something like that. We talking about we talking about the one that's looking for it. You know what I'm saying? I understand that's why it's not pushed. But what about the ones that we are trying to, we're pushing it and they still don't care? I think I've been saying that for the longest, and people are just literally just missing this point. I don't know what it is, but because I can tell it's a new language. I know it's like alien talk type situation. Like, okay, but it's just like, it's a real thing. Yeah, it's people that we see it, that men, but the men that do care, that's not putting their ego and pride to the side, that do want to express themselves, we know they still don't care. That's why I'm just saying, it's people that still don't care. So we can't keep using that same thing to try to weave out the people that just selfish. I'll put it that way, right?
Those people that don't care, what is it that I usually say like that? I don't have a problem with leaving a motherfucker in a ditch. I don't. If you don't care about certain shit that I care about, and it's important to, in this case, men's mental health or whatever, I don't have a problem leaving your ass in a ditch. Hopefully you don't encounter something that you need my help, because I'm up the road some fucking way. So, and when I say ego and pride, those are main topics, but there's a lot of things that falls under ego and pride. So don't think that I'm just
what,
ego and pride. Period.
I got another one then. Let's do that's why I said it's so freaking funny to me.
Yep.
So let's switch it up. Now let's switch these things up. Let's go ahead and open your hearts now. And get to some people we can talk about. Let's talk about women now, right? So even if women did not care about their own stuff, it's still, we're not going to make an excuse why we shouldn't care about them. We're going to go out our way. We're going to figure this way out to make sure we care about their mental, because it's obvious some of them don't even want to acknowledge it. We know that. And that's what I'm just saying. It's just, this is how the world is adjusting. But we don't use that. Well, it's their ego and pride why we don't care about them. No, we're going to care about the woman. It's just like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just always been like that. Even if mama didn't care about her own self, we're going to care about mama. Do it have to hit home in that way for somebody to understand?
And that's
So
why
we can't keep using this same thing. Well, ego and pride is stopping it and all this other stuff, but we don't use the same thing on the other end. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to the man, we're going to say that, well, we're not going to care about them because they don't care about themselves. But then on the other end, like I said, I've been listening to this conversation, and that's what made me finally say this. I've been listening to this all day, but it's like, dang, when somebody gonna change it up and use something else? You know what I'm saying? I can agree with it to a certain extent, but then I'm like, dang, well, we ain't gonna say it's no any other causes. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, it's another way to show that we really don't care. You know what I'm saying? Nobody has not came up with nothing different.
But Kev,
Yeah,
what difference are we
Then
talking
the
about?
main ones keep
The
talking about they
question,
care.
but the question is the question, right? Because you just put up a different question, which we would have a different answer. But when you say why isn't it taken as serious,
Serious, right?
right? That's a question of marketing. That's a question of why isn't it being put out. We talked about that. We probably went through like 13, 14, 15 different reasons why, and now the question it changed, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But like if you put that question up, and then we want to now change the question to act something else. Okay, cool, but we can't expect a different answer than the answer that we already been saying. Like we've been up here talking about it for what, hour and a half? You know what I mean? Like I think we covered damn near every answer, and at this point, it's just kind of nitpicking. Like now we just trying to explore different shit because we done already talked about it. You know what I'm saying? So I think I hear what you're saying, and I think most people agree. But I just think that now it's just kind of opening up the conversation into some different avenues, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, unless you just want to change the conversation, then we could do that.
No, I'm not. I'm just I'm just letting it be known of what's going on. But like I said, I don't know. Nobody. If you don't see it, don't see it. Like I said, everybody. I went off of how the conversation went, and I see where everybody kind of like. And I feel it. I can understand it though, but it's just like I'm just pointing out. I'm just making it's awareness. Like I said, it's just awareness thing. That's all I'm saying. I'm sticking with it. It's a joke. No matter how y'all want to say, I'm going to stick with it. It's a freaking joke. That's just what it is. As much as y'all, it sound cute and it sound wrong, but it's a joke.
yeah, even though it's a awareness thing, but it's still a self-reflection and a accountability thing. I have to hold myself accountable. I can't look for anybody else to come and feel sorry for me. You know,
Right.
I have to get myself right. You know, all I need is a space for me to just be able to express myself. You know what I'm saying? That's why sometimes men pull up to the house and they sit in their car, or they go somewhere and they sitting in the empty parking lot beating on the steering wheel. But it's things that we have to take into account for ourselves. You know, I don't. To me, men's mental health is not a pity party. You know, we need to be able to just sit up and be able to talk about the things that we have dealt with and been through and things like that, to where we can trust on the next brother to be able to understand what it is that we going through. You know, that's why I said earlier, you know, like it ain't nobody, it's not about nobody else, and it's not about society or anything. You know, it's about me and having the next man's back. We need to be able to depend on the next brother and look for the next brother to to be able to depend on. Because if we can't depend on ourselves, then we can't look for the woman to depend upon us or trust us with anything. That to me, that's the thing. We have to get ourselves in order. Because unless we take care of ourselves on the inside first, won't nobody else take us serious. We have to take ourselves serious. It's nothing wrong with a man saying to himself, I want to be the best version of myself.
You're right.
I can't look for anybody to come and, hold my hand, grab me on my shoulder and say, it's going to be all right. Sometimes we have to toughen it up. And it is unfortunate that we don't have that type of thing, though. But that's why I say it's important for men to be there to look out for other men, to uplift each other. Because we understand what we are going through. Know what I'm saying? We understand what we're going through. That's why we have to be there for each other. And once we understand that, because this is new to us, it is new to a man to be able to come to the table and express themselves. Just even expressing ourselves is new. Having these types of conversations is new to a lot of men. We're not used to it. So we are doing our best to get the hang of being able to do this and be there for one another and have the ear to actually listen, to understand to what the next man is saying, and not get and not take the position where we want to shame that man or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? To me, it's not about a pity party, and we have to be strong enough to be able to withstand the things that's going on. So that's why it's on men for us to uplift other men. We have to take accountability for ourselves and self-reflect to understand the things that we've been through, and we have to deal with these things. It's important that we do deal with these things as an individual too.
I'm sorry, Mr. Difficult.
No, go ahead.
My bad. Look, man, I relate everything back to my football shit, right? And this is something that happened this past New Year's Eve. I went over to my head coach's house. We had our drinks and all of that shit and yada, yada, yada. But during the New Year's Eve toast, just before New Year's came in. Now, mind you, I'm older than most of my coaches by 20 years or more. And he gave his New Year's toast. And believe it or not, his New Year's toast was to me. And in that toast, he was talking about our journey together because we became coaches after another coach had a stroke. And he was telling me how much he appreciated me and how I helped him go through a whole lot of shit and how being a part of the coaching staff had made him a better person and things of that nature. And he ended it by saying that he loved me, right? Now, mind you, this is in a house full of, I only knew him and his wife and the two boys that they had. That's the only people I knew. It was a house full of motherfucking people. And I broke down and cried, man, because that shit hit me hard because I really never looked at it that way. I just did what I did. And he always tells me, man, you need to take credit for the shit that you do in reference to for the team and for the coaches. And it was that's not why I do things. I do things because I feel as though I have something to teach or I have something to give back. But when he said I loved you, everybody in the fucking, damn near everybody in the house said pause. And he used to say it all the time. The coaching staff used to say it all the time. And when they said pause, it was like, what y'all pausing for? He said a man can't love another man. He said, this ain't on no homo shit. He said, y'all need to check yourselves as far as y'all got daggone sexuality. If you think everything is homo when it comes to a man to another man. He said,
calm down with that word, but you get
huh?
chill a little bit if we get banana with that. I
Oh
don't know if I can even
no.
say that word. I think I got in trouble last time for that.
Okay, my bad. But no, he said if anything for the past 6 years, Coach E has taught me that there's no problem with a man loving another man for showing him certain things and this, that, and the other and all of that shit. But it just shows that we can have certain stigmas that we've grown up with, and you just need somebody to show you something different, and for you to be able to accept that from somebody. And I think that is something that we need to integrate into us as men altogether. That it's okay to show yourself to people. It's okay for you to love somebody else, another man. Um, it's just a bunch of stigmas that we have to bypass to get to where we need to get so we can be able to talk to each other on a serious basis in reference to some of the things that we go through. Um, and it's I I don't even know if I said all of that shit right, but I'm not I'm not a real outwardly caring person unless you know how to take me. You think I'm mean, I'm evil, I'm always mad. I'm not that. I just care too fucking much. Well, I'm not gonna say I care too much. I just care a lot about people and the way that they perceive things and the way that they look at things and the possible harm that it could do. That's what I care about the most, and I, that's just me. That's just the way that I'm gonna be. Does it cause headaches sometimes? Yeah, because at certain points in time, people come to look up to you, and people. As a matter of fact, I just got another damn text. Ain't this a bitch? Oh, okay. Um, People come to look up to you, man, and it's not a bag that a lot of people want to carry. It's not a bag that a lot of people um, choose to carry. But sometimes you're just that person, and to deny other people that possible wisdom or knowledge that you have just because you don't feel as though it's your job is setting some motherfuckers back that could be doing great things if they could just bypass shit. So I think sometimes we just need to take time to realize not everybody is where we are mentally. Some people, they just come for the bullshit. But when you realize somebody's sincere, man, take that time. Take that 5 minutes to talk to them. Maybe you can make a difference, that they can make a difference in somebody that where you couldn't reach. So that's just my thing. I know I'm ranting about a whole bunch of shit, but that's just the shit that's on my mind.
No, 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 should you
Let me
made some good points,
let me say
and
this real quick though, because
okay.
I just wanted to clear the air. I mean, clear that. Because like I said, I done heard that get said twice, two or three, 4 times. I think all of us saying the exact same thing though. I don't, like I said, nobody disagree with that we have to figure it out on our own. We know that. we got all that stuff. Nobody asking for nobody help, and then nobody asked for women. Nobody never said none of that stuff. Like I got popped outside my house. But
He turned around real quick.
I forgot I'm in Detroit. But I'm just saying. At the end of the day, y'all gonna see what I mean about it. It's just a joke. That's what I'm just saying. The concern for it is a joke. You know what I'm saying? It's just because like I said, at the end of the day, yes, we're gonna figure. It always been like that. Men have to figure these things out. We got to figure these things out ourselves. We got to deal with our own mental health. We got to deal with all that. We're not looking for, like I said, we're not looking for help because people are not gonna do it anyway. Yeah. I mean, some of them, right? They do it. We're gonna say some because everybody getting their feelings with it. Well, some, But I'm just saying, overall, even if we was, it's not like it's not gonna be that concern behind it. So, like I said, we done said this thing 100 times. We know we got to do the work with ourselves. We know that we got to figure this out. We know all that we've been through that. I think all that stuff we done said that. That at least, like I said, that got said about 15 times. It's our ego and stuff. The reason why we don't do it. All that. But like I said, it's just this little. It's like an April Fool's in a way. It's a joke. Even if we push it and say, "Hey, we got to get all men together and do all this stuff," yeah, it sounds cute, but hey, ain't nobody else gonna care for real, low key. Real talk. I mean, in worldwide, we talking about world, not the little, small, little, tiny people and stuff. We already know. We can even tell how these lives get ran and stuff. It's a priorities. It's like a feelings based type situation. Feelings over whatever and whoever got the most crying or whatever. I mean, it's just we already know where it leads to. Especially for a straight man. We know that mental health is the worst. But hey, figure it out on your own. Just like we all say. We always say that though. We ain't because shoot, we ain't no other option somebody got. You know what I'm saying? Not gonna get no help. So that's all I'm getting to about that. And it's not like I said, some of us ain't like now we looking for it either. Because even if we was, it's whatever. But whatever. We go. Y'all gonna see what I mean a little bit later down the line. Y'all gonna see what I mean.
Like I do hear what you're saying, right? But even with what you're saying that hey, don't nobody care and things like that, like that's still that to me, like that's a unhealthy way to go about it.
That's just
We
reality though. It's
still
not
have to.
unhealthy. It's just reality. That's what that is.
I mean, but it's still unhealthy because you still talking negative. You still speaking in a bad sense. And in order for anybody to even take it serious, you yourself as an individual have to take it serious first. I've been taught.
Do you believe men are disposable?
No, I believe men have value.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But we can't be. That's what I'm saying. We can't override how the world is. Like we see, you know what's going on even with the draft. That's just proved even more things right there. I'm just saying, like it's always that's something we can't change. It's always been like that since before we was born, since life started. Man has always been disposable, and it's not something that was created.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, like you just identifying and saying like, well, hey, I know this is something that men deal with and go through and stuff like that, but that doesn't still mean that we don't have to value ourselves and just
Hey, we got to do it ourselves. We got to figure it out ourselves, and it's always been like that. That's never changed either. So
right. So yeah, like let's not speak, ill on ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like it's important that we still speak life into ourselves. We have to do that for ourselves because what?
yeah,
Ain't nobody else is gonna do it for us.
exactly. And
You
that's
know
what
what
I
I'm
said.
saying?
That's exactly
Yeah.
what I said. Ain't nobody else
Yeah.
gonna do it.
Yeah, so even though, yeah, like that's how the world is and that's how things set up though, but but it still means that you have value. Because even if they do the draft and all that kind of stuff though, that means that you got value because we need men in
Value
order
enough
to
to get
protect the things.
disposed of. That's funny.
That's I mean it could be looked at either way though, but that's how men are mostly wired to be to
That's
to
what I'm
to
saying.
to protect and things like that though. So yeah,
Yeah.
mostly men don't mind doing that thing for the people who they care about, you know.
Or
Yeah,
healthy enough to get
and
used.
then
Yeah, so
what he's saying, to what
but that
Mr.
still
Difficult is
doesn't
saying.
diminish our
I,
value though neither. Know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I
but
feel you,
yeah,
brother.
to what Mr. Difficult is saying, like a lot of our value, like when we look at our value inside of society, a lot of our value is placed on our physical strength and presence. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
for us to get drafted, for men to be drafted, like that is showcasing a portion of our value, and but that's not the whole reason that we're valuable. Like, because whoever came up with um nuclear fusion and the nuclear power plants and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like
Watch that a little bit. I don't know what they're gonna do about that.
they maybe they might have went to some wartime shit, They might not have. You know what I'm saying? But they have value outside of their physical prowess and their violent and or aggressive nature. Um, so it, I, I just don't like. I hear you. I don't disagree wholeheartedly, but the the value system that society is going to put on us is we're more valuable than just like soldiers or entertainers, sports players. Like we have a whole range of value, and no,
You
you
got me
don't
thinking
think
about
so?
something. No, I was thinking about something. My bad, bro. I was just thinking about. I thought
Oh,
about something because I got something else that I'm about to prove. I'm gonna prove why it's just like that. And it ain't just being negative. It's just how this world is just adjusted. That's just what it is. But go ahead, finish up. But I got you.
I
I got
mean
another
that's
point.
pretty much it. I just don't want to get like I just don't want to get lost in like our value being placed on just like in one area or kind of like or if you want to look at it like a relationship. I don't want our value to only be protection, provision, making babies. Like we more than that. You know what I'm saying? Like we are guidance to our children. We are disciplinarians to our children. We are the whole other half of their existence. You know what I'm saying? The whole other half of balance from their my. So like we're more than just those two or three things that always get thrown at us for our value in a relationship.
Hmm? I would. I was thinking about like do a little do a little thing like a little practice thing. Just go around the app and express yourself.
What you
Show
mean?
your concern. Care about yourself, right? And then see how far they go. See how much you get taken as a joke, or see how and let's just see if it's just the people around us or something like that. I don't know. So that I want to see. I just want to see. I want to do a little test on that then, since we don't see how reality really work though, low key. Because I think deep down we know the real deal. We know the real
I'm
deal.
not.
Even if
I'm
men was to change and adjust themselves and even show that they're concerned, it's just
no, and I don't
Mo-
want it to seem like I'm rebutting what you're saying because in society you are 1,000% correct. Society views us one lane highway. You know what I'm saying?
right.
That's all. That's all. It's a one-way street. That's how they see us. But I'm not gonna view myself on a one-way street. And if like I'll do it, but the only difference is like I don't really like it's too many strangers on TikTok for me to actually give a fuck about what somebody's saying. You know what I'm saying? Like I care more about my opinion of me and my value than
Right.
I do of uh Brilliant Tay or Deanna
Right.
stars and sparkles. Like so I'll do it. I don't care because I know that I'm valuable outside of providing and protecting. I know
Yeah.
I'm valuable
That's what
outside
we got to do
of
for ourselves. Yeah.
being
Yeah.
because I done been a soldier already. I done been a combat soldier at that. Like I know I'm more valuable than a combat soldier.
Right.
So, like it ain't shit to me.
Yeah. I think you just said the same thing we was talking about all day. As I said, we have to. That's what I've been saying all day though. I think I'm trying to point at two. I don't know. But like I said, I've been saying it all day. I said that if we don't care about ourselves, no, we can't count on
Yeah.
nobody else. That's my whole thing. That's just my whole entire thing. That's the reason why I said do that little thing. So it's like we listening to that one point and we just missing that other thing and we counter it with what we already know is a fact. That's what us men have to do, especially because nobody is going to do it for us. I'm not saying to give up on yourself. I think everybody keep taking that out of it, and we all literally saying the same exact thing. But I think when we dang, his music blasting. But when it comes to that other end, it's like we ignoring the fact that even if we did, if we cared about ourselves or not, that's the only thing we can rely on. Like I said, otherwise it's a joke. That's why we have to do it, because it's likely nobody gonna do it. But I'm just saying this is the world we live in. It's not being negative. It's just we have to care about ourselves. That's just what that is.
Okay.
But Kev, when I said that, you just said I know, but nobody else is gonna give a fuck. So why? That's the only reason I
No,
had
I
pushback
never
with what
said.
you said.
I never said that since the beginning. I've never said that. That's what I'm saying. I think what I'm getting
No,
said is going over people's head. I don't know what's going on. That's
I
not
no,
heard
no,
what
no,
crazy.
you
no, no.
said,
What I'm
bro.
saying is,
That's why I heard what you said, bro.
yeah,
That's
that
why I was
was
like, let me in, cut me in. I just want to jump in. You heard me? I ain't gonna say
right.
nothing.
It wasn't that we were disagreeing with your point, because I think we all are 100% agreeing with that, right? We know what the world is. We know how that is. We see how it is. We see how it's been for thousands of years. But what I'm saying is, I thought we were talking about the solutions. I thought we were talking about, because that's what the
Hello,
question, when this all started up, right? And the solution is you create your
sister.
own circle,
مريم from
okay?
فلسطين. فلسطين.
So like I was saying,
Oh
when
damn,
when when we talking
damn it.
about when we talking about changing your like the circle around you, do we ever deal with society as a whole? No. How many people do we come in contact with over our lifetime? Maybe a few thousand. You know what I mean?
Thousand.
Like, if we really think about it, out of the billions of people on this planet, we don't see all these motherfuckers. So really, what the world does is one thing. Unless you're in politics, that's not your concern. But your circle, now that's what we can have control over, right? That's where we can influence the most, our circles. That's really what's going to affect our mental health, which is what I thought we were talking about in the first place. So when I'm talking about the circles, I'm talking about, yeah, we can change that perspective. That pessimistic view of the world does not have to be the view of your circle. You see what I'm saying? So I think maybe we've been saying it semantically because it's different.
Who?
So
I'm
you're
trying to
saying,
see what is going on. Wait, is that? Did y'all get that out of what I said? The pessimistic thing.
no,
I don't.
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
know
no,
if
no,
y'all
no, no, no,
missing
no,
my
no.
I don't know. All right, I'm done.
Hold
I
on,
guess I'm
hold
done.
on, hold on,
Cause I
hold
don't
on,
get
hold
where
on,
this
hold on,
coming from though. This don't.
hold
Now
on.
it's blowing my
I'm
brain.
not saying you said it, bro. Listen,
I'm like the
I'm
most
not.
optimistic person on this freaking app. It's just confusing
No,
me now, bro.
I'm not
But whatever.
saying
I guess
you.
whatever. I guess. Huh?
Hold on. I'm not saying you said it. Okay. What I'm saying though is that sometimes when we talk about it in this way, it comes off as it's like, oh, the world is against us. It should be hopeless. Now, I'm not saying anybody said that. I'm saying though, that's the reason why we were sitting here like, no, you gotta view it in a positive manner. That's why we're saying that. Not to say that anybody particularly said anything pessimistic, but I'm saying if we don't clarify, it can be taken pessimistically, if that makes sense. So that's why we're pushing the message of, listen, you got to look at it in a positive manner. If you're talking about mental health, that's part of it. If we always look at things, from the world don't care, that's just what it is, then some people will take that and
Just
roll
give
with it
up.
and use that as a crutch. You
Just
see what
give
I'm
up.
saying?
I
Yeah, and
get you.
so we
I
saying,
get you though.
fuck that.
Just give up.
I get.
Let's give it the other way. You get me? That's all
I
we were saying.
think. I think my whole purpose behind this, like I said, I mentioned earlier, is just to expose that it's not about. I'm trying to say I put this. I'm just trying to expose that most people that saying this stuff, it's literally just a. I don't feel like I repeat myself again.
Take your
I
time.
feel like
Take your
that people
time.
just
Take your
saying it
time,
just to
brother.
sound good though. Like
Take your
this.
time, brother. Take your
Hmm.
time.
Yeah,
No, I'm
I just
serious. Take your time. Seriously. And I say that respectfully. I'm serious. Take your time. Because everybody laughed at me when I came in because I was rambling and I was going and I was trying to get to my message, but I couldn't get there. So take your time, bro. And with all due respect, again, apologies.
for
I know.
even.
I already said. I think I already said it already. Though I'll just
No,
finish
no.
it.
Everybody on the panel, y'all was, man, phenomenal. Because this is real deal Holyfield.
I just got here, so say it again.
What's up, Charisma? What's up, Rue?
How you doing tonight?
Respect to the host.
Lovely. How you tonight?
Always.
Good.
Hey everyone. Hey everyone.
What's up? Yeah.
Hey, look, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. My old ass is tired. The heat whipped my
Oh
ass
my
the other
God.
day. Look, man.
Boo.
You know what,
Boo
Gemini?
this
Every time I see your
man.
ass on the panel, I am not coming on that motherfucker no more. I'm gonna go in invisible
Hey,
mode on your ass.
well, like, it's all love, brother. You know what I'm saying? It's all
Smiles are
love,
better than
brother.
frowns.
Always, my guy, always. But yeah, I gotta go crash and burn. I often have early
Hey.
mornings now because I gotta attend my daggone vegetable garden and shit, and I want to try to get out there before it gets too hot. So,
Oh,
Good night,
yes,
Warren.
please do, sir.
yes, sir.
Hey, Warlock. You guys all know I'm from Cali, but I'm in Florida right now, so I'm on your guys' time.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, that's 309.
But other than that, y'all, always a great conversation, man. It gives me some things to think about. Even some of the shit in the comments gives me
All
some
right,
things to think
well,
about, man. That's what it's all about. Every time you go into a live, y'all, understand something. If you can't learn something
You can't, right.
and you
Get
can't
in,
teach
leave.
something, it's pointless.
Or get out. Show you right.
All right, y'all have a good one. I'm out of here.
all right,
All right, then,
well,
Warlock.
Have a
Easy,
good one,
bro.
bro.
Please stay.
Love you, Warlock.
I'm waiting. Put your thoughts together, Lord, because I want to know what you said.
Kill.
Hey, Kev.
yeah, I just wanted to say real
No,
quick
he said,
before I step down. I thought the topic was about mental self and stuff like that, but from what I'm hearing, I don't think we're touching more on that. I think it's more on, you know, why mental men's health don't matter, but it does, and I think we need to take it more serious and not focus on people that don't care in society and all that type of stuff. I think we really need to be, you know what I'm saying, really working on creating spaces for men to be able to uplift one another and help each other through certain situations and things like that, so that we can become the better versions for ourselves and for the people that's in our lives. So I just yield on that. I hope everyone have a good night.
All right, man. Stay up, brother.
That was
I
dope.
agree.
And,
Good night,
all
difficult.
right, cousin B,
Yes.
what you said, bro, like for me, what that did for me, and that's why I really, you know what I'm saying, what I paid attention, I was going crazy in the chats, you heard me? And when you said like what he just said, and then what you said earlier was like, hey, resolution, feel me? Like we gotta come together and like, you know what I'm saying? We gotta like, we can't be like chopping it up, you know, the bro nights out. I really don't do bro night. I don't do bro nights out. I want to go to work and I want to come home with my woman. You heard me? Period. Just like that.
facts.
Just like that. That makes me happy because I'm routine. I like that. That's anything outside of that, then I'm like, I'm deterred. However, that, you know, to each his own. Again, what you said though was that if we do come into the manor and kick it, you know what I'm saying, bros, you know what I'm saying, catching up, you know what I'm saying, we got to remain positive. We can't be like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? We can't be like, you know, whoop up the bam, you know, damn, yeah, you see shorty? No, that's negative. That's not cool. That creates bush. BS. I'm not trying to sound like the good guy, whatever you want to call it, but I'm just keeping it a buck. Seriously. Can't do that.
I completely agree.
And it's real. Don't get me wrong. It's real out here. You know what I'm saying? That's what we do. That's what we do. For real. So you get a group of us, we sit around, we chill, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, you know what I'm saying? You know, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Third smoke. Oh, pardon the body. Bachelorette parties. Bachelor parties. Come on, man. Are you serious? Oh, yeah, that's the American way. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. The one night before you
Can
get
I ask,
married.
like, how old is everybody in the panel?
Exactly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
I
talking
just
about.
wanted to know how old everybody was.
I'm 43.
I'm 46.
Yeah, I'll be 50 next week.
That's awesome. I'm 42. I'll be 43 this year.
A bunch of grown folks in here.
Yeah, and that's, I
Well,
mean,
everybody
you
grown.
gotta surround yourself with, like-minded
Like-minded
people.
people.
Yeah,
Hello. Let's get
yeah.
it right. You feel me?
I was
And I will say this though, like to clarify, like there are, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of issues that affect men that are related to women, right? So when we go into these spaces, it is asinine to believe that women are not going to come up in the conversation, right? That's part of it. So I don't want to seem like, oh, we shouldn't be talking about women. No, that's part of a lot of our plights, right? Because it is intertwined in what we do. However, what we were talking about specifically on that was, but you know, the premise was when we go in and we're talking about other things, it always resorts back to some, you know, like shallow type of a conversation when what we need to do is stick to the subject.
Well,
So like
hey,
if
my
you're
man.
talking about, yeah, you know what I mean? Like if we're talking about, you know, how to prevent, you know, heart disease or something like that, how to be in better shape. Why are we now at some
Can a
point,
man be
you know,
better?
and then all of a sudden it's like, well, you know, if the women started to do this, like, whoa, wait a minute.
No.
Let's keep it where we are.
Let's
And
get
when we
back to
talk
the
about the
source.
women,
The source.
yeah, let's stay on the women. You know what I mean? So that's all I was saying. But that was just
People
No,
started to
that's
one
internalize
point.
why I
things.
came.
Yeah.
That's why I came to you and I said that was solid as a rock. We need to, when we group, look, watch this. If we group, you feel me? Because some of us don't even have to group. But if we group, then we should keep it all the way official and represent and do the right thing or do the best we can. Say, hey, okay, bro, damn, come on, man. Are you sure? Well, then that's just who you are. But lead by example. I mean, do the best you can. It's not trying to change nobody, but represent yourself, and then maybe that will reflect on somebody. Listen, I'm not trying to gain no brownie points. I'm just going to tell you what I know up to thus far. Oh, yeah, I was once in high school. Oh, man. Whoopsie. Had a ball.
Well,
If
think
so.
about it, Rue. It's not just if we group, it's when we group. Now what? Once
Timing.
we're grouped together.
Timing, right? Does that sound
Yeah.
like timing? Right on. Okay. Show you
I,
right.
I don't know
Again,
what Cuz is talking about though, but that heart problem was because of a girl.
that's
Because
how
if
y'all
she
did
ain't break
me.
my
That's how y'all
heart,
did me
and if
earlier.
she ain't
That's how y'all did me earlier.
give me
That's how
cholesterol, made me eat that food.
look. Hey, look. I didn't.
That be
Hey,
they
my
time. They
eyes
try to
on
find
crosses more.
anything. People be doing that like
I
crazy.
was a little cross-eyed earlier. Y'all,
What the heck they got to do with
what
her
was you
hair?
talking about?
And
And
if
I
they
was
ain't wear
so,
that
I was
wig
so,
like that, I wouldn't be having.
bro. I
Like
was
what?
so upset with myself. I was like, you know what I said? I said, you know what? I just was not able to deliver. You know what I'm saying? My message, what I wanted to say. Real talk. Because I be having something to say. But I don't want to never hog nothing. Don't want to take nothing from nothing. But no, I appreciate that because what he said was like, no, we have to, when we spin around and we chill, if we do chill, we need to just chill and represent cigar lounges, you know what I'm saying? Have a cocktail on some, I don't even, I
Birthday
like to,
girl.
one second. I like to get, I don't even want
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It's her birthday. It's her birthday.
Might be echoing. I'm sorry, y'all. Pardon.
All right, let's get to the next one because I had a headache off that last one, man. We stuck too long. Does someone? I should have put does. I put do. I guess whatever. Do someone have to care for you in order for you to care for them? Start off with love. Then rule
You
next.
gotta start with me.
Yep, gotcha. Gotcha.
You always do it. You always do it. Does someone have to care for you or for me? Okay, so I'm gonna read it different. Does someone have to care for me in order for me to care for them?
Yeah.
No. I will care for them. I can't control whether they care for me or not. I can care for them, but I can also keep them at a distance if there's if I recognize that there is a lack of care for them. I can't control whether they care for me or not. I can only be accountable for the care that I hold to them.
Then you're not for me. Because I should care for you first.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think in a different way, Rue. I think we're in agreement with that. I'm going to care for you first. Whether you care for me or not is not going to determine whether I care for you or not.
Then
I can still care for you.
equally yoked.
Right.
Equal.
I'm the whippersnapper in here, man. Let's put it this way. Let's answer it in this way then, because I see everybody like to answer that sound all cute up in here, and I see this about to be a trend from here too. So this, what about this? Let's see if I can get some of these people out. Do you give respect, or do somebody got to earn it? Let's get that one that I like hearing on this app all the time.
I like that. That's nice.
And don't say the reasons yet. I just want to hear everybody's stuff first. I just want to see yes or no. Give respect, earn. Who said that? Oh, who said that?
Charisma.
Oh, okay, charisma. Okay. What you got, twin? I gotta make sure I check in on her. I'm forgetting about that. I give it about 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes. You said which one?
Oh wait, what did you say? I thought you said you asked a question.
She said, all I know, he was trying to clown me. Now I'm just gonna make sure I get on that first. Do you give respect, or somebody gotta earn it?
Do I give respect or do someone have to earn it? I give it.
Hello.
Okay. Lovely. Give respect, somebody gotta earn it.
I show it. I show respect.
Sure, you gotta change stuff up, man. Dang. All right, got you. You're like, I'm gonna use my own word, my own though. I show it. I acknowledge it first. I subliminate it. She does anything that's not say it away with.
Right. You know I'm gonna switch it up because
I'm gonna use the etymology of it because the word give means.
Don't start, Kev. Don't start. You know I'm gonna be.
Look at Nikki over here showing out tonight. Chill. About to have me pull it. Sorry, I'm talking. Let me stop. Rue. No trouble.
Automatic, systematic. Give it. Be kind.
You give it?
Kindness.
Man, I'll be having a wrong group in here. Birthday girl, what you got? Do you give respect or do you gotta earn it?
I am not fit enough to answer any questions. I'ma just listen to y'all.
Go ahead, I'm gonna let you do your thug. Yeah, go ahead, do your thug. Yeah, we with it. Gemini. Give respect, earn respect.
I mean, I'm gonna give it. And then like the frequency of that respect is determined upon your reception of the respect that I give. Like,
all right,
you know,
all right. I don't want to do the explanation yet because I just gave everybody a quick guess. But hey, cousins, give her earn.
Give.
I don't like y'all, man. Y'all just y'all some. So now we gotta ask the reasons now. Let's ask the reasons now.
You looking for the other one?
I need another group of people. I'm waiting for these the heads that be, you gotta earn it. They be coming with the attitude with it too. I'm looking for them, man.
You got good people
I
in
swear
there.
I be setting up questions for like literally the opposition. That's how I be setting my questions up. I can't have all y'all same thinking heads up in here, man. I'm trying to look for some
I
fire.
know you do, Kev. We
So
grown. We got too much
tell
life
me,
experience.
Dang,
tell
we're
me,
she said, "Dang, sorry, we're held."
so do you think respect is to be reciprocated? If you don't give, you don't receive,
That's
or
a
if
good question.
You know,
I
you
like
can count on her to ask the question with the question. All right, I got you. I got
that's a good one.
you know
I
how it
like
works.
I give
you.
without expectations, really.
All right,
But
yeah.
I'm
See,
not
everybody
gonna
say their
let
reasons
anybody
not
walk
okay.
over
So,
me.
okay.
that's a good question. That's a
Anybody can go, or we're going in order.
Um, let's just do it. Okay, I guess since so we can do the Let's start with Lovely then. Why would you say give? Everybody just said give, I think. So why the reason why you say give?
Yeah, I think my when I said
Oh
show,
no, what was your word? You ain't say give. My bad.
no, but showing I think is giving.
Show.
Showing is giving. I really think it's giving respect first. Because when you give respect first, just because you give it, now you know how. Now you can recognize how to receive it. It's all about how you receive it too. That's the balance. Now
What's
because
the
you,
difference between showing and giving? Now you got me now. What's the difference between that?
well, you have to model it. You have to like how you give that respect is showing. How you give that, how you model that. You can give it all day long, but you can give respect in a manner that that person is not going to know how to receive that respect. You know, you meant it in a respectful way.
But don't you get show it and they don't gotta receive it either?
I think it's both. I really
Oh,
do.
you already know I'm about to have your brain because you already have my brain, so I gotta make you
I know.
because you come with this new stuff.
I
Hey,
like
I
that boy.
gotta get
I
her
like
forget all
that
that. She
boy.
always do that to
That's
me
that's
because I'm like, hold up, I can't let that slide. What is the
yeah. I know.
difference? So I'm glad you answered it that way. You did it that way. Like, you know what? Forget us both. You said she ain't want the battle no more. She's like, all right, just both. Like I should just go bow quick. Okay, I'll
I
take
get my
that then.
answer.
Okay, okay. Rule, what you? I think it was it you next? How did I do this? Or did I go straight down?
You went straight down.
I went straight down. Okay, twin. Why you say give? Did I find me an earn respecter up in here? Hold up, before you said it. Truth. Welcome to the live. You give respect or you earn it.
Amen. How y'all doing?
I'm blessed. I'm
What's
blessed.
good
How you
with you?
feeling?
Doing good, doing good. Late night.
Okay. So just to get you caught up, you gonna do people gotta earn your respect or do you give it?
Um, I guess I respect people naturally.
Man, okay, man, I cannot find the right people. I thought her name looked like it was gonna be the opposite, man. So everybody got the
Everybody
everybody
got the
got it.
same view.
Uh,
Everybody got the same view. I can play somebody that has a different view.
everybody on the same thing. I'm trying to get some stuff going. So why you
You
say
gotta
you
earn.
give it?
I got you. You gotta earn my respect. I don't give nobody
That's so
respect.
fake. Now I'm good. Yeah, I want to make it fun. All right. So
But
what?
okay,
Why you
well,
say you gonna give it?
um, because I'm just naturally a nice person. I think everybody is. I don't think nobody's above nobody. Um,
Yeah.
I think I even to somebody who's struggling like drug addiction or even like crazy stuff. I'm not above any of them.
Uh huh.
Everybody.
Okay.
Some people come off
Okay.
crazy though.
That's fact. That's fact.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. But if y'all looking for somebody else, I'll drop down so y'all can hopefully
Oh
get
no,
somebody else.
I mean, you don't run already. Dang, I just got
Okay,
you up in.
okay.
No, we chilling. We chilling. We just a quick little question before I ask. This kind of surrounding that third question. Or third prompt. Twin, what was your reason why you said you would give it?
Even though it's hard, sometimes like you have to.
That's what she said.
Bro, it it reflects like it reflects how you are first. Because I'm learning in a lot of ways to not reflect what other people give off. I'm gonna give off the respect first because of the fact that it's coming from me. It's giving off who I am versus who I'm allowing me be, based off how you are. So I'm gonna always like respect you first because I'm gonna show you what I'm expecting and how I respect my own self. So however I move, you need to move with me. Okay, just like that.
Just like that. Like that. Like that. How she did that. I like how she did that though. Yeah, like that. Charisma. Why do people gotta give respect?
Good
I mean,
morning.
why do you give respect? Mike Black, right?
I feel like I give respect because
Ooh, I got a good
you just
counter
don't
question
really
out for
know,
y'all.
what people going through or anything. And I mean, as long as somebody comes off to me, is cool and don't disrespect me first, even if they disrespect me,
Ooh,
I
and
ain't
I'm
gonna
setting you up. And what you just said, I'm about to get y'all with another question now.
if they're not
You know what?
respectful
Forget. I'm
to
going right
me,
to it now because it seems like y'all gonna all have the same question answer anyways. So let's do this then. Since we can start out with you, since you almost said what I was about to get to. Do people earn your disrespect?
I gotta think about that one.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get something to shake some feathers.
I knew you were gonna do that.
Okay.
Yep, it's
You
about that
my
time.
feather first. Now you earn this disrespect.
You
Yeah, let's get it.
Drop right back here. Look, your
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Who are
I
the
got
earners at?
the answer. I got the answer for this one, so I'm gonna go last.
Hell no, I want to go like no, man. You know.
Am I supposed to answer?
We can start back with yeah. Let's start with Lovely, and then we can do that now because it seems like y'all about to all get the same answer.
No, we gotta get to cousins. We gotta get to cousins.
We about to get to it. He said he want to answer the other one. I guess we can ask the other one off. The other give part. So now let's do the.
Yeah, it's gonna be all together. So
It's gonna all be the same, right? I can tell that.
Can you earn disrespect? Is that what's name the
Yeah.
question?
Do people earn your disrespect?
If you're disrespectful,
Mm-hmm.
so it's based upon the receiver
Check.
and not the giver.
Yeah, I'm asking. Do people do people earn your disrespect?
Yeah. Well,
Okay. So true.
yeah.
We're gonna do it. Make it quick. Make it quick before we get to it, and I'm gonna go right back. True. Do people earn your disrespect?
Okay. I would say yes. People do earn my disrespect, but
Okay.
as a
Ain't no buts.
human,
Not yet. We're gonna explain it in a minute. I just want to do a quick little thing, get it out.
That's a yes or no.
Twin.
Yes or
You
no.
already said it already. I think she said it already though. I just want to hear it out of her mouth again. Say it.
That's
People
so
earn.
rude. Hey. God, yes.
Man, what is going on? Something is up.
You know I gotta give disrespect.
Right.
Charisma.
Do people earn my disrespect? Nope. Not at all. Now, the old me, but I'm not that person no more, so no.
You said no. Okay. Rule. People earn your disrespect.
Not at all.
Nick.
Never.
Yeah. Dang. Oops. Let birthday girl be her birthday girl. Not my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Gemini. How to earn disrespect.
Which one we
People
on?
earn your disrespect.
Oh. Yeah, I would say yeah on that. Like,
Okay.
it's
Wait.
we're not explaining
Before
yet.
the cuz, we gotta
Okay.
go to cuz real quick. Cuz people earn your disrespect.
No.
Okay. All right, so we can do it now. Let's do it backwards then. Go ahead, Cuz, and then Gemini up, then Charisma. So why?
Well, you want to go me first?
Yeah, why
Damn,
people
son.
don't earn?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting back to y'all real
Clockwise,
quick.
Well,
clockwise. You got to go back the other
so
way. Yeah.
Yep.
Here we
so
go. Right.
so I'm gonna answer the other question and this one all at once. So my thing is I give respect because I believe that whatever you have to live what you want to be, right? You have to live your legacy. If you want to be a respectable person, you have to give that out. Now, whether you give that respect back, it's not my problem. But I'm going to always be respectful. I can't be respectable if I don't show respect and I don't give respect first, period. So everyone gets that human respect. So I'm always going to be respectful. Now, what you earn admiration or you earn contempt. So I won't ever disrespect you. Even if I put my hands on you, that's not disrespect. I respected you enough to give you this ass whooping. See what I'm saying? I respected you enough to give you a reply. I respected you enough. I respected you enough to waste my time to reply to you, right? So that's not disrespect. What you got was a result of however you treated me. You just got a result. That's not necessarily disrespect or respect. So I say, no, you don't earn disrespect, but you can earn contempt, right? I cannot like you by what you do. I cannot think that you are whatever by how you act, right? I can still respect you as a person and think that you're shitty, right? But because you've earned a contempt in my face or in my opinion, or
Whoa.
you can earn that admiration. You see what I'm saying? Now, you become exemplary. All of a sudden, you become somebody that I look up to or that I admire. That's what you earn, or the opposite. So that would be my answer.
I like how you sugarcoated the disrespect, though. That was funny. I just do the same thing they do.
That's
They
not
disrespect
disrespect.
you, you disrespect them back. That mean you gave them
Yeah,
disrespect. Don't sugarcoat it.
yeah.
Nah, that's
It's
not
not
disrespect
disrespect.
or respect.
Yeah, it's not.
That's some
If
funny stuff.
like
It's not. There's a reason why you're doing it, though.
huh? No, but respect though is that's what I'm saying. The respect is I can respect you over this internet, right? I can respect you by myself regardless. That's internal. You see what I mean? Now, whatever I do physically or I say to you, that's me showing you something, right? I'm showing you that you affected me in some way. So we call it disrespect, but in reality, my thoughts are if if I truly disrespect you, that means I act like you don't exist. That would be me disrespecting. You see what I'm saying? That's me like, oh, you ain't okay. You're not even worth my time. That would be for me. That would be disrespectful. So if you treat somebody how they treated you, you just know that every action causes a reaction, and you just caught this reaction, but you didn't catch a disrespect. You see what I'm saying? That at least that's just how I look at it. So I could be wrong, but you know.
Mm.
Can I go next?
Oh, I think you is next. Oh, wait. Oh, hold up. No, Gemini's got to go. I forgot my bad. Then you next.
No, I'm good.
Oh,
Wait, I didn't answer already.
I didn't answer.
Didn't I answer?
I don't think you did the full thing because had like Cuz though.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
No, you
I
no.
said that they're gonna earn my disrespect because I'm gonna enter the situation with respect, and for me to maintain that respect, it has to be reciprocated, and if it's not, then you know, depending on the severity, like I'm gonna pop off too, or like if I'm in my mood and I just don't feel like dealing with it, then I'm gonna slide from the whole situation. But like like I said, I'm entering into the situation or the interaction with this person with respect. The maintenance of that respect is based upon how the other person acts, and I'll stop there.
Okay.
I said no, they cannot. Wait, what was the question again? I want to say it right. Okay.
Not defeat. Um, hold up. I think did Rue go?
Yeah, he went first.
No, not yet.
I don't think you
No,
went yet.
cousin went
Oh,
first.
That was cousin. Yeah.
But I'm ready.
You right after him after Rue.
Okay.
Hopefully, what the heck happened to Twin? Her phone must have died. It dropped out of nowhere.
Here's my stitch. You are responsible for your happiness.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot blame nobody if you're not happy. So disrespect, somebody disrespect you, well, things happen. If you're not happy, it's your fault. It's your fault. You can't blame nobody else for saying, oh, well, oh my God, oh dear God, they just made me unhappy. Oh God, I'm just so, I don't know what to do. No, listen, how long you gonna sit in it? How long you gonna spin in it? How long you gonna play the game? What's up? What's up? You are responsible for your happiness. For starters. Okay, here we go. Check. Do we all have that established? Because you are responsible for your happiness. Shit, we sit around. Shit, how long have we all been blaming ourselves for our unhappiness? You dig? Shit, never mind. My mic is off again. Never mind. I'm out. Man, this shit bogus, man. If you're not happy, man, for real, it's not nobody else's fault but your own.
That's true.
Real talk.
Happiness is all perspective.
It's yours.
That's what I try to tell people. I learned that a while ago.
It's your. Do you know how long it took me to figure that shit out? Excuse my
Oh
language.
yeah. It took a lot of unlearning things. You gotta unlearn a lot.
Just to figure it out. Like,
Yep.
wait, scratching my head, trying to figure this one out. Like, huh? What happened? Yeah, just a couple of relationships. And I'm not gonna go back into the topics that I heard, you know what I'm saying, before, but never been there, never done that, never got into that. With all due respect, feel me. It's God's grace, God's will.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's just mine. That's mine. That's all mine. That's why I am who I am today. See, I'm strong, but I'm still flesh and I'm still weak. Feel me? If that makes sense. However, anyways, you're responsible for your own happiness. That's my answer. So disrespect, respect, no, you're responsible for your own. For real, you are. You are responsible for your own happiness. Don't blame nobody else if you're not.
Mm-hmm. All right, go ahead, Charisma.
Oh, it's my turn. Y'all skipping over everybody?
No, your turn,
No,
Charisma.
you next. We was going backwards. Remember, it was cousins, and then it went up to Gemini, then Rule. Now it's on
Yeah,
you.
y'all confused me. My bad.
Yeah, from bottom to top.
I mean, but for me, like I said, no, I'm not. No, nobody is going to earn my disrespect because I feel like you disrespecting yourself because you are basically, bringing yourself to this other person's level.
Mm-hmm.
People say all the time, like, I just return the same energy. No, I am above that. I am not going to allow absolutely nothing to interrupt my peace because I've worked too hard to get here. And I know people always say, oh, I'm healed. Oh, I've done this. You can be healed from whatever you were going through, but the journey the spiritual journey is literally every day. It's never over. And that's how I feel.
Mm-hmm.
I used to pop off. I used to be real bad. I was like, if somebody go low, I'm going to go lower. I will cut you. I used to cut people off at the knees. Not violent. I'm not violent like that, but my mouth. And I'm still, I'm still a work in progress. I'm not perfect. But yeah. And I taught that to my daughters too. They really good, especially my youngest daughter. Oh my God. She is a Gemini. No disrespect, Gemini, because your name Gemini, so I assume you're a Gemini. And she, oh my God, this girl used to be insane, just violent, putting herself in other people's situations all the time. She would just spaz out. And I put her in counseling. And I went to counseling with her. All of us did. And she's better now. Proud of her. She 22. She out in Arizona. And she's a teacher, believe it or not.
Mm.
Yes.
A lot of parents don't do that. Shout out to you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My oldest daughter is 26, and she works with autistic kids at like a behavioral center. And I'm shocked, because I have always said, team F them kids all the time. For real. And I had no remorse. I still don't have no remorse. I love my girls, though, for sure. But kids, nah.
Hold on, did I just somebody say F them kids? Am I tripping?
I did a topic on that too, though. I was talking about that for a while ago. I feel like I said, but that's a whole nother thing. You said what?
No, it's 4:00 in the morning. I'm trying to figure out if I'm actually listening to the right thing that I'm hearing. Did somebody just say F them kids?
Nah.
Oh, okay. I thought I was tripping.
But to fill you in to catch you up a little bit. Do people earn your disrespect? That's the question.
Do people earn your disrespect?
Yeah,
they do.
Okay. Explain.
Me, I'm a person. I'm very easygoing. It's gonna take a lot for you to make me not like you. Right? I can let things go past me. I could take, I could take jokes and all of that stuff. But you gotta really do something to me for me to really be disrespectful towards you, or me not respect you and stuff like that. If that's the question, wait, can I answer the prompt?
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna let you do the prompt right after I get these last two in, and then I'm gonna let you start off because I gotta catch you up and Logic. I think the Christmas Eve start. I don't even think Christmas. Yeah, I gotta catch y'all up. Truth. You there? You said I think you did say they earn your disrespect. Why?
Yes. Usually, like, if somebody disrespects me, I'm not like quick to like pop off or anything like that, unless it's for my sisters. But I'm not quick to pop off or anything. Like, I'll usually like ignore it. For me, it's when like people keep picking and just keep doing it over and over, like trying to bully you or something. Then that's when I would say they earn my disrespect. But also, being a human being, I will say that there are people that have not earned my disrespect and didn't do anything to earn my disrespect, and I have disrespected them, whether it be like being in a bad mood. And I consider like being rude to somebody or being mean or something like that, even being rude and disrespectful, or whether if it was to somebody else. because, like I said, I'm not perfect and I'm not proud of it, but all I can do is try to do better.
What you got, Lovely?
Well, think about disrespected. And remember, I mentioned showing
What's up,
and giving
squeaking?
early, showing and giving earlier. So showing disrespect, like what Truth was just saying. It's like, how are you acting? Because if you act disrespect is acting in a way that shows a lack of respect. So how is that person responding to you? How is that person reacting to you? I think it's very subjective. So your disrespect, how you feel disrespected, and I think it goes back into feelings. It's like, well, this person hurt my feelings, or this person hurt my emotions, and I feel disrespected. So now, am I going to respond in a manner with respect? Because sometimes, so my thing is, why, if somebody disrespects you, does it not feel, or does it not make it a fact that just because I don't disrespect you, my respect for you maybe is shutting you out? Maybe that's disrespectful to them, but it's not disrespectful to me, because I'm showing my self-respect and I'm also showing you respect by not allowing you to disrespect me. It always goes back down to self.
Okay. All right. I guess we could do it like that, see, because it's only y'all two, so I can get y'all, so y'all both be able to talk at the same time. So let's start off with Jerome. Why is Men's Mental Month not being taken serious? What's up, Broderick? I see you down there.
First off, y'all need to grow up as men. Oh, you need mental month for? What the hell we need a mental month for?
What the?
Huh? Take your ass to work.
This for real?
Get this chicken. All right. We don't need to be coddled. All right. We are men. We don't need no mental month and mental health and all. Are y'all kidding me?
You're the problem.
Hold on,
We
real
should
quick.
be worried
Let him
about
say his
Father's
point of
Day.
view real quick. Let me go let her.
We should be worried about Father's Day and how we only get ties. That's the only thing that you need to worry about.
Man,
All right.
mental health
We
can
don't
take
need.
people out this world, bro. You sound like a straight goofball.
Hold up. Let him rock out real quick. Then we talk about.
I'm always gonna have a fan on the damn panel.
Hold
All
up, because
right.
I know that was
I
gonna
have my
derail. I know it was gonna get derailed. But just
okay.
say
Be
your
my
point. Just say your point.
okay. Got you. Okay. I have my own opinions, and what I tend to notice is when another man has their own type of verbiage and their own opinion, there's always gonna be another man that gets upset. I can speak how I want to speak, and this is my thoughts. You don't have a lot of men don't have their own thought processes, so they can't answer questions the right way. They can't do anything. This is how I feel. Men don't need a mental month. That's not something that we need. If you're gonna have a month, how about we have overtime? Overtime. Stay at work a little longer. Make some more damn chicken. Bring it back home to your family. Let's have that month right there. All right, that's the month that you need to have. We don't got to be sitting up here sulking and trying to figure our emotions and all that. Well, for what? For what? All right, and let's keep going. Now, a lot of men after breakups, and I know I'm jumping from. I'm gonna jump over here. A lot of men after breakups, what y'all tend to do is y'all like to take months and maybe even years before y'all find another woman. I'm gonna tell y'all that I was just on another blog. I'm gonna tell y'all that this is a secret, and this is a good secret for y'all men. When if something bad happens in your relationship, I don't give a damn if you was with her for 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. You know what you do after a bad relationship? Y'all break up. Go find a new pair of titties to jump on.
I knew he was gonna say that.
Lay your damn head on, huh?
I knew
Y'all
you was
should
gonna
not
say
be
that.
sitting around as men because that's dangerous.
Hey,
You
let
don't
me
sit
ask you a
around your
question, Jerome. How old are you,
relationship.
bro?
Well, hold on. Is there an echo in here? Because I thought I was talking. I keep hearing an echo.
Hold on one second. Let Jerome finish and land his plane.
Jesus Christ. Hey. that's a dangerous thing for y'all men to do. Y'all sitting around, soaking around, thinking about your ex and doing all of that stuff. Man, y'all need to stop that nonsense. All right? You go and you go out. You know, first off, you don't have to look for one. Well, I don't have to look for women. All right, I go out. All right, and I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm trying to give y'all some gems. All right, always be playful when you're dealing with women. Okay, wherever you at, stop and shop. I don't care where you at, the mall. Just be playful with women to see how far you get with women. All right, don't be so serious. Always be playful. You always gonna get another woman. You never sulk in your misery. If something happens with you and your ex, you don't sit around, start crying about it, trying to figure out what's wrong with you. Ain't nothing wrong with you. Something wrong with her. That's how you're supposed to think about it. All right. So, to bring it back to the mental month, mental month, we don't need no damn month for that. Y'all need to grow up. That month right there, how about you work overtime? Work more. Okay? Get some overpay. Get your chicken up. That's what the hell you need to be worried about as a damn man. Sitting around damn crying.
You talking about the money?
Hey, gotta get the money.
Get your bread,
The money.
right? Money,
Yeah.
right? The one that you can't take
Uh-huh.
upstairs with you.
It's not
You
even
talking about the money? You talking about the
obviously.
money that you can't?
I get what you're
The
saying.
money that you
Obviously.
can't take upstairs with you?
And you
But you
talking
can
about
take your
working for
feelings and
another
your
No,
emotions with you.
listen. With all due respect, no.
Oh, I don't think I said I landed my plane because I was about to land my jet. I don't
Yeah.
think I said that.
Yeah,
Let
right. Put
let
your
him
wheels
land, and
down.
then we can open up the
I can't
panel.
wait till you
I
put your
think God
wheels down.
Logic
I know a
and
bunch of people can't wait for them.
I
Hey,
can't
we got a
wait to put your wheels
conversation
down.
now. So,
Woo. Man,
Yeah, but
is
we're
the
trying to
runway
keep it
yeah,
clear?
you
in
better
Is the
order.
you better
runway
take the
clear?
long
Yes,
route out because you about to
bro.
get. You
I
better.
think
Go
you
ahead,
better.
Jerome. Go ahead, Jerome.
Get
And then I think God Logic is next, and then Broderick.
Yeah.
yeah, so I'm gonna tell you this: we don't need a month. We don't need an emotional month. A lot of men is too damn emotional anyway. All right, y'all not supposed to be thinking like that. We're not women, okay? And what it seems like is we're kind of like starting to go towards the women's route, where we want women to care about our emotions. And first off, man, I'm a robot. I do what I need to do,
you said
okay?
it. You
And every
said
Friday,
it.
and every Friday, I take my girl shopping. That's why she got so much damn jewelry on her. Baby, how much jewelry do you have on?
My man. Right on, brother.
You probably fucking.
Man. She got
Yo,
anklets. She got
Hold on,
rings.
let him land. Go ahead.
Man, I'm about to land it. We need to be just focused on what we, as men, we need to focus on what are we here to do? As
Oh,
men, you're here to provide, okay? And you're supposed to have what's called a cog in life. Meaning if you're a truck driver, they need you to drive a truck because they need the goods to go there. That's what you are. You're a cog in the whole thing. But when y'all start getting into y'all emotional side, y'all bugging the hell out. What the hell y'all getting all emotional for? So
my
much y'all
man.
need some damn men's month. Y'all need to get a damn life, not land.
Okay.
Thank
I
you,
got
Jerome.
can I please have the floor? Please.
That's up to Kev because I know God Logic and Broderick
nah,
were
no, Ruthie
With
Okay.
going.
Okay.
all
I
Yeah.
due
want
Let,
Ruthie
yeah.
to
Let,
go.
let's write it down
no,
because it's
I'm
about
talking
to be
about
a
from a
long
40
thing right
I'm
there,
talking
though.
about from
So
a 46-year-old perspective.
yeah,
Let me have it.
just write it down real quick, man, because
No,
I
I
want to make
wanted
sure
to. I
everybody
want to. No,
talk.
no. Mild, meek, and mannerable. I'm talking about. Yes, please give it. Let me have
Yeah,
it.
Ruth can have it. I'm good. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay, let me make sure Broderick good though, because I'm gonna make
with
sure everybody
all due,
talk.
no.
Broderick,
With all due respect. Yes, I mean, I thank you for his opinion and his theory and his thought. My. Johnny Gill, my. Anybody know anything about that? Okay. All right. Sit. Fasten your seatbelts. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gentleman. That was far too kind. Understand what you're saying. Silver and gold, the things that we think that are going to the things that occupy us, the things that make us feel very grateful, royalty, here while we can see it. Oof, I can't even talk about what's next. Let's talk about what's happening right now. Oof, damn. Damn. Unbelievable. Not unbelievable, it's real out here. God damn. I didn't say God, I said got with a G-O-T. Mhm. Wow. All right. Damn. It's real out here. Our mind frame, no judge zone. It's okay today. God, dog. I'm not in my best frame. And that's the problem. That's why everybody was laughing at me earlier. God, dog. Are you serious? We just had a real hostile conversation. We just had a conversation about, mental health. My mic is off, y'all. I'm sorry. Pardon. I ain't even prepared.
No worries, no worries. Hey, Roderick, do you have anything to say on that?
I'm
Or
with you.
God Logic? Did you want to speak on that?
Yeah, we talk about mental health one. I don't even think it should be a month. It should just be common. It should be common amongst men to, what I mean, to be, to be aware of your mental health. He sound like he young. I don't even want to address that goofy shit, but mental health is real. I lost a cousin at 15. You can't even work a job, like a real job at 15. But I lost a cousin at 15 because of his mental health. He actually unalived himself. So fuck what you talking about, bro. Number
Yeah,
one,
look. Thank you kindly, bro. Okay, thanks, bro. You said it first. I didn't
yeah,
want to
that
go
mental
there.
health is real, man. Like, because I didn't, actually saw my cousin 4 hours before he even did that, and I couldn't, looking at him and talking to him, I couldn't, I wasn't able to tell like he was feeling the way he was feeling. And at 15 years old, he decided he was done with this. And I know the backstory more than anybody do with his mom and his people. So I know why he did it. And he just not here today because of his mental health. Mental health is that's beyond your emotions, man. Like when your mind ain't right for various reasons, a lot of people mind be right one day, and then some go down, whether it work or what a chick. It ain't always about what a female, man. A lot of times it ain't got nothing to do with a
I don't know
female.
about no female.
Man, look, was I talking?
I'm
Hold
sorry,
on.
brother. No, I know.
I thought he chimed in. My fault, G. I thought it was this
No, I
goofball.
know. No, my bad, brother.
No, you good,
No,
bro.
you're right. I'm just zeroing in like everything I wanted to say. I couldn't put it again. I couldn't put it together.
Yeah, bro. I'm over here like I'm kind of like I had
Right,
to calm
I'm
you down first to
tweaking,
like get it
Joe.
out my
I'm like,
head. But
what?
yeah, bro. Like he a goofy. I mean, look,
What
I even
part of that?
looked at his TikTok, but he got a lot of kid shit on his TikTok.
I
So I
didn't even
And
know
zero
he
try
in.
might
not
deal
to
with crazy shit.
because we don't have to do the name calling and stuff. Just
My, my fault, family. You know
just
what I'm
attack his
saying? But
talking points though. We
Okay.
don't want to do that.
yeah, I mean, like mental health, man. It's a everybody made different. We ain't no one man the same as the next. Everybody work differently. Your pressure is different from my pressures, and sometimes we take on a lot as men, and we think we can take on it, and sometimes we can, but sometimes like if you ain't getting a proper rest or eating right, like mental health what I'm saying, it can come from different angles. You know what I mean, it ain't just always a female or stuff at the job or stuff for your family. It be some people deal with stuff from when they still was from childhood that they don't know how to deal with, and then they get married, they had kids, so they got the pressures from they trying to raise a family and unresolved things from way back they dealing with, or deadlines they got to meet at work. I done been at that point where I'm pressed to meet this quota, and if I don't meet it, you know what I'm saying, that's no bonus. That's a whole lot of other things, and I got bills and I got this and that riding on it. So you know what I mean. It's
Bet you
from
gonna
different.
meet it. I bet you
Yeah.
gonna meet it though.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna meet it, but my mental health gonna be like I'm gonna be
Right.
shot. And I
Yeah.
done been there. I done been with like you said. I met it, And then
That's
I
a
met it.
stag.
I
Don't
had to
nobody
take my
know
old
about
lady
that
out.
stag between though. You feel
Yeah, I
me?
had to take my old lady out, so I still ain't get home to just go, rest my mind. I had to take her out, do this, do that, do this for the kids. I still ain't resting my brain. I'm doing everything for everybody else, and then I'm trying to get back up the next day and do me. And my brain like, no, bro, like
Which you will get up and go do it again.
I get up and do it again, but my effectiveness ain't gonna be there. Like
What's
it
the
is
longevity on
when I'm
that?
energy. I'm
What's
energized.
the longevity on that? You feel me?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
And
how long can you
but
go
logic.
before you crash down? You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Or
That's what.
come out some other way. Like some people get abusive with they mental health not being right. They don't even know they lashing out, they bleeding on somebody else because they ain't
Yeah.
took time out for self. That's what mental health is to me. It's taking time out for self. You know what I'm
Wow.
saying? It ain't about nothing about no emotional. I mean, it do to a degree got something to do with your emotions, but it's not like a person being emotional. You just ain't the you know what I'm saying, you doing for everybody, but you ain't did for self. You ain't took time out to like do some man things, do some things to just be by yourself or get your mind right, get your thoughts organized, do this and do that, or just relax your brain. That's what
And
mental
then,
health
bro,
is.
like real talk, no
Kev, can I just
excuse.
real quick?
Yeah.
Because they
Look, watch
kept
Can,
this.
saying,
can we
they
No
bring
kept
somebody
saying
excuse.
else
my name.
into this
They kept saying,
conversation? Real quick, real quick. Can we bring somebody else into this conversation? Because I think between Jerome and
can I
Logic,
get 30 seconds real quick? Because they kept mentioning my name.
go ahead.
First off,
Go ahead, Jerome. Go ahead.
well,
I
I'm a
wasn't done
damn.
landing my plane for her and
I'm
Jerome to
not.
chime in. So I mean,
Jerome,
cancel
Jerome.
all that. I gave him the flow when he said what he said. So give me mine. I ain't done landing my plane. Excuse me,
Let's
sweetheart,
give
but I was
God.
talking.
Your
Excuse me,
point.
Yeah,
sweetheart. I was talking. Excuse me,
let's
sweetheart. I was talking. Excuse me,
no,
sweetheart.
you're right. Let's give God Logic the respect that he deserves to land his plane. So Jerome, you can get the 30 seconds, and then we'll go back down to Broderick.
Yeah, anyway, it's about relaxing your brain. For me, anyway, everybody how they see it is different. Everybody made uniquely different, and to say that it's well how he was saying it, like that might work for him. You know what I'm saying? And that's what worked for him. But for Rube, for Broderick, for Kev, for me, Gemini, it's different. It's a different how we go about it type of thing. So to just dismiss, you know what I'm saying, like how he was doing, like yeah, bro, like I done lost people to they mental health being off, like they did today. I'm to kids to all the way to grown men. It ain't had nothing to do with no broad most of the time. It was just you know what I'm saying, too much pressure that they didn't know what to do with it. So like, watch your mouth, fam. I'm done.
Thank you, God Logic. And that was, and you spoke facts right now. And Jerome, you got your 30 seconds, and then we're going to go back to Broderick.
Yeah, so what I'll say is this, right? That's why you need men in your life, okay? Because they can teach you how to play. All right. Well, how I talk to my son, you know what I tell my son? He the biggest and the baddest. Okay. In your classroom and in everything. You look to your left, you see a white T man. You look to your right, you see a Chinese boy. You're bigger and you're stronger than him. So you're always supposed to have a male figure in your life so he can instill these things so you don't have to feel these types of way. And it's okay for you to tell your son, tell whoever's around you, you make sure that they know that they the strongest. All right, so they can go out and be something in this world. A lot of times I'm not saying that when something happens and somebody gets upset or whatever, and they all down in their luck and all of that. But you gotta have somebody to tell you you the biggest. All right, and that's what I tell my son. So I don't think my son. I pray to God that my son nothing like that's gonna happen. You know why? Because I tell him he's stronger than everybody. You here to overtake people, and I can tell my son that. I was on another live and they told me, why are you talking to your son like that? Why are you telling him that he's better than other people? Because I can. Because he is. Because that's how I feel. And if every man was to do that to the next man, we wouldn't have no damn problems. All right? So at the end of the day, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to land with this. A lot of y'all men be coming up here, damn, talking about me. I'm a person that has the right mindset. Y'all don't got the right mindset. Y'all be soaking in y'all damn misery. Nobody want to hear that shit. You better step your damn game up.
Okay. 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 So we got Jerome's take on what Rue and God Logic were talking about. Broderick, is your turn. Finally, your turn. Please speak.
All right, thank you, Kev. You know, much respect to you, lovely, everybody in the panel. You know, I've listened to everything that has been said. Um, Men's mental health is something that is unfathomed because every man is different. Every man is different. Some men grow up in hostile environments. Some men grow up, but what we fail to realize is that every man is different. Not every man is the same. So some men do need to check on their mental health. And I thank God that behind my career and what I've done as far as help mold young men to become actual adult males, that I was able to keep everything that I had intact. But mental health for men is something that's needed. It's something that's deserved. You know, you can go to work, you can work a 9 to 5, and it could be a basic job. But the pressures of trying to make the money to provide, because the money that we make, and we know with the United States and everything else, it don't work like that for everybody, because everybody's not qualified to do something. The pressures of life comes down on people. Then if you take, like myself, and I can only talk about myself, I can't talk about anybody else. I lost one of my first friends when I was in elementary school. Then I lost another one in middle school. Then I lost a couple in high school. After high school, going to college, we lived 2 different lives. And I lost a lot of different friends. And it did affect my mentality. It created trust issues. But I had to fight through it. But as I got older, the way that I maneuvered through life was not only dangerous to myself, but it was dangerous to people that actually were around me. You understand what I'm saying? That's facts. As I began to get a little bit older into my 30s, I started to realize, you know, I do need to take a break. I do need to sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor. I need to sit back and actually stop stressing so hard. But without checking on my mental health, without actually doing what I'm doing now, what I'm actually doing now would not even coexist. So yes, men need a break. You can't tell a man that, okay, well, you got to provide, you got to work this type of job, you got to do this, you got to do that, plus being educated. It has nothing to do with women. It has everything about the responsibility that was dropped on us as when we were kids, and a lot of people couldn't deal with it. It's just facts. Not everybody's going to be as strong as the next man. Nobody's going to be physically capable of running and catching a damn football or playing basketball or baseball or soccer. Sports and all this other shit, when parents push their kids to do that, guess what? It was a man that couldn't do it. He couldn't make it. So then guess what happens? The parents are trying to live off of the kid. When you get into the relationships and you don't know how to talk to a woman, guess what? It was never taught. But if that's what you're teaching your children, that's cool. But you should teach respect. You should teach a child how to be malleable. You should teach a person respect first. It's not about being strong. It's not about who's going to be the flashiest or the flyest. And money, like the brother said earlier, you can't take it with you, but you do need it to survive. So I agree with everything that everybody's saying. But the mental health part of it, yes, sometimes you just need to take a break. We don't complain when women do it. We don't complain when women have their things that they do. Men need a break from everything, because the pressure is on us to be strong and everything else. Me personally, I don't complain about anything. It just is what it is. I counsel people. And I tell people all the time, you know, they come to me. I have a kid right now with multiple sclerosis. He can barely walk. I counsel him. And he comes to me every day. He's like, I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can make it. Does that make him a weak person because he has this ailment? But he gets up every day and he tries and he attempts. That's him being strong, but he needs a day. He needs to have somebody they can talk to. And that's what Mental Health Month is about. It's about men being able to confide in other men and say, look, bro, I'm really like, for real, like, I can do it.
and I'm gonna do it because that's what I'm supposed to do. But low key, bro, I'm hurt. And a lot of men walk through their lives and they never say anything. That's why the rate of us unaliving ourselves is so high. That's a statistical value because they're not able to get that pressure off of them because they can't talk to nobody. Because they want to hold it inside and they don't want to be exposed behind a weakness. They don't want to show the crack in the armor. That's why this month, and even though people don't care about it for real, the ones of us that actually have the humility within us to actually want to engage in the conversation with the person that's going through something or has been through something, that's what friendship is about. It has nothing to do with oh, well, you just need to make more money and work overtime. Do you not think that the overtime is what's causing the stress in a man's life? Because it is. I've seen a lot of men break behind thinking that, okay, I got to go out here and work. I got to go out here and grind, get all this money, and then what? They're still not happy. It's not a happy spouses and a happy wife and all that type of shit. If the man is unhappy, if the man actually said, you know what, I ain't doing nothing for the month, nothing, then let's see how far that family actually survives. Let's see that then.
30 seconds after he's done, because I think he's talking about me.
No, I'm not talking about you, brother. I'm not talking about you. What I'm saying is it is a statistical value that men do need. I'm answering Kev's question. I'm not here to go back and forth with nobody. What I am saying is what I know for a fact. I've worked in the field. I've seen it. I work with adults. And a lot of adults that come to me, they're like, bro, if I'd have met you years earlier, maybe my marriage would have worked. Maybe, my relationship with my kids would have worked. But people have a tap out. And for me personally, I deal with those people. I don't personally know you. I'm not attacking you. I'm not going at how you want to control it.
Understood. Actually, I agree with pretty much everything that I agree with almost everything that you said. I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm just saying. But I yield my time. My plane is landed. It's on the runway, and we unloading right now. So yeah, you got it, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this real quick, right?
Jerome.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
And I want to ask Kev how he wants to run the panel. I'm doing the best that I can with the modding that I'm doing.
You're doing great. I just want to say this, right? I agree with almost everything that he said. Okay. The only problem that I have is that, how could I say this? I think as men, we shouldn't be dealing as women. How could I explain this? I don't have too much emotions. I only got a couple emotions. Mm-hmm. And that's how most men are supposed to think. Okay? We're not here to sulk and cry and do all this stuff. You know what we're here to do? Put your hand on the plow. You know what that means? When you put your hand on the plow, you're supposed to be worried about what you do for a living and you make your money, okay? Take care of your honey. And it's not too much stuff that we got to do as men.
Well, that's you mentioned, Jerome, can I ask a question?
Okay.
Yeah, can I chime in too when you're done?
Yeah, you said make him better than you. Because
my son? Yeah, he's going to be better than me. I couldn't make it to the league.
Hold on. What if you have a daughter? Because we fight a lot for fathers being fathers of daughters as well. So what if it's a her? What if it's a daughter? So you said make than you.
Okay. Yeah, I have a daughter. I have a daughter and I have a son. Right. My daughter is older than my son by 2 years. Right. You know the only thing that I tell her? I tell her the same thing that I tell my son. She's smarter. You should be you should want to be smarter than everybody else in your classroom. Okay, she plays a violin. She plays a ukulele. And I want her to be the best at what she does. There's nothing wrong with me telling her that she needs to be better than other people. What's wrong with that? I want her to be the best ukulele player, the best violin player, playing on the piano. She knows how to even play the piano. She needs to know how to, and she needs to know that the reason why she's doing it because she want to be the greatest. What's wrong with me telling my daughter that? Okay, just like I tell my son, he needs to be the best. I don't want you to be equal to nobody. I want you to be the biggest. What's wrong with
Can I answer that? And then Broderick after that, because I think you were speaking. What?
let me land this. Let me land this real quick.
Go ahead,
Let me
cousin.
land this real quick. I'm about to land it right now. There are people who go through different things. Okay, I understand that. Okay, but what I'm trying to tell you is, as a man, first off, you're supposed to almost be like a damn robot. You should be able to take these hours in. I don't want to hear a man say, "Well, I need some time for myself, and I need to sit down, and you don't care about." Just do your damn job. You are a man. You're like a robot. All somebody got to do, if you have a good woman, you know what she does? She puts a battery in your back. And when she puts that battery in your back, you could work even harder. You could work. Do your damn thing. Get that chicken. She putting the battery in your back. She's doing right by you. You come home, everything is good. Your clothes is good. Your food is good. Everything is good. So we should stop trying to take the female approach. We're not females. We built different.
Right.
Just be a damn man.
Yo, can I?
Okay, let's go back to cousins.
All right. So I feel like some part of this, like I appreciate what you're saying, but I feel like
that part, right.
Hold on, man. I feel like some of this
Go ahead, bro.
is
Go ahead,
maybe
bro.
a little
Go
bit.
ahead. You got it. I
Putting,
already know who you is, bro. You know I know who you is. You my brother. What up?
So I think some of this might be a little bit putting a little bit more spice on it. But I understand what the sentiment is. Okay, yes, you want to promote your kids. You want to make them be better. You want to make them to be better than you are. I understand all of that. Okay, we do want to be, proficient as men. Yes, but the way that you have explained that is fundamentally wrong in so many different ways. And this is not to be disrespectful. Just listen to what I'm saying, because what you're talking about is the same system, the same capitalist system that got their foot on our neck every day to basically work for the next man to bring him money. You are trying to glorify. Just keep working, keep working. That's what they tell slaves. That is what they have always put us, to people that this dream that we're gonna make it, that you're gonna be the best ever. No, most people are never, ever, ever gonna make it there, right? You should not be saying you need to be the best ever in the world. You can say that in jest, right? But what we should be promoting is you need to be better than you were yesterday. You need to be the best you. Because if your daughter, let's just say for an example, you're telling her, oh, you're going to be the best violin player ever, the best, and you put her up and she's gassed up to this point. What happens when she get out here to these real motherfuckers and she's not the best? What kind of disappointment is that now? You have set her up for failure, right? Not to say that you should not do that, because I feel you from a parent's perspective. You will always big up your kids and you're going to always want them to do the best. I have no aversion to what you're saying with that. I just have a little bit of pushback on the verbiage and how you are putting that message to them. Because ultimately, when we look at the statistics of what's really going to happen, that's going to be a failure. When your boy he could be the biggest and be the strongest, but if he don't have soft skills, if he's not really working on his mental, right? And if you say that that's not important, the body can't do shit if your mental ain't right? So you could be the biggest and the strongest, but your mental game is wrong. You ain't going to the league. You ain't even standing on the team, right? Because you can't control your mind, because your mental game is off. That's just as important as the physical. And I think a lot of times as men, we get into this thing where you got to be a protector, provider, this, blah, 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 be the robot. No. And then now when that don't work, you get injured, you can't be the robot. Now where you left? You left sitting there in a situation where you can't handle life because you have not worked on that soft skill. That's not being a woman. It's not acting like women to understand what your mental needs to do. It's actually being healthy because the mind is just as important as the body. So if we're really saying that if we want to be the best and you really want to promote being the best person, the mental health is probably more important, but it's at least just as important as being fit. You see what I'm saying? So we can't just dismiss it because I get what you're saying, but at the same time, it comes off as if, fuck that other shit. You don't need to do that. That's soft. That's women like because you just got to be strong. No, that never works. That is the reason why the unalive rate is so high. That's a reason why most of these men are going through stress because they don't know how to handle the soft skills, right? And that is one of the things that I think is very important. And if we keep pushing that message in that particular, with that verbiage, that's what it's kind of saying. And I don't know if that's what you mean, but I'm just saying that that's how it's coming across, if that makes any sense.
Before, and cousin just spoke on something because he brought up, we bring up this robot and we bring up this government mind. If you look at ment means mind. So now who are we governed? Who are we being governed by? Who are we trying to drive our children to live for or to work for or to strive for? And if we keep them in that same mentality, that slavery mentality that cousin was just talking about, well, what are we striving them for? Are we living vicariously through our children because maybe we didn't do something right in our own mind because our generation after generation? So here we are in this. What mindset do we implant into our children to allow them to live
Can I get 30 seconds after you're done?
with their own imagination, with their own understanding, with their own inner standing based upon what we give them? And I want to go back to Rue because I knew Rue wanted to speak on that. And then I think we just need to go back down through Rue, God Logic, Gemini. I know cousin just spoke, and then back to Broderick and back to you, Jerome, because I think we're speaking on a lot of the same topics. Maybe we're just processing them a different way.
I didn't get a chance either.
Oh, and Truth. No, actually, let's go to Truth. Because Truth, I know you've been so quiet and so patient. Can we hear your aspect on what you've heard?
Of course, patience.
And then we'll go back to yes, you are a queen.
Yes. I know that guys are more than just a cash cow that has to keep working. They're deeper than that. I mean, if you're not and you let those emotions, those are called shallow. Not having those emotions are not normal. It's a human thing, not a woman thing. All humans have emotions. If you, like I said, if you lack those emotions, there's something wrong with that. Can't nobody just be no robot with everything that goes on in life. Mental disease can be passed down, and you can't do nothing about it unless you get help. There's also, let's say, if your child is unalived or your spouse is unalived, SA as a child or abuse in the home, just a lot of things. And these men that are unalived themselves, they did exactly what you said. They didn't have these feelings, they suppressed them and just went on and on and on. And this is a result of what happens of doing that. Men are human beings, and it's okay for them to have emotions. It's normal.
That's absolutely false.
Can
We get 30 seconds after she's done. That's false. Okay? When you have too much emotions, that's when there's a problem. When you give especially a son, and he has too much damn emotions, he is gonna be the person that does something wrong in life because he's going off emotions. He's not going off of logic. Okay? That's the problem that y'all had. And that's why we have such a bad society. Hold on, let me say this. We have a bad society because a lot of men are dealing off of their emotions and not just straight up logic. Okay? That's why I said I'll be okay with my son just being a damn robot. He listens to his dad. He does what his dad say to do. He moves the way his dad tell him to move. That's a man right there. Y'all could say it however y'all want to say it. Y'all could punch it. Y'all could placate however you want it. If he has too much emotions in his body, when I mean emotions, I mean all of these womanly like emotions. You don't want your son to have that. Because if he has that, he's probably going to do something wrong in life. Because he's going to go off his emotions. My son is only 5 years old. But guess what? If he gets pulled over by the cops or whatever the case is, you know what he's going to say? Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. Here's my wallet. This is my driver's license. That's all he gonna do. Ain't gonna be too much damn talking and getting up all your feelings. Oh well, today is Juneteenth. Yeah, something about. Listen. You don't take advice. I'm not taking no damn advice from damn woman. I'm gonna keep it a $110. Your son is supposed to almost be like a damn robot. That's how you have the best type of son. Because you know what he does? He goes to school and he does what he needs to do at school. Because he knows this is what I need to do, this is what I need to do, this is what I need to do. All of this emotional stuff that y'all talking about, there's a whole month for a man to be emotional. I'm sorry. Listen.
One month.
Hold on. I'm about to land my pen. I'm about to land it right now.
Pardon.
I'm about to land it. I can't. First off, my son compared to your son, he's gonna overtake you. My son is gonna overtake you. You know why? Because he ain't playing with his damn emotions. He's playing with straight logic. All right. That's how you're supposed to want your son to be. All right. So at the end of the day, hold on. I don't think that I'm saying anything wrong. I really don't. I think that what y'all saying is wrong. He's supposed to be able to have his emotions and he's emotional. No, it's either right or wrong, and that's it. We don't have no emotions over here. It's either right or wrong.
So
and when
listen.
you have a son like that, you got a big boss, baby.
Listen.
Okay,
Can we?
Gemini, did you want to tap in before we go back down, and we'll go from Cousins to Broderick and all the way up. Well, Gemini, I just want to know if you wanted to speak on this because you've been waiting. Okay, Gemini's not there. Broderick, we'll go back to you, and then we'll go back up to Rue and back down.
Yes, ma'am. The only thing that I wanted to add to what I was saying earlier is this. He talked about, his daughter's accolades or whatever the case may be. I have a daughter too. I've raised 3 children, or 4 children. I got my own daughter or whatever. And I've always pushed them to success. But my thing is, like the truth said earlier, everybody has emotions. Even my sons had emotions. They didn't understand a lot of different things. My job is being a parent, and during that time, I raised them till they were in their 20s, and I'm still there for them now. The thing about it is this: life hits people in so many different ways to where they think that the right choice or the right stamp on life is what it's supposed to be, and some people fall victim to it. A lot of people speak up against it. I was the type of parent to where I wanted to know what was going on. You know what I'm saying? And for me personally, it's not even about the kids. For me personally, it was about being there at that point when they first had questions or whatever. And no matter how tough those questions were that I had to answer, whether it was about society, whether it was about social norms or whatever the case may be, I'm older than them. So I went through it. And I had questions for my parents. And my father was there for me when I had questions. It was never about, and like I said, every man is different. Every home is different.
I never talked to my dad about football practice. I never talked to him about basketball practice. But my dad never told me, you know what I'm saying, to be a robot. He said, son, you need to focus on what you like to do. It was never about anything that society programs or wants to program us to do. So for me personally, when I talk to people, like I said, I counsel adults. A lot of adults say, you know, hey, I could have made it without this leg injury, or I could have made it before spinal bifida. I could have made it before I was diagnosed with cancer. I could have made it before diabetes caught up. I could have did whatever they wanted to do. That's what I coach people on. And for me personally, when it comes to kids, like my daughter now is an artist. She has my genes. She has my traits. She can play the violin, piano, all different type of things. I push her to do what she needs to do. Today, when I was with my daughter, I got my daughter today, and she showed me a drawing that she did. And I was like, you're better than me at this. Like, keep going. But not one time, you know, for me personally, is like focus on being better than anybody. Because I know that there's artists out there that are killing it right now. But I see the potential to where if you keep just practicing, you can be at that top tier. And so in life, when we talk about men's mental health, there has to be the conversation that men need to have with other men, maybe other men, hell, even sometimes even other women. Because at one draw of it, the one thing about it is this. Everybody's going to tell you where you're messing up at. And a lot of people are going to support how you feel. Now, if you out here BSing and you just want to complain, then we already know what that side of the coin is. But when you're out here doing what you got to do and you just keep hitting the wall, it's like at this point, I want to talk about it just to get the counseling to see like, okay, look, I can't keep doing this. That's what men's mental health is. It's not about just, oh, I would just want to coddle. It's like, hey, I keep hitting these brick walls. What do I need to do to actually be a better person? That's what men's mental health is. We can't stop people from you know, leaving this earth. Can't stop it. We can't stop sick grandparents or sick aunties or none of that other stuff. But how you deal with it, that's the thing. That's the main thing that men deal with all the time. It's just like it's the unexpected events. It's the unexpected events that people cannot deal with. That's what causes the men's mentality. That's what causes this conversation. It's the unexpected events, and emotions are unresolved issues. We know that for a fact. We know that emotions and people lashing out is unresolved issues. People doing certain things is unresolved issues. That's what emotions technically are, right? So what are we going to do? What are we going to do when our kids, like my sons, if I was harsh on them as being kids and like, no, you're going to run that ball, you're going to do this, you're going to do that for my kids. Not talking about nobody, but for mine. And like they said earlier, when they don't make it, now what? Me putting in energy is going to deter them from ever trying to do anything else successful again.
Right. Thank you, Roderick. Hold on one sec, Jerome, because I want to give Rue a chance to kind of speak on that, because nobody is going against each other, but we're trying to work around the panel, and I know Rue's got some stuff he wants to talk on.
Hey, real quick though, Lovely, before Rue goes, just real quick.
No, we could,
Roderick,
me and you, we could cross talk. We could cross talk.
Right.
I just want to tell you, man, I have a free art lesson program going on this summer, and I heard you say, and it's for kids and young adults, and it's basically, you know, a lot of techniques and things of different nature like that, from fine art to you know, illustrations, pencil drawings, all of that. We cover all of that stuff.
Yes, sir.
I'm still trying to figure out a way to do it online. So if you want to give me a follow, man, and hit me up,
Yes, sir.
because
I would definitely
if you're
will.
interested, yeah, if you're interested, I would definitely, you know what I mean, if you want to get in and ear hustle on some of these lessons, man, because I think that's really important to nurture that. So just letting you
Okay.
know.
Yes, sir. So let me say this to that invite. I'm more than down for it. I do own my own company. I do. I graduated with my degree in art design visualization. So I've been an artist. I've even when I was her age, I had artwork in museums. My mom couldn't
Nice.
paint. My dad couldn't paint. Um, I only had one cousin in my family, but I think it came from the whole gene because my grandfather was an architect. Most of my cousins were architects. They could build a house, they could do blueprinting and everything else. So for me personally, I have a brother. I have a couple of brothers that are artists. They went to the Atlanta Art Institute, and um, what I did was the last summer, I told my brother, I was like, look, she's a talented artist. And he was like, well, let me see her artwork. And what I did was I went out, I taught her how to actually do everything symmetrical and, just for a picture, it's symmetrical, but we're not asymmetrical, period. Right. But as far as art, how we do it. But my brother was like, yeah, so any artist that I can lead her to. We've done drawing tutorials on my Facebook and everything else. But for me personally, it's just like I love to see the development of the young mind and get them away from certain environments or whatever the case may be. Because I counsel kids and adults. I think the oldest one was 60. Um, and so, yeah, I'm more than down with it. You can send me a message or a link. And yeah, I'll get her signed up for it. And yeah, I appreciate that. That's much love. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, man. I appreciate you, man, because that's how I got started. And I
Yeah.
was 17 when I got my first commission sold, and that changed my life. So that's something that I think if a lot of kids understand that you can actually make money in fine art, there is, we get this stigma that you can't make money doing it. And so a lot of
Yeah.
kids, they stifle their creativity. So I'm trying to get that back to let these kids with talent know that you can get out here and get it. It
Yeah,
works.
that's
So
that.
yeah,
It's really about the experience. Like for me personally, when I started doing my art tutorials, it was about the experience. I've had kids come to me that couldn't draw. I've had adults come through and be like, I just feel like I always wanted to paint, and I've done a lot of different things as far as teaching people or whatever. But for me personally, art is your own creative thing, your creative thought process. Um, and so, like I said, for me personally, anything that my daughter draws, and she started out drawing, just like a regular kid, but then it was like overnight, her brain just clicked. And when I sat down with her that first time, she was like, let's have a drawing challenge. And I sat down with her and I drew it, and I was like, I'm done. It wasn't to prompt her to rush her work because I'm older, I'm more skilled. I have a certain talent that I've always had. But for her, it was just like, take your time. Take your time with it and understand what you're doing. It's about educating the youth. It's really about taking your time with them and actually giving them the love and just being there. Just being there, and most importantly, when it comes to adults, a lot of adults have never got that attention from that malleable age. It's always been go, 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 or absent, absent, absent. Now, for the men out there that do it, that's there, they're like, I'm gonna work, I'm gonna get this money. Kudos, because I work 6 days a week. I work for FedEx while running the company, while counseling, while doing everything else. But we need a break. Okay, if you're doing all of this working and making all this money, you losing time. You losing time not only, like you said earlier, on your health, but your mental, you're losing time from your family. You're expecting something that maybe one day is not going to be what it's supposed to be. So what are you going to do? Are you going to have that same attitude as, oh, well, I do this and I do that, without actually sitting back and thinking like, damn, I want to enjoy what I have.
And think about it, a lot of our mental health challenges comes from the fact that people will suppress your expressions, how you express yourself. How you express yourself. No, you're not allowed to talk this way. You're not allowed to walk this way. You're not allowed to feel this way. You're not allowed to cry this way. You're not allowed to express yourself. So your expressions are very valuable into your own life. Your ability to be able to be open with other people or your parents. It all really starts with the home. It always goes back down to the home.
I'm about to call it. I'm sorry.
We already know what society, how it works. So, it really does boil down to that ability to be able to allow people to express themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And how you're going to handle it. Are you going to be respected? Are you going to be disrespected? And how you're going to handle the emotions that are involved with it. And are you going to try and control how our children function, how other people function, how your spouse functions, and be willing and open to allow them to be themselves.
All right, y'all. I'm about to call it, y'all. I'm tired.
Got you. We got you.
Well,
But,
tell you,
I'll probably be on tomorrow.
I'm in Florida now, so but I'm on vacation, so.
Hey, Jerome, I'm gonna follow you, Jerome, and I'm going to. I already followed you, cousin. I've been following you for a minute. God's Logic, I'm definitely gonna follow you. And like I said, as far as Lovely, everybody up here, this is a good questions. Kev's always has the best questions. And yeah, but I will say this though, to every man that works hard, to every man that has any type of the admiration and everything else in life, just take a day. You know what I'm saying? Take a day to self-reflect. Go to a lake. Just sit out. Just do something.
We don't need a month. We don't need a month.
We may not need a month, but
we don't need no month for all this.
We do need people.